I'm drowning, I'm drowning, I'm drowning, I'm drowning. Wrist so icy, wonder why she like me, bitch, I'm drowning in water. I just bought a cube and dipped it in a fountain. Everywhere that I go, it's a light show, I'm surrounded. Bust down, bust down, bust down, bust down, bust down, bitch, I'm drowning. I just bought a Cuban ring and dipped it in a fountain. Chain so heavy, I feel like I'm holding up a mountain. Everywhere that I go, it's a light show, I'm surrounded.
Alright guys, what's going on? Welcome back to another episode of our Baldur's Gate series. I don't know why the light is so damn bright right now on my face. Let's see, just moving my camera at all. No, it's this screen that makes it bright. Okay, alright, so it's the other monitor. It's good to know. Good to know. So we can do this for right now. Alright, so... anyways, thanks for coming back and watching, guys. We are continuing our series on Baldur's Gate. It sucks because I did see in another live stream how I can get to the Underdark. Undercrap. Well, gosh, I forget what it's called. Anyways, I learned how to get there, and when I went to go pull up Sven Wolfmorn, my elf character, well, he was gone. So now we have to start with our paladin here. Not that that's a problem, but we're just going to be making our way through the night and hopefully getting to that point where we can, get to the Undergraph. So today we're watching Growing Bonds and Teasing Threads over on Critical Role Campaign 3, Episode 6. If you guys haven't caught up with that series, you guys can go back and watch my earlier Baldur's Gate videos. Probably shouldn't have 8 just now. But yeah, go back to my earlier videos, check them out. You can watch how I played as Sven Wolfmorn and now how I'm playing as a new character, and as well as catch up on the Critical Role episodes. Or you can go over to Critical Role over on their YouTube channel and type in Campaign 3, Episode 6, and boom, you got it. Or Campaign 3, and it'll pull up a playlist of everything they got. I believe Campaign 3 is actually still going, because I did see that there was a newer video posted. And this is from, what is this, a year ago? Yeah, a year ago. So, alright guys, so let's go ahead and jump right back into where we were with the game here. And let's start tonight's episode of Critical Role.
Critical Role. And welcome back. So, last we left off, the strange crew of wayward adventurers had come together, met themselves a group helmed by Sir Bertrand Bell, then lost Sir Bertrand Bell, went searching for vengeance on the one that took his life. Through the right questions, the right contacts, located the abode of this strange, dark, seemingly corrupted dwarf, and managed to, indeed...
Give me 1 second here. I'm going to try to figure out what just happened and why we lost what we lost. Ragey Potato, what's going on, buddy? Give me just 1 quick second. Well, it's loading anyway, so let's see here. That's not what I wanted. There we go.
Find vengeance for him.
Better.
Upon returning and giving this information to Lord Erix Esteros, he
there we go. And
one thanked you for doing so.
What role are you watching?
Paid you a bounty that he felt was necessary and right given the circumstances.
Campaign 3, Episode 6.
Mentioned that he was still working on a few of the requests that were made of the group, but was making headway and should have updates some point in the near future. And you were then, where we left off, heading out into the night air of the city of Drusar to rest your wounds.
Oh, yeah?
And whatever else events you wish to utilize to wind down after a very, very long day.
Yeah, no, I'm,
So,
what's going on?
as you all step out into the night air, the faint mists beginning to slowly rise around
Always a good mix.
the streets and the jungle below. What would you like to do?
You're
Fire by fire?
Ragey potato?
Works for me.
Yeah. All right.
Sounds good to me.
Alrighty. You all eventually head to the familiar interior of the Spire by Fire, where the familiar burning hearth on the far end of the now bustling interior and the sounds of laughter and conversation greet you. You eventually settle within, find yourself a comfortable table that is not taken, and amongst the boisterous, if somewhat solemn atmosphere, given the circumstances that brought you here not but maybe a day or two before. You get a round of drinks, some food, and the space is yours.
Well, that was an eventful couple of days, huh?
Boy, it sure was. They sure were. I mean, lots of days all strung together.
Well, it seems like we're doing this then.
What's this?
Whatever this fucking is.
Oh, this. What is this?
I got a great idea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm going to order 7 shots.
All right. Ishir kind of gives you the nod and says, what is he looking for?
7 of your whatever's cheapest.
All righty. I'll go ahead and pull it up for you.
Actually, just bring the bottle. This is gonna be a thing.
I like that. Bottle charge up. Goes ahead and grabs a handful of small glass receptacles and a somewhat sloshy-looking dark brown liquid that settles within a faintly green, clear bottle that looks like it may have cracked at one point and has been reaffixed with some sort of a medical wrapping, but it functions. Sits at the table, scatters the glasses out. This kind of wide lion-like grin, smiling as he looks across the table. Well, as long as Ashton's taking care of you, you're all gonna have a good night.
So, we're gonna play a little game that I learned a few years ago.
Ooh, I like games.
It's called, or at least what we call it is, what the fuck is up with that?
All right.
Okay.
Lowest roll has to answer a question truthfully and not too vaguely. Highest roll gets to ask it.
Ooh.
And then we drink.
Are there stipulations
Got it.
to the drinking? Like, do you drink whether you win or you lose, or do you just
Everybody
drink?
drinks.
All right.
Every time.
Unless
Can I have
we
a
want to
sip?
try and slow this down or anything. That's
Can I have a sip right now?
yeah, we can just fill you up again. That's fine.
Prime the pump.
If we're gonna be doing
Wet the
this,
whistle.
If you like, it can just be who asks and who answers.
no, I'm fine with it. I would very much like if we were maybe outside.
Oh, was it loud?
Yeah, the more I drink, it'll just get harder and harder. So
Oh.
if we could just sit outside,
Are
that
we in an area that is you're uncomfortable?
I feel like
Is
you
there
said
a
we
floor
were in the
that's
middle of the
currently
room.
open that we can just take? This is 6 stories.
There, you can go ahead and find a private room if you'd
Yeah,
like
that'd
to.
be great.
Like a karaoke room.
Oh wow, thank you.
6 stories of tavern. There's got to be an empty room. Okay.
Yeah. Well, the entire establishment is 6 stories, but there is kind of an elevated floor up top where you can get a little bit of distance and the music is quieter. You find the space up kind of in the second overlooking space, not unlike the backgrounds behind you. You find these, a handful of scattered tables that aren't as lively as the central floor, which feels connected to the energy of the city outside. So when you come up here, it's a bit empty, a bit cold. You see a handful of people that are intentionally kind of sticking to the shadows and either in the process of gambling quietly or having clandestine meetings and conversations that just watches you enter the space and then go back to their quiet, hushed, monotone conversations. But there is a table a little bit away from the chaos here where you can feel a little more comfortable.
Is this better for you?
This is wonderful. Thank you.
Are those two folks in the corner too much? If they get to be, we can scare them off.
Imogen, is it like a proximity?
Yeah, like if I'm around too many people, it just gets a little uncomfortable, you know? The
how-
farther away I get, the less it.
Oh, okay.
It's intrusive.
How far back is good?
I mean, I really like not being in the city at all. But
I get
if we're
that.
here, this is a good distance.
This is exactly how the game is played, by
It's
the way.
always-
Don't have to use proper nouns for any place or anybody if you don't want to incriminate anybody who is not yourself. But if it's about you, you got to talk about it. Are we ready?
No tapping out.
No tapping out.
No tapping out? I mean,
Do we drink before we ask the questions?
Depends on how hard the question is.
Okay.
all right.
Wait, I have one more question.
What if you don't drink?
That's the question.
Yeah, I'll just fake it.
What happens if you do?
I'm just going to take a handful of copper coins,
Thank you, Ashton. That's very kind.
one per round.
All right.
All right. Would you break down if you did drink?
Well, I don't know. If I drank a lot, maybe, but I think it would just kind of fall down my face.
Up and out, maybe just seep out some
Maybe
of the...
just see.
Like Cookie Monster.
Oh, we could try. Let's try.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna do a shot and see what happens to the liquid.
Oh no.
Okay. It vanishes inside you.
Can you feel it sloshing?
Can I feel it sloshing?
Do you move around a little bit?
Sure.
Yeah, it sloshes.
Oh, I can hear it.
Wonder what's gonna happen to it next. There's no real out.
Is it dripping? Is it dripping anywhere?
Is there any kind of anything noticeable, like sparks
yes,
or
it's
like anything
smoke.
bad happening?
Roll a perception check.
Do we need to flip you upside down?
Oh, that's perception. That's 18.
18. You give a very rapid, very intense glance, kind of just scanning the exterior of fresh cut grass, and no immediate signs of any sort of errant leakage.
I'm no mechanic, but you look all right.
Do you have like a small wonder flap somewhere? You can see the I'd love to see your insides.
You'd love to see my insides?
Yes.
I can be opened up for repairs and stuff, but it's a little bit of a difficult process. You need tools and stuff.
That hurt. I aged a year with that.
Same.
Did you all go through the period where you thought that Billy Corgan of the Smashing Pumpkins
Was the little brother in
The
there?
little brother, yeah.
Yep. Same. Anyway,
Addendum to the rule also, if you have something you absolutely want to ask, you can challenge somebody, but if you roll lower, you have to answer a question from them, and they can take suggestions.
Are we rolling your standard D7 on this, or what kind of...
Rollies.
This is just straight rollies.
Oh, cool. Do we all have dice?
We all have our rollies
Here.
dice, yeah.
In your shot glass. I don't know why this is a...
it's a big hit in Marquette rollies.
Everyone plays rollies.
Everyone keeps it in their pocket just in case. It's like
Things
Pogs.
are set. Cannon.
Yep.
Oh boy.
Are we going?
Yep.
What do? We just roll?
roll.
We're just rollies?
4.
I think you're going to answer.
16.
15.
10.
7.
5.
10.
Wait, who's answering? You're asking?
I guess I'm asking.
So the highest asks, the lowest answers?
And we all drink
Unless you
regardless.
challenge somebody directly.
This is my nightmare.
It has to be one person directly.
Yep.
Orem.
No, you
you have to
ask him.
All right.
It's such a rule breaker. I rolled the lowest.
New game.
We can open it up to, if you want, we can open it up to highest gets to ask.
Start with the basics.
All right.
This is advanced rollies.
One of the alternate rolls.
Does she have to say what the fuck is up with that before she asks the questions? I love
Oh,
rules.
we got 4. Hell yeah.
You have to say it at the end. Okay. And we can suggest.
Oh, we can suggest questions?
Yeah.
No.
Because there's much I'd like to know.
Do roll.
Don't speak.
Your clothes. Very fancy.
That is a statement, yes.
Keep them very clean.
True.
Almost as if you come from wealth.
Wait, is he dead? Why is he
What
dead?
the fuck is up with that?
Don't know what you mean. I am but a humble bard.
Okay, time for us to go. Come on. Come on.
I've never
Come along,
seen
buddies.
a bard in that nice of clothes.
Yes. My family has some money, yes. Where'd they get it? Where does anyone get money? Generational. Let's call it that. Inherited wealth.
Are you a lord?
Lord's a broad term.
That's not a no.
A,
He didn't say
noble
no.
of some sort?
Are you a prince?
Oh, no, I am certainly not. That is a broad term, Prince.
It really.
Wait, are you maybe a prince? Are we getting this?
Is prince broader than lord? Is it prince a subcategory of lord?
It's less official than that. Let's say I'm second in line to a very prominent family with a lot of money that you have probably never heard of.
Doesn't he have to answer more than that?
No, unless there's an addendum waiting, or if there's a specific title, but it doesn't actually have to use proper nouns. Clarification, but no proper nouns.
How long does one round of what the fuck is up with that last?
Until we're satisfied.
All right.
Wait a second. I have a slightly different tack here. Are you uncomfortable to talk about your family like this? It seems like you'd be proud to come from a fabled noble tradition.
I'm proud of my family. My family is full of good people. But sometimes it's not enough.
What do you mean?
It's good to be good. It's fine to be good. It's fine to do all the things that are expected of you, but my life is my life, and I would rather be here with you drinking this diarrhea water looking booze than to be with my family, even though they are good, nice, wealthy people.
So if I may, expectations were put on you and you're sort of going your own path to forge a personal identity apart from them?
Sounds cliche when you put it that way.
No, I'm just
no, not exactly. More like expectations I put on myself that I would never be able to fulfill within my family. So, I found it easier to be on my own. And have been for a while, until I realized on your own isn't quite as fun as I thought it would be. It's better with friends.
That answer was rollies free.
I feel pretty satisfied with that.
Yeah.
Rollies.
Cheers.
You don't have to go twice.
To Dorian.
To Prince Dorian.
I've already had two, thank you. Water,
Prince
please.
Dorian. Wow, a real life.
Has a nice ring. I've never known a prince before.
Damn.
That's cocked.
It's right here. Prince Dorian.
What was that term?
Cocked.
What's that mean?
It means that your rolly was a little janky, and so you have to roll it again because you can't tell what number it was actually on.
Why do you use the word cock for that?
Why wouldn't you?
I got a 17.
Well,
I got a 12.
I got an 18.
17.
13.
No. Tim. No, Tim.
You're absolved.
No,
You're
thank
absolved.
you, thank you. They can't have double rollies.
I'm 12. Is anyone lower?
And we got two 17s.
And an 18.
Oh, an 18. Oh, wow. Excuse me.
Okay, so I'm asking the questions to you.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Very shy over here, this one.
What to ask you?
Whatever you ask, they will say fuck in their answer.
That's fucking true.
The name of the game.
Okay, this is just a very simple question. Have you ever been in love before?
You have to end it with
What the
fuck is up with that?
what the fuck is up with
That
that?
was so good. Have I ever been in love before? You know, I don't know.
There.
Not
That's
fair.
probably a no.
Not fair.
It's very hard to know sometimes, I
If
think.
you don't know, then you probably haven't been, right?
I thought I was in love before, but I don't know if I ever actually was.
Would you care to elaborate?
Sometimes it is very easy to misconstrue friendship for love, lust for love. It's very amorphous. I have a hard time defining it to begin with. And there's only really a couple situations where it might have even applied.
That makes a lot of sense to me.
Do you still think about this person or persons?
Not really, on occasion, but not really.
How long ago is this?
10 years, give or take.
You know, I don't think I've ever been in love either. I mean, that's not true. I deeply love Imogen.
It's a very broad word, isn't it?
It is.
It's always bothered me.
Should we think of a new word?
I mean, for every
love.
different, it depends on which.
There's a lot. It's like an umbrella word.
It is an umbrella word.
There's
You meant
lots underneath.
romantic love, though, when you question.
I think so.
Yeah, it's the difference between.
But now you've sort
love
of
and-
broadened my thoughts on it.
I've had a group of friends before. That's what I'll say.
Did you love them?
In the way one loves a group of friends, sure.
What were they called again?
That counts.
Nobody's.
The nobody.
The Nobodies.
That's a good name.
It was a good crew.
We need to think of a name for our crew.
Dude.
How did they come by it? We.
Sorry, I didn't roll for that.
No, it's okay. I'll keep going. We all grew up together. We all kind of had a shit time. And it was a nickname that stuck. And we thought it was kind of fucking funny.
And what happened to the Nobodies?
They left town,
Except you.
except me.
How come?
Why?
That's another question.
Shall we?
Rollies!
Fuck balls.
19 over here.
Hey, look at that.
Oh, that's good.
18.
19.
2.
One.
4.
But I already went, so it's up to. Yeah.
Me? Oh, so you
So-
need to ask her?
I guess so.
I like this game so much.
Boy. Boy, I don't know much about you, Fern. Yeah, I know, but where to start?
I always assume you have questions about everybody.
So
I do, but so
fascinating.
many,
I
it's
just
hard to-
don't know.
Narrow it down to one.
Okay.
I mean, if we're doing this, some people have a great regret in their life. What the fuck is up with that? What's yours?
I don't think I've ever gotten you to say fuck before. That's great.
Well,
The rules.
Do I have a regret? Boy, that's a good question. I do have some regrets, and I guess some of them I don't know how comfortable I feel like talking about yet. Oh.
Don't you?
I guess I'm having a hard time answering this question.
Well, I can change it up. I don't want to
Give me
make you
another
feel
one.
uncomfortable.
No. Give me another one.
How about this? What
Does
did you?
that count?
I have to take
No.
another shot, but we'll talk about
I'll
it.
drink more.
I don't mean to pry, but this has also been bugging me. What did y'all come to town to do?
Yeah, what the fuck is up with that?
What the fuck is up with that?
Well, a lot of that is not my story, but we came here to visit this beautiful place and to meet up with some friends of Orem and to check out how great this town is.
Boy, oh boy. What the fuck is up with that?
I guess I'm not very good at answering questions.
I'll try a third one. Maybe
Oh, no.
We'll go easier. How about easier?
Drink again, I'll allow it.
Okay.
I love it so much.
Refused, lied.
True face spirit.
How about this? How does it feel when you steal something?
Oh, okay.
What the fuck is up with that?
That one is nice.
Well,
Very proud.
it's not necessarily a thing of, the taking it that's exciting. I just like having things. And where I come from in my bedroom, I keep all of my trinkets everywhere that I've taken from all of my travels.
But is there a reason why you like being surrounded by so many things? Were you deprived of things as a younger?
No, not at all.
It just gives you comfort to be surrounded by stuff?
There's so many wonderful things in the world.
Wait, you have a bedroom? I always thought you just walk around in circles and lay in a patch of grass or something.
I can sleep anywhere. It's really a great skill.
What's your bedroom look like?
Oh, it's just beautiful. I have a large window that I would look out of every day, and just decorated so beautifully. And I lived with my grandmother.
Oh, who's she?
Her name is Maury. She's Maury, and she's lovely.
Where did you hail from again?
I'm from the Feywild.
Oh, that's right. Did you mention that before? I can't remember.
I don't know if I did.
Where is that far off?
Mm-hmm.
It's very far off.
Wow.
Okay, well, who's next?
Something about the question of what the fuck's up with that? It's the classic song. Man,
I haven't
funk
rolled
that.
this good this entire campaign thus far. I just want to point that out.
6,
My
4.
Every time I turn on the
1. 11 over here.
17.
Ooh.
16.
Unless someone's got higher.
But you already know everything about her.
I do know a lot about
No,
her.
wait, which one of you two got the lowest?
I got a 1.
There's always another layer to the onion.
We could make another addendum. If you didn't want to keep asking questions, you could take the next lowest number. But I feel like it might be fun.
I do have a question, actually.
All right.
And I'm
You don't need to play
sorry.
rollies with me in order to ask me a question.
I know, but I'm just going to take advantage of it. How are you feeling about your father and everything? Yes, with the Chantry, the Hussar, Hubert Corsair. Genuinely, what the fuck was up with that? We haven't talked about this. You had to give over your father's name for collateral. What is gonna happen?
It does make me a little nervous.
The fuck do I know?
I don't know.
I mean, I got a good feeling off of the people in there. Like, they didn't strike me as the type that would just go out and destroy my life for no reason. So unless we do something horrible to them, I don't think we have much to worry about.
All right.
I
Is
hope.
it? Sorry to bust in on your fuckers up with that, but is home far off?
It's a distance. They'd have to travel a bit in order to get there, you know. It's up in the,
This is why I keep mine right in front of me.
Talent Highlands! That's up in the Talent Highlands!
She gets really excited about her hometown.
Excited! It's just so high and beautiful!
Do you feel like you tend to get a good reading off people, or are you a poor judge of character? Or?
Well, it's funny when, you know, you're actively blocking out their thoughts. If you let it down for a second, you can get the true nature of people pretty fast. I try not to do it, you know, too often. It can get bad, but I mean, when I was growing up, when this started, people can be awful. They can seem so nice, but they can be awful. Yeah, so, I'm not feeling too worried.
All right.
About my dad. Plus, he's, you know, why would they go after him, you know? So,
Do you think he's doing well? I know we left in kind of a hurry.
yeah, I think he's, you know, it was probably a long time coming. He was probably happy that I'm gone. And he might be doing a bit better now that I'm not there.
What the fuck's up with that?
I feel like there's some context necessary for this.
What happened? You have a falling out with your pa?
No, my dad's great. And he tried, when things started happening, and I wasn't like that growing up, I didn't have all of this. I don't know why it started. It was hard for him, because I didn't want to be around very many people. And he just kind of, he distanced himself because he knew it made me more comfortable. And, the people in town started talking, and I think he tried to distance himself socially as well for a while to try to, not his fault, totally.
From you or from the people in town?
A little bit of both,
Was that very lonely for you?
It was for a while, yeah. But it was really bad there for a while. When Londa came to town, it was the first time I'd really felt any peace for a long time. So, yeah. I don't know why I didn't think to get out of town faster. It was actually really great when we left.
How long have you guys been traveling together?
Just 2 years.
Yeah, just over 2 years now.
We're pretty good at being hermits together. It's nice.
Drinks?
I'm satisfied. All right. Oh,
I need to roll higher.
God, keep rolling right in the middle.
9.
9.
10.
13.
Ooh.
Someone's
Here we go.
three.
Here we go.
Who's the highest
I
roll?
think it's Fern asking Orm.
Oh. Should I go?
I was the
on?
highest.
13, right?
13?
That was the highest roll. Wow.
Oh boy, I feel like I know a lot about you as well.
If you can't think of a question, I've got one.
Yeah, we
You do?
tons of
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
What are you doing in town? What are you trying to get done? What the fuck is up with that?
That's what
Turn the
really
screws.
matters.
Boy, Fern, I feel like you kind of just left the door open.
I'm really sorry.
Could have asked him what his favorite
it's
color was, I
always-
suppose.
Yeah.
If you're too uncomfortable to talk about,
You could always take a drink, and then we can ask you something else.
again the exact same
Is
question.
that how it works? I drink and I get to skip the question?
I'll drink with you.
I'll answer the question.
You'll answer the question?
zone of truth.
A little bit.
A little bit will do.
It's what the fuck am I doing here in town?
What the fuck are you trying to get accomplished in town? You don't have to use any proper names if you don't want to. And you don't have to incriminate anybody.
I am on a bit of a fact-finding mission, I guess. I represent my home,
Shari.
right? And somebody fucked with my home. And I'm here because some breadcrumbs maybe are leading here.
To the person responsible for messing with your home?
Maybe.
Like, in what way? Did they just destroy the village, or did they...
No,
Village, I don't know. Is it a town? Is
it's
it
pretty big. It's hard to reach. Pretty powerful folk there. Just there's rumors on the wind of similar trouble here. Maybe. And I've just been sent to sort of sniff it out.
So, like, you're high up in this city, or
The city's high. That's not what you mean.
like they decided to send you for some reason?
Yeah, are you the chief enforcer or some
Sheriff.
Master of
Shari.
Arts.
Yeah.
Good with this, but no, I'm not in charge or anything. I happen to be traveling already for a while. That's how I stumbled into these two.
Yep. All right, cool.
We did get to see his hometown, and it's quite lovely.
No, but I spent time around the people in charge, and because they knew that I was traveling, they just thought that I was a good candidate.
Follow up, if I may. You don't have. It seems like you want to go easy on the details, which is fine. But I'm just curious. If you don't succeed, are you worried most about disappointing someone or disappointing yourself?
Yeah. But I'm gonna do what I can. And I'll do it while I'm traveling with these two. And maybe with you guys for a bit, if that's okay.
Well, we can help if
Yes.
we know what to look for.
In fact, I'm not sure what our next plans are.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe we should keep that into consideration.
Well, good old Arix is, I think, able to introduce me to someone I'm here to find.
Oh.
But also, there's a lot of holes under this place. What the fuck is up with that?
Literally and figuratively.
Follow-up question. Can I stop telling people we're on vacation?
I think we can all tell I'm not the greatest at lying sometimes, so.
I was fooled.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did anybody actually believe y'all were on vacation?
Probably.
No.
Didn't work?
Not even close.
But it's a thought that counts.
Yeah.
I mean,
don't know many people that go on vacation with swords.
Really? Oh, I know plenty.
Two more rounds at least. We got 2 more rounds.
I should say
Well, it's just
that
you and me, right?
I've been rolling
haven't.
and I am rolling poorly, and my attempts to keep my wall up. So I would say I'm probably getting open mind at this point.
One more drink, and I think you'll cross that threshold.
Why don't y'all roll, because only me and Laudna are left to answer.
Correct.
Maybe y'all should just roll to see who asks.
Should we just roll between the two of us?
Yeah, to see who answers first. Double rollies.
Double rollies.
3.
16.
So does that mean you choose?
I think you answer first.
You answer.
Okay, I answer first.
16.
Oh, I got a 20. I have a question.
Sounds legit.
Yeah, that's
It was
legit.
a 20. It is a 20.
Yeah. I've traveled a decent amount, probably not as much as some. One time, I met someone sort of like you.
Really? Where was that?
Someone visited home.
Oh.
But they were nothing like you. And I'm just still kind of blown away. I don't know what I'm asking. I don't know how old you are. I don't know how you came to be. Are the people, are the others that you talked about, Oatmeal and Pussy, are they the only ones you ever knew? And apple pie, sorry.
Apple pie, that's right.
I really like oatmeal.
Are they the only ones like me I ever knew?
Yeah, or are there more? Or where do you come from? And what the fuck is up with that?
Well, it up.
Stop it.
What's happening?
That.
Is this how he dodges questions?
No, not at all.
Are you okay?
I just don't.
You have no memory.
Do you not have access to that?
You don't have access.
Access? What do you mean?
I don't understand either.
What does it mean?
Sounds right. It
Fern and
sounds
I don't
right.
really know.
I don't know what I'm saying.
Actually, Richard is just really excited.
Okay. Yeah. I can pick this up.
Dancer created me.
I asked too much. Do you know how old you are?
I was with Dancer for almost 2 years.
Oh boy.
So 2.
And shit.
Okay.
We're two.
Well, yeah, but you know,
Critical fail.
I don't age like y'all, so.
That's still too high. I don't have enough.
Careful,
Stop
she-
if you want to
she
tell you
loves
something.
babies.
I can addendum into this.
Those babies.
Can I just.
You would never
Come
talk
here.
to Spinner.
If it makes you feel good,
Go
then
with it,
yes,
go with
of
it.
course.
You just hear sloshing.
I can hear the water, the drink in there.
I have a question. Can I ask a question?
Can you ask a
I'm
question?
sorry. Can I ask a question?
Can I get another round for my friend here, please?
You got the bottle. You got the bottle. There
Yes,
you go.
my
There you
lord.
go.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I have to ask you a question first. Does he ever? Does he power down ever?
Sleep
I go
mode.
into-
Sleep
I
mode.
Go into a stasis state.
Yeah.
When you're in sleep mode, do you dream?
Good question.
Whoa.
Boy, oh boy, that is a great question.
Wow.
Is it sheep?
Is it open?
You know what? I don't think I've ever dreamed yet. But then again, maybe I haven't. I just don't know what it's like. Dreaming is, I've heard y'all soul-touched folks talk about it. It's like memories and stuff that you have at night, right?
Sometimes.
Sometimes,
Or
just be.
or imaginations.
But sometimes it doesn't make sense.
Mostly it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
I don't see any reason why I would have one, but I don't see any reason why I would not. I just haven't yet, I don't think.
Do you ever wake up and sometimes you're just in such a bad, awful mood and you don't know why?
No.
Sometimes that can be a dream. And you're just thrown off all day. I thought maybe.
No, why would you start the day with a sourpuss?
It's a good question.
Maybe you should intentionally shoot for it. Like sometimes you can, like before you go into stasis, just
Okay.
have an intention.
An intention like something to think about, or
I'm going to have a dream. I'm going to dream about, I don't know, something, whatever the fuck you like.
all right, this is a great goal.
Yeah.
I can do that tonight.
I think it's a great idea.
If you ever have a dream, let us know.
You okay?
I'm fine.
I'm gonna surreptitiously finish Dorian's drink when he's not looking, so he has less.
Also, this whole time I've been gathering scrap chicken bones, and I've been other leftovers, and I've been kind of under the table just spinning some of my twine.
Terrifying. Great. All right.
All right.
Little Blair Witch doll.
Yeah.
Who gets to ask the last question?
Yeah. Are those teeth?
Rollies.
Rollies. Who gets
Rollies
to ask the
for
last
final
one?
question.
Boo.
Dang.
11.
7.
2.
17.
13.
You go.
Did you roll?
Oh wait, but she knows you already. I rolled a 19.
Oh.
Do it.
Yeah, you probably got a good one.
Yeah.
Oh, there's really, I don't know much about you, Laudna, at all.
You don't.
You're from a place called Whitestone? That's kind of all I know. Boy, what do we ask? I need to huddle up with everybody else for a second.
No. This we can give.
What's
we can give
what's good
suggestions.
here? What it's a deep well.
I mean, has she always been that way, or did some shit happen? Is it good?
I don't want to probe into her,
Literally,
physical.
what we're here. I mean, we just probed into yours. I wouldn't have. I'm
I'm
well
okay
aware
with
of
that,
what
but-
I've got going on.
You can ask me anything.
All right.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Are you dead? What the fuck is up with that?
I'm not entirely sure. I think so.
You think you're dead?
I think I'm like some cross in between life and death. Not totally alive, but
What
not
happened?
totally dead. Well, I definitely died.
Wait, okay.
And then I
How
just
did that happen? Well, okay, so you just tell your story. You tell your story.
I died, and then I woke up.
Really?
I woke up and I was surrounded by a lot of other corpses, and all of Whitestone was just in a complete panic, run amok, just death and disease and nightmare everywhere, and I didn't know what happened, so I ran. But, yeah, I haven't really aged.
How long ago was that?
30 years.
30 years!
So you were this age when you died.
How old were you when you passed away?
20?
And do you know, happen to know how long you were dead for?
I don't think long. 48 hours, a couple days.
So you're 50.
She can kick.
I'm 50.
Do you remember anything about your previous life?
Oh, yes.
Well, you do.
All of it.
Okay.
You're not, you're not just an elf, or
No, I was a human.
how can you be dead?
And who brought you back and how?
Weird fucking.
You said you
then you
died and then you woke up. Whoa, there was a bit in between there.
Yes. Yes, I always had innate magical capabilities when I was a young girl, and
How is it I roll a
so I don't know. I think whatever happened in Whitestone on that
Come
night,
on, dude. That's the.
I think I got hit with some sort of necromantic
I don't know.
magic. It was like a blast. It just, I don't know, just kind of hit me. And then I was alive. But here, look. I'm gonna grab. Can you feel things?
Yeah, sure.
You feel like a heartbeat every like 20 seconds.
Oh, you're very athletic.
Yes.
So your heart does beat.
It does, just very.
You have
slowly.
hopes. You have fears. You have loves.
Of course.
Sounds like you're alive to me.
Died. Was everything at home good before everything went bad, or were things bad?
It was complicated. We were simple farmers on the outskirts of town and lived a very humble life. Didn't have a lot of money, and as such, my parents were a bit naive. They weren't really connected to the going-ons and the political specter of Whitestone, and I think we just kind of walked into a bit of a trap. They were wanting to give me a better life, and they knew that their daughter, with magical capabilities, could maybe go forth and become something more. Unfortunately, the stewards of Whitestone at the time had different opinions.
Did your parents know what happened to you?
They're dead.
Any family left?
I don't think so.
All right.
No.
Very sorry.
These people in Whitestone, the stewards you said,
Yes.
they killed you?
The Briarwoods.
Briarwoods. We should find them and...
Oh, they're gone. They're long dead, too.
Oh.
One of them kind of pops in my head, though, every now and then.
What's that mean? What?
Say that again.
What?
Voices in my head.
Oh, kind of like Imogen.
It's different. It's, I think, it's why we bonded so quickly, and I think
What are you talking about?
just whatever magical bond we have, it just works.
2 years together. What were you doing for the previous 28?
Just running from town to town. I would go and I would find the little shacks in the woods that were abandoned, and then I would fix them up, and then inevitably the town would be like, oh, there's a witch in the woods, kill her, Lorelei, blah. And then some cleric would come, or holy person would come and be like, oh, days, the undead witch, blah. And I would run, and I would do that again and again and again.
Wow. Like a cool TV show.
Very repetitive. Yes. It was very much a little cabin fixer-upper type of thing. lifestyle.
But you're okay now being dead? Like, it doesn't cause you sadness anymore?
This is the wildest conversation, I swear.
Yeah, no, it's this game always ends well.
Wow.
I think I've just gotten used to it, you know? Been surrounded by death for quite some time now, so.
There we go. That's more better.
Wow.
That's fucking great. That was a great fucking story.
That was a great game.
Did I do it right?
Oh, killer.
That was so good.
Thank you, Ashton, for that amazing idea. One. Wow.
Fuck, that's the end of that one.
Now what do we do?
I think now we sleep this off and see how we feel in the morning. Is everyone okay after that last one? Does anyone feel like they want to get into more trouble? I don't think I'm up to getting into more trouble.
Well, would you play us a song, my lord?
Oh, Prince Dorian, please play us a beautiful song. I can't wait to hear.
Do not like that nickname.
Do you know Jordan Fetch My Whiskey by any chance?
Jordan, fetch my whiskey. Is that a joke? He's Jordan, right? No? Never mind. I'm going to tune my lute, but I am not tuning my lute. It's like boing, 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 boing. It's really out of tune. It's very bad.
How about something from your childhood?
Yeah, like one of your royal songs.
I'll pull out the flute.
Okay.
And, I will try to play a lovely Genasi ballad.
Go for it. Go ahead and roll a performance check.
Fingers crossed. It is not lovely. It's all right. It's 13.
13's fine.
Yeah,
That's
I
great.
forgot how high my modifier was. Yes.
Yeah.
13 for a slash guy. It's not bad.
It's not too bad. Asshole.
Oh my god. This is chaos.
Dorian's failed performance check.
Hurtful. All right, I'll toot my flute for whatever a 13 can get me.
Well, I'd just like to describe the mood it carries.
Yeah, it's obviously a little loose, but it's light more than anything. It's slightly dissonant. You know, if you're listening to it and you're watching the fire, you could almost be fooled to think that the sound and the rhythm is affecting the way the flame moves, and it's very peaceful. It's not quite a lullaby, but it does put your heart at ease when you hear it.
If someone were perchance accidentally reading your thoughts while you were playing this music, would what sort of emotions would you be feeling inside right now?
Well, you are welcome to roll a wisdom saving throw if you wish to resist it.
Do I feel? That's a good. Does one feel this when you?
It's less about them actively resisting it and more if they're guarded.
I'm not trying to push into your thoughts right now.
It's private, but I'll roll against it since it's private.
Okay, you are pretty trashed.
Okay.
So I'll say it's a disadvantage.
Yep. Not gonna need it. That's a 1.
Open book. Open book. Open book.
What?
You want to whisper me?
Whisper.
Yeah, go over and whisper into
Ooh.
you. Yeah.
Okay.
Guys.
I've been sitting on this all week. It worked better than I could have hoped.
PvP.
Guys, besides NordVPN, which is fantastic, Kith and Kin is available now at criticalrolebooks.com. Don't forget ghostfiregaming.com/fables-critical role.
Yep. Good time.
And other things. All right, to bed, and then we decide in the morning where we're going, or should we tell where we're going now so that Matt knows what the fuck to think about?
I'll figure it out.
Okay.
Was it Matt bring me another whiskey? Oh, it was Jordan. Jordan fetched me. Matt fetched me
You hear
whiskey.
the heavy, familiar footsteps of Ishir come up to the second floor with another bottle and be like, "Hey, you're gonna need another."
No, I think we're gonna just rooms. I think we're good.
All right, how many rooms we got? 7 separate rooms.
Oh, we can room it.
Oh, we're good.
We'll share.
Did you guys want to?
We could do what we did on the road.
Yeah.
The airship.
3 rooms.
All right.
3 big rooms.
Yeah, 3 big rooms. If you wouldn't mind, that'll put you at
You were left in pound.
We'll say gold and a half.
I think I
have it, it's fine.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Make it kindly, miss.
You're welcome.
All right.
I like this place.
Sleep it off well. Heads
May I
back
also
downstairs.
have that extra
See you at
bottle?
breakfast.
What the?
May I also have the extra bottle, please?
Oh, well, that'll run you. We'll say here about 5 gold for the bottle.
Okay, great. I'll give you 10 silver instead.
Make a persuasion check.
Can I pay you in ones?
Nine.
Yeah, no, sorry, honey. That's not how it works. It's I have to make a profit to keep the business running, and paid more than that for the bottle when it was supplied to me.
I understand. I'm not
There's a
from
margin
here,
of-
so.
But 5 gold.
I got this. 5
No,
gold.
no,
5
that's
gold.
too much,
Too
that's too
fucking
much.
late. Too fucking late. 5
Okay,
gold.
okay.
You got a good friend here in Ashton. I'm glad you got a friend, Ashton. Gives you the bottle.
Thank you.
Would have charged me less if I had asked. Just saying. Yeah.
Keys are distributed. You have the 3 rooms at your disposal.
Before we depart, I grabbed Dorian. I know you were feeling just so guilty about poor Bertrand. And I just, here, I just wanted you to have this. And it's a Bertrand doll made with
I knew it.
chicken bones.
shit.
And I took the
is
hair that I
dark.
cut off of Bertrand to make his actual hair.
True Detective season 5.
And he's got a little cane. Maybe you'll remind him of you when you get sad.
Hit me again so we can get this over with.
Oh, Lord.
Idiot.
He is lovely. You are so talented.
Stop.
I will treasure tiny Bertrand forever.
As you look at it, the thing that affixes like the head to it, like something gives, and the head just goes like on its own.
Does it come with little puppeteer, little...
Well, I could give you some string.
But that's okay. No, I'd rather just look at it. So gorgeous.
Let me know, I can teach you some puppeteering.
Thank you so much. Okay. And I'm gonna try to put these greasy chicken bones like in my bag or something for the time being.
Thank you. That's amazing.
Well, you know, it's very cool. It's a very cool place, and, you know, it's home.
How did you go from there to here?
Well, I just walked.
Wow. I didn't know that was something someone could do.
Well, I guess it is.
You gotta show me how to do it. I swear, I didn't even know the Feywild was a real place. You know, people have talked about it, but I thought it was just stories.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, we'll have to go there sometime.
I would love that.
Yeah, I would love to introduce you to my grandma and all of my friends there. And I have such a wonderful group of people that I just love there so much. And,
How long have you been on Exandria?
well, let's see. Maybe 7 months?
Give or take, yeah.
It's 7 or 8 months, something around there. Not very long.
Wow.
Yeah.
Mr. Grass, I just wanted to apologize. I feel like maybe I went too far.
Not at all. I'm sorry I couldn't give you a more satisfactory answer. I just don't have the information, I think.
I felt like I might have made you uncomfortable, and that wasn't my intention to.
Not at all.
I don't play a lot of drinking games.
Me neither.
Oh my gosh, that's not what I wanted to do.
When everyone goes to sleep, I think I'm going to hang upside down and just drain myself because I don't think this is good.
I think I'm still holding it.
Could you just
Do you
spin
want me
me
to
over?
turn you
Yeah,
upside
just and maybe hit my.
And as soon as you finish hitting my, it just like dribbles out like a turned over gas can.
Wait, just hold him for like a minute and let the last of it. Yep.
Yeah, it works. It works.
Ain't like it went anywhere.
Yeah.
Is there any
No, waste
waste
not,
though?
want not.
Yeah.
I mean, when I eat a pie, something happens. It goes away. But like I've seen you eat, copper or two. Is there a
I was
hatch, or-
not built with a poop chute of any sort.
So what happens to the little pieces that you eat?
The copper?
Yeah.
Or other things? They get absorbed into my body to make repairs.
Wow.
And there's nothing left over.
It's right here. It's all over me.
I want to look in there so bad.
You keep coming back to that.
I know, it's just so interesting.
I'm not sure I like the way your eyes look right now.
I won't hurt you, I promise.
Next time I need a significant repair, I'll let you come
I would
take a
love
peek.
to help.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Sleep.
Yes.
Yeah, let's do it.
If you've got shit to be handled in town, you should handle it with a group. I'm just saying, this is a good way to handle your shit. You should handle your shit.
I agree.
And there are people here who will help you handle it. I think I finally had too much. I'm going to sleep. All right.
We need a group
Good talk.
name.
The shit handlers. Yeah, it's good. The shit handlers.
I don't
Just
like
before we all break for bed, really? This is when we're
shit
covering this?
handlers.
Wait, it
feels
everybody
derivative.
Sit back down. If we're gonna have this discussion, let's have it.
Shit back down.
Wait,
Sit
which
back
one?
down, and you'll hear a tale.
We're
Tail.
gonna choose a group name right now.
Well, you keep bringing it up.
Well, I just feel like it's weird.
Well, we just
we
met.
can't make our contract.
Next
What do you
round.
have-
So
Next round.
sleepy. I'm so. Laudna, may I? Oh, you're like the cool side of a pillow.
You just hear my shoulder dislocate.
There's just a little bit of bone piercing through.
Right to the temple.
But I should be forthright. If we continue to sit here much longer, I'm going to be reading all you guys' thoughts.
No,
so it might be
we're
best
gonna
if
go
you
get,
Oh, early to bed, early to rise.
Yeah.
Huh, everybody.
and I'm out.
All right.
As we go to bed, I'm just gonna, right before I shut down, I'm gonna just think, dream. Dream.
And you hear me say, I think you can do it.
I'm dreaming.
You all find your various rooms to rest. Laudna, as you were starting to doze off a bit in that kind of bit of gentle quiet, you do hear a familiar whisper. It says, "Careful, dear. Some things are meant to be kept secret."
Oh, hello. Oh my God, it's been so long since I've heard from you. What have you been up to? Oh, come on, Dee, just tell me.
Please, just be careful.
I didn't say anything that's not like public knowledge. So back off.
That's the end of it.
Good night.
Was she talking to you?
Yes, she's mad because I got chatty.
Has she ever done anything? If you get in trouble with her?
Have I gotten in trouble with her?
Yeah, I mean, I know she's been pissy before, but has it ever come to anything?
I don't know. Has it ever come to anything?
It's come to tense conversations
Yeah.
and threats of denying her gift,
Gifts. Right.
but not yet.
Yeah, sure.
That long to put it together. Fuck.
She'll sometimes, be like, oh, I helped made you. You would be nothing without me. I can take what I can give. Blah, blah, blah. She does that sometimes, but she's never really done it. I don't know.
We gotta get into that institute.
I know. I can just keep strengthening my skills without her.
You won't need her.
I won't need her.
She's listening.
Oh, she probably is. It's an excellent point, though. I've never really strayed far from her up until recently. Well, I'll keep you posted if she starts getting aggressive.
Yeah.
One of the reasons I think we need a group name. The sooner we have it, the sooner we have a contract, the sooner we can get in there.
That's true.
Right?
We'll keep thinking on it. Maybe, something will inspire us in the next day or two.
Yeah.
How are you doing? You looked a little pale there at the end.
Oh no, I was trying really hard not to get into everybody's head, you know what I mean? Yeah. I sneaked into Dorian's for a second.
What'd you see? Come on, tell me.
Just him with his mom. It was quite nice.
Oh.
Yeah, he's a sweetheart.
He is a sweet boy.
Sleep well.
All right, you two. Wake me up if you have any other nightmares. All right?
You know I will.
Okay. The evening comes to you. Rest. Necessary physical respite after a very arduous, damaging experience. But through the night, you get your long rests. You can go ahead and mark that.
Oh, yeah.
Uncertain if dreams found you, fresh cut grass. But there is a little bit of joy in going into your familiar stasis with a goal in mind.
Mm-hmm.
But nothing out of the ordinary.
Okay.
With that, eventually the morning comes. The warmth of day begins to creep in through your various chambers. And the day is yours. As you all begin to one by one muster yourself, your materials, your equipment, and then wander downstairs. You begin to gather again on the bottom floor of the Spire by Fire and gather once more. What would you like to do?
Roll.
Morning, all.
Morning.
Morning.
No, but what are we doing today?
We have a few options,
Okay.
as I see. Oh, what?
Did it happen?
Oh, yes, did you dream?
I don't think so. I mean, nothing out of the ordinary happened. I'm
You
sorry.
twitched a couple times.
I did?
Yeah, I
That's
hadn't
progress.
seen it before.
I feel like I heard you through the wall saying like, oh no, no, no.
I have bad dreams. It's horrible.
I'm just lying.
Well, that's reassuring.
I thought I should have said like, oh, something else.
Logical liar, Fern. Oh my god, I love it.
Well, we have, now that we've learned a bit about each other from last night, we know that some of us have specific goals. Finding your quarry that you've
They
been...
kind of align. I just need to keep checking in.
We have that we could pursue today. We could go to the Starlight Conservatory. Is that what it's called?
We can go there, but it's useless until we get that contract.
Okay. Then there's also the investigating what caused those chairs and tables to come to life. I don't know how we would
bothering
do
me
that.
for a while. That's been bothering me this whole time.
That was right outside of here.
Yeah.
Or tracking down the source or intended recipient of that broomstone that we stumbled upon.
Very curious.
Or I think didn't Lord Estros say that they would have some more work for us, and then possibly did someone else offer us work too? Am I forgetting? I feel like someone offered us work.
We could let the
Who about Corsairs?
Corsairs. We could let the Corsairs know that we did away with old Duger.
I like that idea.
We should probably ask Lord Estros first.
If that's all right.
I think we did already.
I don't know.
Yeah, we talked to him and said, "Is it okay that we didn't use your name?" And he said, "Only if
They
things are
like
cool."
us.
Yeah.
Then he said them. Yeah.
So,
they might like us more, and then we could say his name, and then we could create that introduction.
what do y'all think?
Technically did them a favor too, so
We did.
one less thing for them
Is
to
that the
try.
most pressing matter, or is there something that should we investigate? Pull the thread of your person that you're here to find?
Well, that lies with Lord Estros.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I guess we go there.
I mean, do you think he's had any developments in the past 24 hours?
You gave him the goop, right?
I did.
we did. The goop was given.
It was given in the evening of last night when
Yeah.
you guys went to him. So it's been maybe 12 hours.
I say we tell the Corsairs what happened, and then see if it's time to. If that seems to. That way, at least we're cementing a relationship.
Yeah, and we just saw Estros last night.
Right.
Seems a little.
Do we remember the good password? Wasn't there a good
Yes,
one,
we
bad
do.
one?
It's come to loosen the snare. The snare. The snare. The shade is, I think, what it looks like. What I wrote.
Snave.
Yeah. Snare.
So to the Corsairs then.
Yes. Let's do it.
That
Back
is-
over the bridge and down, because we like
to
to
the
go.
lantern spire.
We love going back and forth between this.
Yeah, you do. You guys keep jumping back and forth. Well-tread territory. And thankfully, the two areas that have an actual physical bridge, so you don't have to pay to get across each way. So that helps too. Okay, gathering your things, finishing a modest breakfast, you head over towards the Fate Walk Bridge across to the Lantern Spire, and then following the familiar path that Ashen leads ahead of you once again, you head to the Elder Post tunnel system beneath into the early morning era of the bazaar, in which case it is much quieter. You can see that a lot of the bustle that you saw when you initially approached is still in a closed down state, and a lot of the spaces are empty. A lot of the carts have been pulled away and are just, you have no idea where they've gone. It seems like it would be too much for everyone to remove and then reset up every single day, but you've also seen some people quickly disassemble and condense their kind of shopping, experience into a very compact and very rapidly escaping mechanism. But as you head into the space, the low oil lanterns still glowing about, there is still a handful of individuals, a few dozen that are kind of wandering around the outskirts of what is now currently the central open space, with a handful of smaller structures that are either still shuttered or in the process of being set up for the day.
Is the baker around, out of curiosity?
You can certainly check around. Go ahead and make a perception, or either a perception check or a charisma check. To ask around.
Perception check.
Okay.
Charisma's a thing. Nope. I got a 1.
Oh, buddy.
Hungover.
Drink this morning.
Looking around, you do not have any sight on the Shadow Baker, and there's probably a good chance that either he has not arrived yet or is not wanting to be found.
All right.
As we finish this last bit of the stretch of the journey, hey, I want to role play with you for a second. Orem walks alongside Imogen, and when he thinks that most of the group are not paying attention, he looks up at her and says, Imogen,
Yeah.
that thing that you do, that thing that you do.
Yeah.
Are you doing that to us, like all the time?
No, I'm really not. I swear.
Or a little bit?
No, I'm trying not to. I don't want to.
Okay. Is there anything that we can do to make that
Easier.
easier on you?
Yeah, don't
other than
think.
50 feet away. Don't think.
Don't think ever. No, I swear, it's, I've worked a long time at blocking it out. It just sometimes it gets a little harder. It's easier if there's less people. This size of a group is something.
Yeah.
But you know what I've noticed since I've been around y'all, which is really interesting. Like all the time, it almost sounds like a swarm of bees.
We're a swarm of bees.
No. Everyone, everything. It's just so much. But, and it's the same sort of feeling that I had with Lana the first time I met her. It was there. She was there, but she was at almost like a different pitch than everybody else. It was musical. It wasn't painful like everybody else.
And you're getting that with us.
It's not quite there, but I'm getting used to the sound, so it doesn't feel as intrusive.
That's a good sign.
That's a great sign. Something I've never experienced before.
Okay. Well, I like you. I'm not too worried about it, but I just wanted to know if there was anything
To be done.
Yeah.
I think if you wear like a metal hat, that'll help a lot.
What does that do? What the fuck is up with that?
I don't know. I think it like blocks out the signal or something, like a lead hat. Let's give it a try.
Are you fucking with me?
No, of course not.
Inside check. Oh, it's okay. It's just 13.
I'm fucking with you.
Magneto helmets for all.
You know what? It might work.
Maybe fresh cracked grass could help.
That's the
me
group
out.
name. The Nitos.
All right. Thank you for role playing with me.
Yeah. So glancing around, no sign of the Shadow Baker.
So formal.
Would you care to roleplay?
Yes, I know. Sounds delightful.
She also got me a really big pouch.
That's what I did. I knew you were giving her a gift, and I didn't want to interrupt it, but I wanted to talk to you.
I was like, it's Fern's pouch. So stupid.
Hey, it works. Unless you have any other business, the root trader is findable without issue. But is there anything else you wish to do while you're here?
Nothing pressing.
No, it's right there.
Heading to the root trader, it is currently closed. It is not yet open this time of morning. But you do, glancing through the somewhat cloudy glass windows, you do see some movement inside.
Oh.
There's a quiet pause. One of the curtains pulls aside, and on the other side you can see Heron, the feathered individual that led you into the interior, kind of glancing past this wide bird eye, like,
We've come to loosen the snare.
oh, it's so early. Goes and opens the door. Come on, fine. Lets you inside. You don't even see Ovalia there yet. Heron's just kind of taking care of the interior. Hurries across, leads you into the same upward spiral and opens into the same hatch chamber. This area is nowhere near as crowded as it was last time. You can see maybe 6 individuals in this room, and now that you have a kind of a better look within and less tension, and Heron kind of holds the lantern forth, you can see there's some cots in the corner. This is definitely just kind of like a resting hangout space, almost like a safe house. And you can see there's like stacks of bunk beds and a few cots. You can see there's some storage crates. You can see there's a number of chairs. You can see there's bundles of just general goods and storage. At just a quick glance with the light around it, and you see as Heron says, come to loosen this snare. Yeah. And tells you all to get up there, and then closes the little latch behind. It's not even staying behind this time, and just kind of letting you guys in there. As it closes, one of the figures, the familiar hooded figure, is kind of sitting in the back, arms crossed, kind of glances over and looks at all of you. Goes over and shakes awake somebody who's snoring loudly on one of the nearby kind of nicer, larger situations of bedding, and quickly pulls up and like with a knife towards the hooded figure, kind of leans back, kind of gives a nudge and a nod over in your direction, and you can see it's Yash. Yash is just kind of rubbing his eyes a bit. I'm terribly sorry. Don't do that again. It could have gone a lot worse. Puts the blade away. Give me just a second. It's a bit early. Gets up. Stretches.
Dreams, that's what'll do that to you.
Starts stretching, touching his toes a bit, like going through.
Join in. That's actually a good idea.
Yeah, see, done. Not a bad idea to do. All right, very easy. If you want to stretch with me, you're welcome to. I'm not going to stop you. Takes a water skin.
Starts going just around and around and around and around.
Pour some water out of like a water skin into a bowl and kind of splashes his face a bit, goes and pulls out vial and
Would you like some coffee?
putting some moisturizer on his face. That's like a whole morning routine that he's going through.
Walking into your actual bedroom, I'm very sorry.
This is not my actual bedroom, but I keep my supplies with me no matter where I am traveling, because you never know where you might be, and nothing is worse than being in unfamiliar and less comfortable situations without your moisturizer.
How is Yasha's skin generally?
Oh, it's glowing.
Yeah.
That routine.
I mean, even in this low light, it's just a beautiful warm shade, and it's smooth. Pores are kept well. Like
Can't even see him.
Would you like some coffee or something?
if you are making coffee, but of course, please.
Well, is there someone I can ask?
Could you make us some coffee? And the hooded figure kind of like
And
looks back
probably
over
enough for all of us would be great.
knocks over and starts setting up. You can see he has like a little iron stove in the corner with a tube that looks like it exits, or it's built into and exits out of the chamber from above. It kind of sets a small fire and begins boiling some water. So Yash turns, grabs a chair, scoots it around and sits on it with it kind of facing the opposite direction, kind of leaning over it. All right, so you're back so soon. You're not dead, so I assume that Duggar has not quite done to you what he did to your friend, which is
He's
good.
dead.
Duggar's dead.
We've done to Duggar.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, very well done. That is, I'm not going to say that I didn't expect a different outcome, but congratulations.
We're as shocked as anybody, believe me. The broomstone, on the other hand, was not found.
I have no idea what Duggar was doing with Broomstone personally.
Seems like a dangerous thing to have running around the city, that's all.
It's dangerous, but it's also worth a lot of money on black market for people who want to, depending on what its uses are. That is a very controlled element. I assume that it's probably, sought after is the common phrase for, by probably arcanists and engineers. There's a lot of uses. I don't often hear people clamoring for it, because to try and usher it away from the Elsfaran Union and any of the other individuals that control sources of it is very, very dangerous.
Fucking crazy.
You said he was going back and forth between this and the Smolder Spire?
The handful of times that he was traveling beyond his house, yes.
I wonder if that's a lead for where to...
Did you know where?
I have to ask around. I wasn't paying particular attention to him. We just kind of kept an eye on him. But I can certainly inquire.
The weird thing I keep thinking about is I thought at first that just wanted the broomstone for some fucking crazy reason, was doing some sort of crazy fucking shit because he was all fucked up. But since it wasn't there, what was he doing with all that fucking money?
Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad.
Glad you're fucking watching.
He had a bunch of money?
I mean, if he was getting rid of it, he must have been getting something out of it. If he was getting something out of it, why? Because clearly he wasn't spending that money. That place was a shithole.
Well, that place also seemed to be a cover.
So is
for
there a
where
place
he was
that
actually?
isn't a shithole, or is there?
It seems like he's living underground.
Is he
somewhere.
comfortable in shitholes? I don't think.
Do you think he's working for someone else? Do you think? No, see, we were looking for that. We were thinking if he leaves us and then goes ahead and joins the syndicate, then we have to fucking take him out. But no, things didn't seem that way. But do you think is he doing this for the syndicate?
No idea.
He barely seemed human anymore.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. When he came out, when we saw him, he was a lump of jelly.
He was like a dollop of honey falling out of a hole.
Yeah.
And he was in a hole, and he was kind of like working his way through it.
Yeah. And then he came out, and all of a sudden he was him again. I know what that sounds like.
Like a honey dispenser.
But it's the truth. Oh God, that
I
is
think what we're saying is whatever we witnessed went beyond the normal realm of petty crime and smuggling. It was something deeper, something worse.
That is certainly, that's the stuff of nightmares, what you're saying there. I'm going to scrub my brain from that mental image, and I'm sorry you had to see that. But.
Does it connect to the dancing furniture?
Oh.
I'm sorry, I just have to keep mentioning that because it's still fucking...
What dancing furniture now?
We got attacked by a dining set. There was a carpet and a table.
Furniture exploded in the public square.
All right, great, good for you.
Just throwing that out there, I don't know. It's been a weird week.
Well, we've done a bit of a favor for you, whether you asked for it or not. I think one thing we're hoping for here is that we're in a little bit better standing.
Yeah, no, we'll stop following you. We're good.
Thanks.
You were following us?
Of course.
Did you all notice?
I figured, but they didn't notice.
It's cool.
And you have been very honest. You have corroborated up front exactly where we saw you go.
Are we easy to follow?
Extremely. You do not cut a low profile at all.
Oh my goodness.
We'll work on that.
We should.
You barely even try.
Yeah, that's true.
And we lost track at a certain point. So when you put your mind to it, you can disappear, but you do not put your mind to it often.
That is true. Yes.
Our collateral.
Nothing will come of your collateral unless you do something to fuck us over.
All right. That's what I figured.
I have no interest in hunting down fathers. Unless you fuck us over. But until then, do not worry about it. If we're friendly, we're friendly. It is perfectly okay.
Yeah, rather than be at odds.
Precisely.
I think we'd rather work in concert.
Well, to be honest, there's a lot of factions at work in this city that have a lot more power and influence and are far more dangerous than whatever we do. So, people not affiliated with them that we can stay friendly with, that works in our favor as much as it does yours.
Do you have a relationship with Lord Estras?
No, we have not had the pleasure of speaking with the inheritor of the Prudage estate.
But you know who he is?
It's hard not to know. I mean, there's plenty of odd rumors about that strange old coot.
He's great. Actually, that's who I was talking about the last time, but I was very not
Yeah, he knows
specific.
about you.
He's hard-pressed to not know about us. We kind of, we'll leave a bit of a trail.
What type of rumors?
There are some people that say perhaps, some folks at least have reason to believe that maybe he actually killed his previous employer, Prudage,
That's
to
what
take
our
the
that's what our
estate.
landlady was thinking too. I feel like she had the inclination.
That's right. She did mention that.
Others believe that the reason nobody ever sees him is because he hides a dark secret. He never leaves. He never goes into public eye. He stays in his house and just sends out other sentinels and mercenaries and hired hands to do his bidding, to do his work.
That's us, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, so you are one of these contracted individuals.
I work for a lot of people.
We don't have a contract presently, but
No, we
we've
don't.
met the gentleman.
We're trying to come up with a group name.
Yes.
Do you have any suggestions?
I feel like it's weird.
None that you would enjoy.
Outside.
Okay, well, a little exercise. What is the first word that pops into your head when you look at us?
Oh, that's a good.
Nope.
Trouble. But
Maybe we can work with the trouble.
Just
The troubles. The trouble cliffs.
The trouble finds you.
I like that. I like that a lot.
That sounds like every
please do
club
not use
name.
that. I would be embarrassed by association. Some other people think maybe he's like a vampire or some sort of creature that absconds from the light because he stays away from it.
I wonder if he is a vampire. You know, we never.
Would you
I
be able to
personally-
sense that? Oh yeah, what's your take?
Definitely
What do you think? What the fuck is up with that?
I think he's just a creepy, lonely old man with a lot of money. But who knows? Except for unless you do because you work for him, which, by the way, what can you spill?
Seems to have a better opinion of you than you do of him.
You seemed nice.
I don't have a negative opinion. I'm just curious.
Paranoid.
I know something about him that you probably don't know.
Do tell, strange horned lady.
Can you give me something for it?
Make a persuasion check.
Guide? No.
No! I rolled a 2.
You guys can't roll.
Okay.
Spend it all on rollies.
All I was going to say was...
High rolls on rollies.
Lollies. That wasn't it. I can't do impressions. Hey, this is my Christopher Walken.
Oh boy, yeah, that tastes nice.
That's your backup character right there.
He is an amazing baker, is what I was gonna say.
Really?
Yes.
I actually can't confirm
Yeah.
Well, they have to set up some sort of competition with our very own Shadow Bakery Freed there one day.
Oh, I never ate that damn thing he gave me.
The purple.
I paid for it.
The purple pastry.
Do you think it's stale by now?
that. Yes.
Fine. Reach in my bag.
It's a little stale.
Fuck.
That was quick.
Yeah.
Well,
It's
if
not
you-
like wrapped in plastic or anything.
Let me see it.
If we see the
You want to try it?
if we see the Shadow Baker, then we'll get some more.
It still tastes decent. It's just a little harder.
That's
I ate
fine.
one bite. I'll take one
That's
bite.
fine.
You can have it, Orm.
God damn it. Half the size of my head.
But good to know that. Is an unexpected purveyor of baked goods. That is interesting information. Thank you.
Oh, did you give something valuable away?
I told him that he is an excellent baker, so I gave him some pretty great information.
Anyway, if you'd like us to set up a meeting or something, just let us know.
Is he interested in meeting? What did a strange recluse like him have any business with us for?
He certainly wouldn't tell us.
I get the impression that he wants to do good in this city, and he thinks that you also do.
I think anyone who lives a life of inherited money wants to do good. Well,
I don't know, Dorian? What?
Short guy, low blows.
you see the hooded figure in the back kind of crosses his arms, leans against the wall, staring right in your direction, Dorian.
Not everyone with money is bad. Just some.
Many.
Possibly this one.
I do believe he does want to do good. But that's just my belief. I could be wrong.
I look at the guy in the back who's eyeing up Dorian. Is he like targeting him? Is he taking note?
Make a persuasion, or I'm sorry, make a perception check.
Didn't even clock out.
What is that, 11? 15.
Gil.
Don't fuck me, Gil. 15 total.
15?
Whispers. There's lots of whispers. Our friends at Ghostfire Gaming have a new episodic subscription service called Fables.
Wow, I feel like I just tuned into NPR.
And don't forget
Sure
that
it's not helping.
NordVPN
No.
is the easiest way to hide your IP and physical location. And also sticky notes.
I just look at him. I don't know if I kind of like cross in front of his vision, and just my eyes go black. I just kind of crack my head a little bit, and I do unsettling presence to him.
Jeez.
Okay.
I'm so in for it.
The figure, you can see like in their full body kind of, leather instead of leather armor, the kind of light gray cloak and hood.
I just go.
And just like rushes off out of the corner of the room and just sits down and kind of watches quietly from a distance. Almost seems to the somewhat broad and intimidating form that they cut within the chamber is diminished into almost a child in timeout. Well, I am not against having a conversation with your wealthy patron. We just have to have some assurances. Understand that the person you speak of naturally is a little more aligned with those that we consistently work against.
Absolutely.
You see now, like, the jovial nature of Yash begins to kind of become a little more of a cutting intensity. Money and influence in this city is a commodity that is passed around by a very small number of faceless members of the Quorum. And we continuously want to find out who they are and expose them. And if it means taking every copper, silver, or gold to their name until they are forced to expose themselves to the public, we'll do it. So if your friend, this Lord Eshdras, is keeping anything or anyone hidden that is in our sights, we will not hesitate to remove him from the equation. But if you trust him, and he seems genuinely interested, and is willing to meet on our terms, I'll think about it.
We do, in fact.
I trust your terms more than I trust him, but I figure you know how to take care of yourself.
You've got a direct line to him through us. What assurances do you need?
And if we smell anything, we'll tell you.
Let me talk with my compatriots. I am but one of many, and I feel it would be untoward to my trusted associates to make a decision on this without their opinions placed against it. So, you're all staying at the Spire by Fire, yes?
At the moment?
Yeah.
Amongst other places.
Amongst other places.
It's a good place to start.
Well, we'll find you when we have come to an accord and are ready, if at all, to have such a conversation with your lord.
How does one become a part of this club?
The club.
Organization.
No. I like it. I like it. We'll call it a club. If you wish to join this club, you have to do some illegal things. You have to go through some trials of trust building. You have to put your neck on the line for our interests and values and show that you are willing to give everything for what we are willing to give everything for. And you will either wind up arrested and at the mercy of the Quorum with no information to incriminate any of us, or show that you have some skill, show that you have the means of completing the things you promise, and be willing to give what is at your disposal to share amongst the rest of us, to share amongst the rest of them. And he gestures to the greater city around.
Oh, well, that's where I draw the line.
Well, then, perhaps this is not meant to be a business element here, but we believe in those who are capable work for the greater sum to share amongst those that are not. And those that have far too much and have not earned it with capability, will share it for them.
That sounds like a good way to run a club.
Come talk to me when you're ready to join the club.
Okay.
You'll never be ready to join the club, but if you do, let me know.
Okay.
Going to have some coffee. Hey! Points over to the hooded figure in the corner. It's like, goes and begins to pour some coffee. Anyone else? You said you wanted some?
I think we'll probably go.
Yeah. There's nothing pressing here, right?
Yeah.
All
I
right.
mean, I'll just take a little to go in my cup.
Sure.
Okay.
Goes in.
If you want, you can pour it inside my body,
My body.
and I'll just have it like a thermos for later.
Do you keep it at a good temperature?
I think I might be able to.
Sounds right.
It's like a liquid cooling system type of a
Liquid
situation.
heating system.
All for Sam. For grasping Fern's thermos the rest of this campaign.
Well, we can try it.
There's a single rod of plutonium inside.
Yeah.
Let's give it a try.
Okay.
Use some to smuggle shit.
Just pour some
Did it
coffee.
make you feel uncomfortable?
all right,
Any of
all
that
right.
stuff inside
Nope,
of you before?
nothing.
Okay. He takes this like filtered bit of cloth and puts the grinds on it and kind of pours the water over it. And you are nothing if not a very interesting way to start my day. Pours it through, and sure enough, you hear it begin to fill up a bit.
Best part of waking up, fresh grass in your cup.
And I'll say that last bit for me. You are a fascinating piece of machinery, my friend.
I agree. Well,
How do you feel?
a little warmer.
Interesting.
Is he okay?
I don't know. Are you okay?
I think so.
Perfect. All right. Get the fuck out.
All right.
Thank you so much.
He said that he's not the leader, but all those other guys just hang back the whole time. I know. He really feels like a spokesman.
I know he feels like a leader. He feels like a leader.
You should just own it.
Well, that wasn't a strikeout, but we don't have any actionable intel.
We made the connections,
What,
so
I wonder what note Ashley's writing down right now.
FCG is also a thermos.
Okay. Good to note.
Trouble.
I'm not against it.
What if we can be the troubles?
Oh no, trouble.
That sounds, I'm trying to find the word. That sounds like an a cappella group.
It does. Just like the treble clefs. God damn it.
I do like the bell being in
I
there
do
somewhere.
too. I think Bertrand got us all together. We should honor him.
I do too. I do too.
So we back out on the street.
Not good.
We'll say you guys, you make your path through the root trader back into the Elder's Post, which is still in the process of assembling itself for the day's business, but the city is yours.
So,
Do we see a baker before?
Would you like my perception check again?
Yep. Ooh, 14.
14. You glance around a bit, and he is not present at this hour.
Okay.
well, do we go back to Esteros now, or do we? Is there anywhere else to check? I mean, well, we got nothing. We got no leads. The trail's gone cold.
That's true.
Oren, you said the person you were looking for. They were wreaking havoc. They stole something. Are you also trying to track something?
No. Did I say that?
I don't know. I'm trying to fill in the
I think
gaps.
so. No, I'm looking for
So there was just.
someone else who's worked for Lord Estros.
Oh.
No, excuse me, I misspoke. He knows a lot of. He hires a lot in town, and knows a lot of. I don't know what's the right word. Mercenaries.
That's a fine word.
So he may know this person?
He claims to.
Oh.
What was their name?
Braccio.
Braccio or Brachel?
Ashad.
Brashad.
Braccio.
Brashad.
Oshad.
Oshad.
Seems like an animal.
Apparently also known as the Anger.
Well, that's
The anger or the amber?
Anger.
The
That's
anger.
a very specific name.
Sure is. Yeah.
Is that anything we would have heard around town?
Roll a history check if you want to.
I'm into it.
I will, just in case. Tact.
18.
18. Yeah. You haven't been here long enough probably to pick up on those who've like been in the vicinity. 18. Oshad Braccio doesn't catch your ear at all, but the Anger you know of. There are certain mercenaries, not unlike where Lord Estro seems to have claimed his past emanated from, that make a name for themselves. The anger you know of because whenever certain bar brawls that get very violent tend to happen, there's a phrase that's occasionally muttered by those that were around running these establishments 20, 30 years ago that says, don't be careful, you'll rouse the anger. This is a mercenary that was known to shut down any sort of bullshit that happened in public establishments, and anybody that began to break public property would be taken outside and beat with an
I would
entire
definitely
life.
know this fucking story.
Yeah, they were a known mercenary. God damn it. They were
I can see it on the inside.
a very talented sellsword who was quite traveled around Exandria, but originated out of elements of Ancrel and the surrounding sands before eventually moving from mercenary to actually becoming a hired personal bodyguard to one of the Mahan houses here, and thus the legend of the anger faded from view because they were no longer the rough and tumble coin-seeking sellsword, and were now got a real job. And that was like 10 years ago.
I relay this much as Matt did, except with
more fucks.
More fucks. Shits, fucks, motherfuckers.
Many fucks given.
Many fucks given.
Sorry, and Orum's connection to this, that information would be new, what Ashton knew, but Orum's connection to this, Fern and I are already privy to, right?
Correct.
Yeah, just double checking.
I don't know if that's helpful, but that's what I got.
Well, I know all of that already.
Know where to find him?
I mean, how many houses are there?
Of the Mahan houses?
Yeah.
Well, there are a number that work within the actual council, but there are dozens of Mahan houses. There's like the lord families that run the city, and the larger Odiran wilds surrounding it.
Somebody's got to know.
Yeah. Some are scattered in other cities throughout, but the central ones here, there's a couple dozen.
No one entirely disappears. Somebody's got to know. There's somebody who owns a bar somewhere, somebody who was a last hire.
But nothing concrete to start on.
It's been a decade.
Esteros thinks maybe he can make an introduction.
Back to Esteros then?
Yeah, I mean, it's the next day, but I don't really know what else to do.
You can tell him we made the connection.
Yeah.
That's true. Yeah. I mean, he'd want to know. Especially if the Corsairs are going to start digging into him because we brought his name up.
Smart.
Yeah.
As you begin to piece together your plot to figure out your path in the city, who best to ask and who best to inquire, their knowledge, experience, and perhaps direction to give you onto any of these various threads, we're going to take a break. Because we're at that time.
Man, what a fun half.
It's a mystery.
Inside an enigma. In a riddle.
Indeed. Back here in a few minutes. We'll see you guys here shortly.
Uh-oh. There's some people over here I must have totally forgot about.
We don't have the strength alone. It's the truth. If we try to storm the gates again, we will be killed.
By what?
How long has she been in the ditches? Just a week. She'll learn.
I could help.
You've never seen the gates of the sun. I have. I know what lurks there.
But to explore the Astoyan necropolis beyond, it's a scholar's dream.
This is no dream. It's not even a nightmare. Nightmares end. Our imprisonment in the ditches is eternal.
But if we can pass through the gates.
Horrors unimaginable await beyond the gates.
But you have magic, weapons. Together we could survive the necropolis, make it through to the surface, be free there.
Free. The sun itself has forsaken Astoya. There is no freedom.
Can't give up. Have to keep going. Blacketh Kasivim Krashet. On the move.
I wonder if this is worth the cost. Wonder if the gods are watching me. Outmaneuver them. Don't waste a step.
My penitent child.
Ugh, he left. Oh well. Alright, let's get this direction here.
What's in here?
Okay. Alright. We'll take the next 2 minutes and 30 seconds to, for a little break. So just tune out and enjoy for a minute. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. We are back.
And welcome back. So, as you all begin to travel amongst the surface streets of Drusar, what is it that you want to do?
Well,
No, go ahead. No, you go ahead. You go ahead. You had a well, which is much more.
I was just gonna say, I feel like if we're talking mercenaries and we're trying to get more information about the anger, then
Shake my trees, sure.
Yeah.
Let's head to the Crook House. See who's around.
That's really good of you.
well, what else are we gonna do?
Okay. Thanks.
Okay.
All right.
Following Ashton's lead, you head back to one of the, what is a new path for a lot of you, but it's one of the number of familiar paths into the Fonzie Hollow, to the odd interior kind of social oubliette of the lightless hollow itself, climbing down the levels and layers and ladders until eventually you find the familiar exterior facade of the Crook House. There at the kind of brightly colored exterior and the door that awaits you, you enter into the chamber. The smell of burnt metal, like something had been welded recently through arcane arc tool technology, or at least very, very heavily heated and electrically charged. That kind of scent hits the air, and but it feels like it's dissipated a bit. And at the first glance, you don't see Milo anywhere. Instead,
yep, here it comes. I knew it.
You see Aniata, who's currently in the process of looking through a book and has a mostly eaten sandwich in her left hand, and she goes like,
"You can read?
You can talk?"
Good morning.
Morning.
Annie, this is everybody. Annie, I think you've already briefly met.
Hey, don't take anything.
Why were you looking at me when you said that?
She's like the kind of person that would take something.
How do you know that?
Because it takes one to know one.
You're adorable.
I'm not going to say what I was going to say back. Welcome to the house, I guess.
We've been running into some trouble. You haven't heard any word about, I don't know, some broomstone running around? And this is, I know, coming kind of even more out of the middle of nowhere.
I genuinely have no idea what broomstone even is, so probably not.
Expensive. When was the last thing you heard about the anger?
Wow. I do it.
Fuck around.
Like the anger?
The anger. You know where they ended up?
I mean,
I couldn't play you're that old, but...
Well, no, like, you know, they get reputations around here, but they're before my time. That's like old guard.
Do you know any old people?
F it.
I mean, Shadana's old.
I know. She's old and...
But no, like, he was...
old.
I think he was hired by the Loomis twins.
We gotta leave, guys. We gotta leave.
Loomis twins?
The Lunis or Loomis?
Loomis, like Lumas.
What spire was that again?
Oh, that would be the Lucent Spire. That's where all them rich fucks live, but... I mean, that's getting up into the upper echelon.
I may have to see what we can do about that. Fuck.
You're not planning to go talk to them, are you?
Not personally, but...
Good fucking luck.
We'll see. They can be very persuasive.
Okay, yeah. No, go for it. Please, be my guest. Go ahead and talk to Mahan Loomis. Wish you all the best luck.
Is it hard to talk to the well-to-do families here?
Yes. I mean, I don't know where you come from, if you want to talk to, very, very rich people out of nowhere about things.
Well, we have a rich with us.
We do. You all speak a similar language, right?
Sort of. They tend to isolate themselves from everyone. I think the only people that rich people fear more than poor people is other rich people.
This is very, very useful.
But maybe you have some riches in common that you could bond over or something.
I'd gladly try.
If anything, honestly, you can just lead with saying that you're Lord, and they'll probably respect you more.
You do look good. You look... I don't even know how you maintain that level of cleanliness in here, because this is, by its very design, extremely filthy.
Every night I have it. Anyway,
Annie, who's finished her sandwich, was licking the fingers and just goes like
100 strokes
and rubs it on the outside of the cloak.
Charming. I will gladly help in any way that I can.
Did you get that gig, by the way?
I haven't gone into full audition yet. It's still about a week off.
You know what, Annie? It just occurred to me as you rubbed your food on Dorian over here. You know, you were a little bit nervous or embarrassed to play for us before.
I wasn't nervous. I was embarrassed.
But if you wanted some guidance from an expert in the musical craft, well, we have one with us right now who could possibly give you some criticism or advice or help on your budding audition.
Oh, you're a musician, are you?
I am by trade.
Not just any
Is
musician.
that how you afford your fancy clothes?
I have made plenty of money. What is the word? I'm a bard for certain.
Obviously, we've all heard of you. Please tell me, what's your name?
My name is Dorian Storm. Surely you've heard. I've played the Gilded Goat for certain. That was one a few months ago.
Make a deception check.
Fuck.
Not real. Come on.
Ooh. 17.
You see Annie's like looking at you real hard, waiting for you to fumble through this, and kind of goes like, "All right, well, what do you play?"
I play the flute, the lute, anything that rhymes with flute or lute. I'm kidding. I sing a little bit from time to time. I can play a boot. If you gave me one, I'd tap away at it.
Only I'd feed.
What are you auditioning for? Did you say audition, Ashton?
That was the word.
Yeah, that was kind of the word.
Not just any audition. This is the finest theater in all of the city. It's called the Dreamscape Theater.
It's kind of a shithole, but it is the finest shithole in the city.
What is your act? I'm interested. Is anyone else interested? Or is it
Of
just
course, but we don't want to put.
I've
We
seen
don't.
it.
You know, if maybe you could just have a private.
you don't want to put them on the spot, but you want to put me on the
Well,
spot.
you're a fantastic performer
I
of
gotta ask,
international renown.
Now, are you one of them like rich boy prepared music types, a lot of rehearsal? Or are you more of like an improviser?
Oh, I can do it all.
Jam session. Jam session. Is a jam session about to happen?
Leashes
Jam,
under.
I've seen
Oh
it.
my god.
I've seen it.
I got jam. Goes and starts making a little sandwich.
It's on my shirt.
Yeah. See if you can follow. Pulls out this
wait.
kind of nice fiddle that she had kind of hidden underneath it. Kind of.
Are you gonna guidance him?
Yeah. I'm gonna cast enhance ability.
Yay!
All right. This isn't about me. You don't want two strings.
Oh, this is entirely about you, honey. I'm sorry. You walk in here looking like that, saying that you're a well-traveled musician. I can't lose an opportunity to take you down several pegs.
Oh, you shit. And I'm gonna pick my loot back out. And is this the devil went down to Georgia scenario right now?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, I'm gonna go over to Dorian and just sort of say, well, no matter what happens, just keep it positive and remember you. Just don't rush the beat, all right? Okay. and I'll cast enhance ability, Eagle's Splendor, so you have advantage on all performance checks.
All right.
How does that look as you cast it upon him?
Oh boy, I've never cast this spell before. I
know,
don't
that's
know
why
what I have to do.
First time spells, that's standard.
Sure. I'm going to I'll just have you look straight into my eyes, and my eyes will just sort of glow blue, and shine a light into yours, sort of lighting yours up blue for a second.
That feels nice. And I will start to lay down the rhythm section of a funky little rural beat.
All right.
Right as he starts to play, I'm gonna prestidigitation and like little lights are gonna sparkle up around his head, and it's gonna look like in lights it says Dorian Storm.
If you could audibly hear an eye roll out of Annie as the head goes to. Is the company you keep? Sure. But as she's saying that to you, you can see the back of her heel is starting to pick up on the beat, just kind of instinctually. She starts rolling into a bit.
Wait, come here. There's something in your hair.
Oh, thank you.
And as he bends down, a blue flower blooms out of Orum's hand and is now tucked into Dorian's hair.
Everything.
Sorry.
Everything.
All of it.
I had to kick the battle music in because here we are.
Crushed.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
And with that, as soon as you start laying down the beat, Annie starts hitting the fiddle and it's kind of low string and pick up, kind of matching your beat, but also like kind of taking what you're laying down and beginning to guide it and almost trying to overpower it a bit. Make a performance check.
Come on. With advantage.
That'd be a natural 20.
Oh shit! Plus?
See if you can get two. See if you can get two of them.
Just in case.
Plus what?
Just you
Plus
roll
your performance.
Oh, plus my performance 27.
Yeah, see, that all comes together.
Roll again.
I want to see you get
I'm not gonna get 20. That would never happen. Oh my god! Yeah! Let's go! My friend!
Are you serious?
What the fuck was that? Take a picture of that shit.
Oh my god.
Do it! It's magic.
Oh my god.
That I feel blessed.
Oh, it was
As
like
Annie
he had a moat.
leans in with a fairly fierce performance, how do you respond?
I could stop the rhythm section and just bust out a killer shredding solo, but I don't. I don't.
Not time.
I ease back and I set up a solo for her.
For her. Now, Annie was feeling confident as soon as you set up the solo. In that moment, you see the look in her eyes of panic as she wasn't expecting to be gone. She was pushing into you to try and get you off of your game, and you immediately reversed it on her. And in that brief moment, you can see there's a gap in her part. And for a few beats, the bow of her fiddle doesn't move. And then she kind of shakes and tries to catch up, and you threw her off tremendously on that bit. Let's go ahead and do another performance roll.
Oh my
This
god.
is a progressive challenge.
Oh, okay.
You're like, no.
You still have advantage.
Ooh.
Advantage.
Mm-hmm. Okay, 22.
22, okay. At this point, as Annie picks up and is now like kind of finding herself back in the beat, caught up, now she pushes forward into the solo. And with that, even though you're trying to meet her there, she, even just physical body language, she kind of almost begins to stand a bit from that sitting position where she was eating. She's now up and is beginning to kind of domineer you just from a stature. Even though she's effectively shorter than you from standing height, right now there is a force of intention there. And while you both are fairly evenly matched, she's beginning to crest beyond. She rolled pretty well and is like just starting to push over that, and her solo's starting to pick, and the rest of you are like, damn, this girl's got some skills.
Yep.
This girl's got some skills.
Damn.
God damn it. Let's go. This is the final roll.
Okay, final roll. Let's see what happens. That would be a 25.
Wait, did you advantage?
No.
Oh my god.
It might be better.
No, 25.
Okay. It both, as soon as her solo finishes, she immediately responds and throws a solo to you, hoping to catch you off guard. Are you off guard?
No, feels right. There's a great solo on her part. So I just answer right back, jump out of the rhythm section, and blast out a little high-pitched solo on a lute. Can you do that? I don't even know.
Even if you couldn't, you're pulling it off.
Sweet, let's go.
He's doing it, Peter. He's doing it. And as you begin to carry it forward, you can see Annie starting to look anxious and nervous, looks back at you, continues to fiddle faster and faster, and is meeting that point before ding! Oh. Natural one on her part.
Oh.
And she goes, fuck, shit, and just like stands up and storms off. All right, you're good. He's good. He's good.
Andy,
Not better than me.
Okay?
Are you okay?
Could you tell us?
Are you okay?
Oh no!
Are you okay, Annie?
No.
Now, Annie storms out. Slams the door behind. Opens up and he goes like, someone dropped something for you in your room.
Oh.
And slams it again.
Hopefully it's not a death threat. I'm gonna go into my room.
That was amazing! Anything, it was all you guys! It was the stage work. It filled me with confidence.
It was great.
What was that thing you did? I just wanted you to, grab the bull by the dick,
I did. I grabbed that. I did.
Well, I mean, they're gonna really know it if you grab them by the dick, right?
That's right. Is that the same?
That's the somewhere out there.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Thank you for the assist. Yes.
Yeah,
Let's grab that dick
hard
together.
to piss her off, but you did a really good job regardless.
I wasn't trying to. I wanted
No,
to.
it's super easy to do, but wow.
It's fun.
She appreciated it.
And she's very good.
No, she's very good. But damn.
As you glance into your chamber,
Yeah.
it's easy to catch your eye because your room is colorful disarray.
Yeah.
It's just the nature of the Crook House in general. It is intentional, deliberate, tattered edges. Is kind of the colorful aesthetic of the interior. But a pristine wax sealed
Crabs.
Is this ringing a bell?
Oh no. The wax seal is familiar.
What is it?
So official.
He's alone. We can't ask him. Damn it.
Narrate your own dreams.
Oh.
Okay. Get to that in a second. I'm going to put it in my pocket and come on in and
Everything okay?
yeah, maybe we'll see.
You
Give
look
me a minute.
shook.
Yeah, you look real.
Visibly shook.
That was quite a performance.
It was.
It was. It truly was.
Is Ephid here? We should talk to Ephid. Is Ephid around? Ephid! Is Ephid around? I'm going to yell loudly.
Well, Ephid, is not too much of a proximity to the Crook House, but with maybe a 5-minute jaunt out of the space, you can go ahead and find your way to Ephid's place.
Yep. Well, I figured this
Is
out.
Evid in relation to whatever it is you got?
Maybe. Don't know. Find out.
All right, so you make your way over towards Ephid's abode?
Yeah.
Okay. As you all follow Ashen outside of the Crook House, and climbing up about 3 tiers of the near opposite end of this, darkly lit chamber, you see this mess of rope and net that almost resembles a hanging nest, like an upside down hanging nest, within this kind of partially collapsed cavern that goes back about 20 or so feet. But the mouth of it and the roof of it is just this mess of heavily nailed in hanging pieces of frayed and rotted rope with exterior nets that have kind of partially been broken apart in places or have holes in them that have just been layered over and affixed, where it creates this weirdly almost organic looking interior from a distance, but you get up close and just looks like a bunch of scavenged shit that's been nailed and pushed to the walls to create this almost nightmare jungle gym aesthetic to it. You know this to be Ephid's place.
Ephid! You awake? You there?
There's a brief pause, and you start seeing from the dark interior of the chamber, there's one little glowing light in the far end that begins to kind of shake, and then begin to approach in this swinging pattern towards you.
Oh my God, it's an anglerfish.
And you begin to see, climbing upside down across the ceiling, a male Aesfura, older in his years, with a deep brown feather pattern that drifts into kind of a fading grayish yellow tint at the tips. You see the wings that come off of his arms. It looks like the feathers aren't coming out properly, and the arms are jointed strange.
In the gun, make the 9 stretch. Niggas with attitude, but we come straight out of Highbridge. I'm gonna make.
All right. So, sorry about that last little hiccup.
From
had
the
some
shadows
technical difficulties, but we
expand.
fixed
You
it.
see
For those
the
who might be
beak,
joining us
dark,
just now,
almost black at the
we are
tip,
playing
kind of
Baldur's
opening a
Gate.
bit with this inhale before it goes. Hello. Did you call for me, Ashton?
Yeah, so we're playing Baldur's Gate, Baldur's Gate 3.
Yes.
What is your deal?
Yes,
Ashton?
I had a couple questions. If you've got a second, I'm working on some stuff to make some money.
No, I really don't. Let's go.
Busy today, but I'll make it work for you.
All right.
Kind of scatters a bit close, and now is climbing down one side, and you can see it looks like their arms were broken at one point in the past and didn't quite heal correctly, but it doesn't slow them down, and they move across this space with a speed and a grace that is impressive. And they kind of extend themselves out, and the neck turns, and you can see them kind of, as they're still kind of staying focused towards Ashton, is very much curious and looking over each of you.
I'm sure Milo mentioned that I'm running with a new crew to try and pay the bills.
I've heard a thing or two, and I've seen you come through.
A couple things we're trying to track. Do you know where some broomstone might have gone in this city? We're trying to track a little bit of that around.
Plenty of it comes in and out, but it's all attached to ships.
This would be in the nude, so to speak.
Can't say I have. No. It's dangerous to move.
Yeah.
Why do you ask, crack one?
We had to deal with somebody who was moving some around. It's been a weird week, you know. I'm sure you heard about the fucking murderous table carpet shit that went down, and then had to deal with this guy who was moving that shit around. We're also trying to find the anger back in the day. And with all of this going the fuck on, one of these shows up in my room. I don't suppose you saw who dropped this off.
I did see a courier come through. Wasn't dressed like the rest of us. Looked like they were for money.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay.
Who's it from, if I can ask?
That costs more than you have.
Well, you've asked a lot of questions, and they cost more than you have, so good day. And begins to clamber back into the cave, but the head that continues to watch all of you in turn kind of stops. Why?
You remind me so much of a friend of mine, Dr. Nesbit.
Who's this Nesbit?
It's a friend of mine. Oh.
Oh, shit.
Oh, but we have to go.
Yep.
Oh, hello,
Dr.
I'm
Ned.
Fern.
I love her. I met her. The Fallen.
Don't let the name fool you. It'll fuck you up. It's a whole thing. I think he wants to know who this doctor is, if you feel like sharing.
Oh, it's not a real doctor. It's just, a bird that's a friend of mine, and I named him Dr. Nesbit.
Hi. Good day, Ashton.
I'll just throw a little bag of 50 gold.
With immediate speed, like catches it. Kind of shakes it and just listens, not even like breaking eye contact from you, just kind of. You're very kind, Ashton.
Well, I'd like to keep on your good side.
You're doing well. Be yourself, you know. Proud of you. Tucks it into like this little side satchel pouch that's kind of affixed around one of the shoulders.
Did you know anything about where the anger is?
Worked for the twins before everything else turned to shit, and then begins to climb back into the shadows.
What you get is what you get.
What does that mean?
Before everything went to shit?
What went to shit?
Well, we have a lead.
Yeah.
What did you get? What?
This, at the moment, is nothing. It may be something. I will let you know.
Can we read it?
Rollies?
Wow.
What'd you roll?
17.
Fuck, I did too.
Double
That's the
rollies.
third time we've rolled the same.
Any of you's played this game knows this shit happens all the time.
I'll compromise.
Rollies is a
Okay.
mysterious and wondrous thing.
Are you redacting things?
Yep. Yep.
I love it.
Ashton, you're redacting all of it.
That's what you get for a tie. Compromise. No one's happy.
I have an 8 when you are ready.
An 8?
Yep.
Like the number 8?
Suppose so.
Wow, you really did redact it. I can't tell what that says.
Nope.
What if you hold it up?
Yeah.
And get like a.
Don't subvert his.
It's a perfectly reasonable subversion. Would not fight it. I'll see if that pans out into anything, but that will require some private time. So that's not something I can bring people to.
You usually don't bring people to private time.
God, you made that sound weird. I'm so impressed. This is good. There's certain things we all have got some private shit.
We keep hearing about
The twins.
Loomis twins.
Yeah.
So
Now we have a question
Next
for our
step.
patron.
That's true.
yeah.
We've got more information to bring to Lord
We
Estros.
got a question to ask. How can we get to meet the Loomis twins?
Maybe you can set something up.
Maybe we could.
Rich people want to meet rich people. Isn't that right?
Or they're afraid of rich.
The opposite.
Yeah.
I think maybe it's a two-way thing. Maybe I don't know. Fuck.
Could be, but we're a big group, big diverse group. I'm not
Maybe
sure.
Lord Estros can make it seem like we're a bunch of rich people too.
It's more of a.
Perfect, because then I can go do my thing while you do that, because that ain't gonna work over here.
He might already have an inn. He implied he did, but if he doesn't, we could bounce back to Vash, our friend Vash, the definitely not leader of the Hubat Corsairs.
All right. So head on up. All right, let's go.
To Estros?
Okay. Not too far, still in the core spire. You head to the familiar estate of Lord Nestros there. Evelyn leads you in, and he is currently, this early in the day, still finishing his kind of delayed breakfast. You get the sense that he eats slowly in the morning. And as Evelyn leads you into the...
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys went to bed comparatively early because you were beat to shit and exhausted. Even though you drank, by the time you went to bed, it was like 10:30, which is early for you guys.
Started day drinking, fell asleep at 7.
Yeah, those are the best days. But as you were led into the dining chamber, the familiar place where you had your celebratory dinner when you finished your first leg of your journey with the Lord, he's there in the process of, he has his spectacles on, and he's reading through some paper, and as you begin to enter, he kind of just holds up a finger to all of you. Hold on a second. This is it, puts it within a small case and sets it aside. Good morning, friends. Am I to be of service to you?
Oh boy, bunch of things, right?
It's been a busy morning.
Apparently, we're pretty productive.
You are not exaggerating. Very self-motivated, which is
oddly rare for those in your line of work.
Well, first, we made second contact with the Corsairs. And it seems like there is some tentative interest in making your acquaintance.
We put in a good word for you.
Yeah, if that's all right.
How eager were they, if I might ask?
They seemed a little unsure.
Less eager to meet someone of your stature, of your station.
Standing.
Yeah. They don't like people with money, and you have it. So really, that's.
It is assuring. If they were too eager, that would spell ill intent, based on the dynamics in play. Very well. Do you have a place where such an
They said
request?
it had to be on their terms. And that they would think it over. Yes.
Very well. When you do hear from them, please do come to me. But I appreciate you making the contact, and I do hope it comes to some net positive.
They also said that they heard that you killed Madame Brudash.
Among other rumors that they did not know were true.
You see his face harden as he looks towards you.
Struck a nerve, that one.
Madame Brudash was an honorable, good-hearted woman. I spent the majority of my adult life protecting her. I would never, ever have harmed her.
Is no one else going to?
I don't need to roll
I don't know. Yeah, it kind of feels genuine.
Yeah.
Inside check.
I rang the top bell on day.
Inside check.
Cocked. Ooh. 18.
18.
Oh, little mini whisper. Brought to you by Koozies. Please don't sue us. Koozies.
How can you hold that? It hurts my hand just a bit.
Maybe if you had one of our drink holders, it would be nice and soft.
Some sort of cozy of some
Yeah,
sort?
like a cozy, soft, critical role. Okay.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure you get one.
Thank you. They're at store.shop.com.
We do have other than vague rumors, we do have some other things we could use some help with. The Loomis twins, do you know them? Do you have an opinion?
Goes and grabs the case that he was currently reading from when you arrived, and well, I had told your compatriot here, Orem, that I would look into making an arrangement, if I could, with Oshart. Unfortunately, while I can make the arrangement, Oshart is not in a place to meet at the moment. He is still recovering.
Recovering from what?
Oshart had been working as the bodyguard to the Loomis twins for quite some time. But not more than a handful of weeks back, there was an incursion at the Mahan Loomis in which the twins were killed by an assailant or assailants. Oshad was heavily wounded and is currently still recovering.
I had some idea of this, but it's been some time. They must have been grievous, these wounds.
Pulls out the paper and looks at it and kind of... It seems to be grievous but treatable. And The Inger has been asleep for a number of this recovery period. While occasionally conscious, is not yet ready to
I have 2 of those bombs.
to make
These bombs do some
conversation
crit damage.
with those who are immediate family. But I will push back, and I assume, and gives you a glance, that this is not an
real
entirely
good.
surprising reveal.
No. And we don't need to press. Let them take all the time they need. I'm not going anywhere.
I will let them know that it is perhaps related to them.
That would be deeply appreciated.
Perhaps that would expedite their interest as well as Ushat's. Next time he is of conscious mind.
You know who might have wanted to harm the Loomis twins?
Well, there are many individuals from many places that have conflicts with a number of the Marhan houses. I am removed from a lot of those politics specifically.
Were the Loomis twins good people, or?
I did not know them personally, but they were known to be, at least how I assume, they were not involved in anything terribly dire. They were curious, if anything. Interests in those of the geological and scientific pursuits, if anything.
Broomstone.
Did anyone see what happened?
I do not know the specifics. You would have to inquire with the house, or at least whoever is responsible for keeping its orders functional while the heads of the house have been slain.
Makes sense.
Have any more information
We're gonna go
on
just
the
check
nature
a
of
quick
these
look through here, make
attacks?
sure I got everything. I know I'm actually missing all.
I only have what has been rumored and said, but what I have been able to eke out is that there was an attack within the house. And their hired protection guards, if you will, did not see or notice the entry.
What?
That is all I know.
It's one of those damn holes. It could have been a hole again. Do you have holes in your house?
Explain.
Leading to, like, the shade creepers.
Right. I greatly do not think so. I have not noticed any, and then upon you informing me of these strange creatures' recent maneuvers throughout the infrastructure of the city, I have done a thorough inspection and have found nothing of the sort.
After an attack like this, would the groundskeepers or curators check the house for such a thing as well?
I imagine they would. Looking for any sort of unseen entry, means of sneaking within the premises beneath the nose of their very bodyguard. For someone or someones to evade the hound-like nose of the Anger speaks of skilled incursion. That is worrying enough.
That doesn't sound like a 3-foot hole in the wall to me.
Well, shit.
I think in the meantime, we're content to wait on their recovery. But we're doing well together. And in the meantime, if there's anything that we can do to help you in your interests here in the city, I don't think I'm speaking out of turn. We'd be happy to help.
I appreciate that. Well, he thinks to himself for a moment. Barring this conversation with the Corsairs coming underway, whenever they reach out, at least keep an eye and ear open for their intent to communicate, since you are indeed the bridge between myself and them. Otherwise, there has been a series of mysterious disappearances surrounding the Dreamscape Theater as of late.
Cool. Where of the theater?
Patrons.
Destroys the best of us.
Patrons numbering no more than 4 over the past 6 months have vanished. At least those that have been reported to the Wilders.
During shows?
I do not know the specifics. You'll need to speak with Stuvan Idrio to likely find out more about this, but... Idrio.
Owner.
The Wardens have been supposedly investigating this for a protracted period of time, but have, to no one's surprise, come up short.
Right. Is it hard to get tickets to the theater?
Not till you have the coin.
Right.
That is the most immediate thing I can consider. The long game. Well, I'm still keeping a few threads out and about before I could even make use of your skills. We'll talk at that time.
Are you all right? You seem to have a bit of discomfort. Are you okay? Maybe I'm just reading your face wrong.
I have not sat comfortably in my space for a good number of decades.
Well, you need to get a more comfortable chair then, maybe.
Perhaps. That was...
I understand what you're saying.
Continue to work for me, and maybe one day you'll understand what it means to be ever looking over your shoulder.
That doesn't sound very fun at all.
No. But doing the right thing is not always fun, is it?
That's true.
Well,
Do you think it would be possible to get that letter of recommendation for the Starlight Conservatory?
right. Yes, I can begin to draft that immediately.
Thank you.
My apologies for the delay.
No, we never signed the contract, so.
The contract would make it more officious, but it is not necessary. I can put the paperwork together, officiate it, and perhaps be able to usher it off for approval to the conservatory.
Is that something that goes straight to them or something we carry into the conservatory?
Let me deliver it without your specific involvement. That may lend an air of credibility to it.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much.
Of course. And I will let you know if I hear anything.
At your own time.
Quick question.
Yes.
Thought experiment. We're trying to, workshop some things. When you look at us as a group, first word pops into your mind. Just don't overthink it.
Eclectic.
Eclectic. That's difficult.
Eclectic.
Electric eclectic.
Ooh,
That's great.
Did I answer incorrectly? You seem unhappy with my response.
There's no wrong answers here.
I was not aware.
For my late 70s, early 80s kids.
We're still
The eclectric.
The eclectic company. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
two on the nose.
The eclectic
Just us.
bells.
I apologize if I did not meet your expectations.
Bells.
The bells.
Troublesome.
Trouble.
Treble.
I am no good at branding. My apologies.
Trebelectic. Eclectica. No.
Diplomatic immunity. Well, thank you.
not bad.
We'll leave you to your long breakfast. Thank you as always.
Of course. And if I may leave you with one final piece of advice. Nothing too hard to remember or say.
Oh, right. Simple. So eclectic. No, okay. We'll work on it.
Do not. I steered you in the wrong direction.
Before we go, because this breakfast spread, looks fantastic. Can I top you off?
Oh no.
You watch him go. It's still warm.
It's amazing.
Hours.
It is something. Thank you, fresh cut grass.
You're welcome.
I'll enjoy this once you've left. And he scoots to the side of the table.
Saturday to you.
Yep. We'll be back tomorrow.
Long, labored sigh.
I feel like we're bouncing around like a pinball machine or something, right?
Well, we got options now.
Now we go to what are the options?
Well,
Loomis twins are dead.
No option there.
O'Shawn is still unconscious.
Yeah, should we go to the
So
theater?
What the fuck is up with that?
With
Which
what?
part?
Yeah, there was some sort of incursion.
Yeah,
and
what
it's
does the anger
related
have to do with you?
to what you went through? Was there some sort of incursion?
And the Lord said that you would know, you would be familiar with this incursion, or
Did that sound familiar?
Did some of the Ashari?
what the
Are
fuck is
they
up
the
with
ones
that?
sorry.
Fuck that.
All right, not right here. Where can we go?
We'll just walk and talk.
Let's
No.
walk and talk to the theater.
I think it might.
Well, I'm not going to answer your questions while we walk and talk.
Oh, it's like espionage secret. And we are easily followed.
We're also out of healing
I look-
potions,
I
so
turn
if we want
around,
to go
is
to
there
like the
anybody
Prism
following us?
Emporium or some shit like
two.
that to like pick up a couple
I have
things.
one.
Oh, you guys have one.
Is there anybody following us?
Make a perception check.
One.
Nah.
Nah, we're good, you guys. We're fine.
15.
15. Nothing catches your eye as to being trailed or oddly keeping pace behind you. You feel comfortable.
Crowded.
Just all cram into Shadana's really quick. Have a quick convo.
Yeah, I mean, we're close by.
I mean,
Yeah.
Do you guys want to meet Shadana?
Oh, she's the best.
She's so sweet.
very,
If she's
very
awake.
much so. Yes, I do.
She'll make you some mittens or socks or scarves. She knits.
Sure. All right, let's go.
All right.
This I gotta see.
Two Shadanas.
All right, so you head to the, the windowed
NPC
wall,
crawl.
Vidun Devar.
Let's go to 79 NPC crawl.
You lead the rest of your troop towards the familiar abode that you've both been calling home for the past number of weeks that you've been staying here in the city. As you approach, the rest of you see amongst you've been here now a handful of times, the colorful, growing neighborhood of kind of clustered and stacked buildings on different tiers and levels here at the windowed wall. You come to this beautiful little homestead that's kind of tucked into this cluster of the neighborhood. You have to climb past a staircase to get to this front porch that is, you can see a lot of love has gone into it. The paint is like kind of cracking just from age and sun.
I've ever seen in my fucking life.
That has a beautiful view
gonna
of the
get
street
fucked up
below. It's
before
only
I
about
even have a
3
chance to
tiers up,
attack.
as opposed to the higher one where you had the previous day gone and done battle with a creepy,
Jesus.
weird
Jelly man.
jelly dwarf.
Fucking trash.
But here you can see there's a window that leads inside. It's warmly lit from the interior. The door is closed, but it has this kind of sweet, loved-in atmosphere to it. And as you kind of step onto the porch, you can already tell coming through the open window, which it is open, and the kind of gentle breeze is coming through as the morning mist has already burned off and the day gets steadily warmer. There's a faint smell of like cooked fruit, like something that has been either fried or slowly heated. And it just has this kind of gentle sweetness to it.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, Shadana!
Hold on. You hear ping, 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 ping. No! Dang it!
I just go in and make sure she's okay.
You look over and there's like a pot on the ground and there's a few spilled what looks like some sort of a roasted and steeped, like a plantain or banana type fruit, as well as some other leaves and such that are kind of spilled onto the ground. She's picking them up.
No, I'll clean this up.
Oh, don't worry, I can handle it.
No, you should go over. Go meet the friends.
We have company. Is it all right?
That's wonderful.
All right. A big group. Brace yourselves. Come in.
As you all walk in, you see this delightfully sweet smile on this elderly woman. Darker, deep brown, tanned, wrinkled skin from just life and sun and vibrancy. Gray, nearly white hair entirely that is right now just kind of let past the shoulders into this steadily spreading kind of boisterous tangle of hair that goes to about her mid-back. You guys are used to seeing her having it like pinned back, but now it's just kind of let down and it kind of billows out behind and frames the shoulders. Her wrists are thin from her very baggy, what looks to be crocheted top that she has, the shawl over her shoulders and this long skirt. And just kind of looking back and smiling with these bright but beady eyes, these beautiful brown irises that peer at each of you and kind of looks at you with a kindness as you enter.
Well, it is an honor to have you in my home. I fear that we're out of beds. But we have room on the floor and I can retrieve some...
No, you're so sweet. We're just popping by for a moment.
Oh, I was making lunch.
I'll help.
Oh, thank you so much. This way.
And she leads you over and you kind of begin to gather. And you can see as you're like helping her pick up stuff, she's starting to pull from the shelves other fruits that she was kind of probably saving for the next day that she's now kind of adding to this kind of fruit stew kind of arrangement.
Amazing.
But she begins to prepare it. Thing that's like,
so how'd you all become friends with the sweet dear Laudna and Imogen?
Wow.
Hey, Shadana, I have a question for you.
Yes, of course, my dear.
When you look at us, what's the first word that pops into your head?
No, just the sweetest. Did you know they came to me in the middle of the night and helped get rid of a problem in my late husband's bedroom?
They did. They told us about that. That's quite remarkable.
They are very sweet.
Sweet.
Very sweet.
The sweet
So
bells.
Sweet bells.
Sweet bells.
Peppers.
Sweet peppers. Yeah, there's a pepper.
Sweet bells.
The troublesome.
Sweet trouble.
Sweet trouble.
In little bells.
Yeah.
The sweet
I really
trouble
want to get Belle
eclectic.
in there.
Eclectic sweet trouble bells.
Ooh.
I'll stop by the market and restock some of this, Shadana. I'm sorry we're wiping you out right now.
It's all right. But yeah, if you want to pick some things up, I'd really appreciate it.
We've been so negligent with that. We've been so busy. We're sorry.
Oh, it's all right. I have many things to keep me busy as well. It's not done yet.
You see her reach over and pull up from this little, like, kind of comfy chair she keeps in the corner. It's this, like, bright red and orange and yellow knitted sweater that's, like, partially done. You can see, like, it's only, you know, from, like, the shoulders and sleeves down, and it's only about there. And goes,
I just felt that you needed a bit more color, and...
Oh, goodness, Shadonna, that's so sweet.
It's wonderful.
It's a bit of a crop top, is it?
It's not finished yet.
Okay, perfect.
But you also don't require as much yarn as others.
Oh,
she's like a stick. You should eat more, really.
She's not wrong.
It talks.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Hi there.
Where did you find this little thing?
We just sort of bumped into each other.
Hey, Shadonna.
Yes?
A question.
Mm-hmm.
Your husband,
right?
He worked with the Wilders.
The warden.
The warden.
Yes, a long time ago.
Do you ever remember him mentioning someone called the Anger?
Oh, shot.
Not particularly, no. He might have. It was a long time ago.
She doesn't know. It's unpredictable.
Yes. That makes sense. Did you ever make pottery for any of the Mahan families?
There were a few times that I sold some of my finer works to a number of, I assumed were part of the Mahan houses. They paid very well.
Oh.
Helped actually build out this home here at the time. My husband was, making consistent wages, but I was able to get us a nice place.
What was your mark if we ever find ourselves in one of those homes? Would be able to.
Oh.
And she walks over to one of the shelves over to the side of the kitchen where you can see there's a lot of, like, bowls and plates that she has there. And she takes one down, and you can see it's this, like, beautifully sculpted kind of green jade color clay that kind of leads to this somewhat translucent top. You're not quite sure what material mix she used for it to get this kind of, dense clay to this kind of amber translucence to the tip. It's beautiful.
This is one of my prized works that I would not sell.
And she turns it on the back, and on the bottom of it you can see kind of pushed into the clay there is the S-H-I-D-A-N-A, like her name is just kind of gently carved into it.
That's beautiful.
Thank you.
I've never seen a translucent piece of pottery before.
Part of it involves multiple sources of materials. The basic clay, and then there are, if you can find the right arcane enchanter, they can transmute elements of the mud and the clay to take different material attributes. It's expensive, but it makes for some fine art pieces.
How much would something like that have sold for?
Oh, I would not sell that piece.
No, I know, but similar ones.
I would consider that one mostly priceless, but for others who would attempt at such things, they can run upwards to 200, 250 gold pieces for something like that.
That's amazing.
It costs quite a bit for the arcane skill set required to complete it, but that is what you have to do when you want to raise your art form to another level, they say.
This is a lot of pottery talk, isn't it? It's lovely. It's lovely.
Ooh, like a bowl.
I'll take a bowl.
That sounds nice.
She goes ahead and begins to spoon out for each of you it's boiled down into almost like a syrupy type texture to it, and it has very much for a modern day context a lot of the like kind of syrupy fruit salad you had as a kid in the little cups, like the little.
Oh, I'm into that.
But
Cocktail.
juice
What is it?
yeah, the fruit cocktail stuff.
cocktail.
But,
Cocktail.
but,
Yeah.
but naturally created, not this terrifying abomination in a
I
factory
love fruit
somewhere.
cocktail.
I loved it too, but
Many
that shit's
marshmallows in it, right?
not natural.
God, marshmallows.
Yeah, no,
I'm
having
gonna
some
go
of that.
and slice up some crusty bread to give to everyone to kind of cut through the syrupy.
Go for it, yeah.
Shadonna, we have a little bit of business to talk about, but just let me know if you are feeling left out.
Oh, not at all.
This is delicious, by the way.
Thank you.
Orange
If you
and
want,
yellow and red.
I have a
orange
bit of a secret. If you have the taste for it, do you like a bit of spice?
I love spice.
I'll eat anything.
She's back from the spice rack looking for the right one, and then pulls this lid and unscrews it and puts a bit of this kind of like dense brownish red powder into it and says,
Just mix that in a bit. It's a bit of a.
What are you
I've
adding there?
missed a home-cooked meal.
goes ahead and puts it in there.
It's my own special blend.
Ah, okay.
Do I have to roll something now that I put it in my mouth?
No, it's
Okay.
it's
Like chili?
it's
Fruit chili.
it's cayenne. It's
Oh,
like
so
it's
cayenne. Fuck yeah.
it just adds like a bit of really nice spice to the
spicy
sweetness.
fruit.
Exactly. And it just kind of it makes it pop a bit and like kind of like tingle the tongue.
Yeah, I'm into it.
Orem, do you feel comfortable now telling us what you wanted to tell us?
We can go into our bedroom if that makes you feel better.
I think that's probably best.
Okay, yeah. It's quite a possibility Shadon is actually a secret spy.
Shadonna, do you have a straw?
You never know.
I don't think she's a secret
Do you have a
spy.
straw? Like a wooden with it that's hollow?
Hold on.
And she goes and takes a stirring stick that is hollow in the center and goes, "This could function."
That will work. Thank you so
Okay,
much.
you're welcome.
Just to make it.
I love fruit so much.
So much.
Jazz is chaos.
Jazz is chaos.
All right, tell us.
All right, we're in the bedroom.
Right.
We're in
It is
the
a very
bedroom.
tight space. This chamber is like
Very tight.
it's like 10 foot by 8 foot.
You
With
chose
a
it.
singular bed in the center. So while you guys are all in there, you're all
Wait 3 days,
you're
eat fruit soup until we get
Yep, straight up.
Squished up on the bed. eating
Epic
fruit
high
soup.
fantasy adventure right here. Retirement fruit soup in a tiny bedroom. Let's go.
Grandma house in a fucking grandma house. We're in a tiny bedroom in a grandma
Doilies
house.
everywhere. But while we're here, we can show you the hole under the bed.
Oh, yes, this is the hole. Let's
This is
just
the
pull it.
hole.
Look at that
famous
hole.
What did you want to
We've
tell
all been
us?
told about.
Okay,
Number
sorry.
3.
Here's the hole. Keep going. What's the deal?
Okay, so we're crammed in here. We're all having fruit cocktail. Everyone's got doilies. There's lace everywhere,
Dish,
plus
bish.
pottery. All right, so Orem would look out the window at the city for.
There's no window.
There's nothing.
It's just
This
us.
is a
Tiny
fucking
hole of a bedroom.
closed space.
All right,
You can look down into the hole if you want. That's the only thing.
give me a minute.
Deep into the
Leave me
anus of the city.
Then if there's no window, then Orem
Fireplace
looks
mantle, maybe?
looks at Dorian and Fern for a second, and then to Imogen and says, "You probably would have caught this off of me, eventually, anyway. It's good. You already know where we're from, or where I'm from. A number of years ago, an attack was made on the seat of power there. What are you writing?
Nothing.
It was unique. The attack came from out of nowhere and disappeared almost before it started. A few of those assailants were dropped. And they evaporated melted before our eyes. That was years ago. Left more questions than anything else. And that's as much as I knew about it for years. Until recently. This gets a little tricky. A friend to the Ashari in Whitestone heard a rumor from a friend.
All right.
With me so far?
Uh-huh. Friend.
Who traveled here.
Heard a rumor. Traveled here. All right.
Friend of Brescio's. Spoke with Brescio. Whatever the attack Esteros made reference to was similar.
So you heard of this attack? Came out here?
More or less. I didn't hear anything. This is above my
Right.
pay grade.
So who sent you to find out?
I was sent by the leader in my home. The voice of the Tempest.
So your leader was not one of the people that was killed in this attack?
No, very few were.
Oh, okay.
And it was fast. Anyway, word got back that something happened here. Maybe similar. And I've already been afield for a while and was called home, and I brought Fern and Dorian with me, and they sent us here to sniff it out. That's the whole story.
The people that attacked your village what were they after, do you know? Who did they target?
Our leader.
But they didn't succeed.
No. And there's some question, some debate whether it was a legitimate attempt or maybe a test run, but years have gone by since this happened. I'd put it largely out of my mind. Tried to anyway. And now, 5-6 years later, this rumor came back to my people, and we're just seeing it through.
Did you know anyone who died on that day?
Absolutely.
Tragic.
This was how many years ago?
6 years ago.
This happened in your town, in Ashari, in the
Zephyra, yes.
Wait. Zephyr is the name of the town?
It's a little more than a town, but yeah.
It's like, so Ashari is not the name of the town.
The Shari are my people.
So the Shari are the people who live in Zephyra.
And
it
other
seems like it should be Zephronians or Zephyrians.
I was thinking confused that. That's
about
really
that
confusing.
as well.
Are the people here Drusarians?
Yeah.
Are
Often. I mean, if you're from here, yeah.
Okay.
If you live here long enough.
I didn't found the civilization.
Maybe you should have.
That'd be a trick.
Could have fooled me.
Well, you could go back in time and change things.
That's a fool's errand, my friend.
Wow.
Okay. So,
Okay, well, so these attacks may be related. There's someone out on the loose who wants to kill Ashari leaders as well as Drusari leaders. The rhyming bandits.
Rhyming bandits.
that's good. The evaporating rhyming bandits. Because they just poof out of thin air?
No,
or do they melt away or do they turn to ash? I mean, Duggar turned to ash.
I watched 2 people melt into nothing with nothing left behind.
Was it magic? Or technology?
Technology. I believe it was arcane in nature.
Does this sort of thing happen a lot there? Big magic fuck-ups?
No.
Oh.
Well, thank you for telling us. But unfortunately, I don't know that changes our trajectory very much, does it?
No.
And you have no further information on the motives on why they attacked.
Does your leader owe a gambling debt to someone, or?
Yeah, maybe she got in bad with someone.
Right.
Not that I'm aware of.
Does she have any ties to Drusar?
Dabbling in the underworld.
I mean, she is in communication with people all over the world, but again, this is above my pay grade. I'm a guard. Part of her guard, but again, I don't.
Surprisingly well, because
present tense, past tense was part of her guard.
Well, if it's important to you, it's important to us. So we'll just keep digging in.
I appreciate it.
How are you going to get word back? If you do figure it out, do you have to go all the way back to Zephyr?
All those people.
I haven't thought that far ahead. Probably could find a way
To send word?
to send word back, and if need be, I'll go back.
Well,
Well, then I hope it takes a while, because I do like having y'all around.
yeah, it's not bad. So, I feel like we've got some options.
Yeah, well, but to the theater again?
Well, here's my feeling is we've put the word out. Plenty of people now know what we're looking for, so I figure that trouble's going to find us one way or another. And in the meantime, we have a lead, and we have a theater, and we have a reason to get. We have a very easy in to the theater.
An audition!
What?
Maybe
we can pose as your managers.
And your road crew?
And you can audition and get in. Or we could just ask the owner.
Go to a show, and maybe if you get a show, you can get backstage. Take a look.
We could use your friend as well.
Well, let's go scope it out. Just see what this
Let's go
theater's
check
like.
it out. Let's see if it's fancy, if we got to dress up for it or
And
not.
worst case, I'm gonna rustle a few more bushes of my own that I kind of have to do alone at some point. See if I can pull anything out of thin air. But that's further down the line.
Seems like we've got a lot of irons in the fire.
Well, you put them out there, eventually something will snap back. I don't know if that metaphor worked.
No.
So should we get out of this old person's bedroom?
Well, technically, it's our. Yeah, let's get out.
Technically, you are the oldest, I think. I actually don't know that. At the moment, I'm assuming you're the oldest.
Well, I mean, he might be.
Well, he's only 2.
They're 2.
That's true.
I wouldn't go making bets on it.
Oh, how old are you, Dorian?
27.
I'll make a bet on anything. I don't know.
Inside check. You're like 70 years old or something.
Also have
Make an insight check.
impressive skincare regimen.
1.
27?
I am 20.
27, you are
I am
27.
I'm 27.
It's a Dremel with a polishing wheel.
17.
I'm 17.
All right, we're getting out of here.
All right. Let's go.
Where you
See
heading
if
to?
let's see if there's tickets to the theater.
Yeah.
On the way out, I'll just. What's her name?
Shadana.
Donna. Thank you. Thank you for your hospitality, and congratulations on a life well lived and hearts changed and love spread. You really did it.
Oh, you're extremely sweet. A little macabre. But I appreciate all of you coming. I hope you enjoyed your food.
Thank you for the fruit cup.
Anytime.
On the way out, I'm just gonna give Shadana 20 gold.
Oh, Imogen, this is far too much. This is... Please, I don't even know what to do with this.
I'm gonna tuck it away in her knitting supplies. I'm gonna leave.
We'll bring back some produce.
Thank you. Potatoes?
Potatoes!
If you don't mind. that
Writing
would
it
be
down.
preferable.
Potatoes. Are you almost out of eggs? Eggs.
Yes.
Oh, I ate all the bread. Bread.
Bread as well?
Eggs, bread, potatoes.
You're so kind, thank you.
Pick up more plantains as well.
All right.
Really iffy on plantains, but okay.
As
Maybe
we,
we'll mix it up. We'll see what's on in the market.
we can continue to roleplay the shopping list if you like.
No.
But
I mean, that voice is entertaining, but
I don't know where the fuck that came from.
I want French toast with plantains.
Oh, God.
That was so
good.
So good.
Anyway.
All right, so you are heading towards where?
The theater.
All right.
Oh, the theater.
Now, you know exactly where it is, though you have not been a patron of it in a long time, if at all.
I go to a show on occasion.
Yeah.
Down the shopping list.
But as Ashton brings you around, it's on the opposite side of the core spire where a majority of the main streets are here. It sits in a space where there are other shops and kind of a smaller thoroughfare than like where the Spire by Fire and the main street is, as it prefers to domineer over the space that it occupies. And you can see why as you come around the corner. Even in the kind of midday, late afternoon time that you arrive, you can see amongst the other 1 to 2 story buildings that you can see at a glance are either residential or smaller business oriented. Already you can see the 3-story almost pagoda-esque display of this scalloped multi-tiered roof that is covered in dangling magically lit baubles that just kind of swing with the wind. And as they glow, even bright enough that in the mid-bright jungle daylight, they still can't help but catch your eye as you turn the corner and see the deep crimson, purple trim set roof that sets this tiered rising structure. And there upon it, you can see all manner of posters that are placed upon each level. And you can see performers and dancers like frozen in time. And as you look and focus, you watch, they're not frozen. They're gently moving. Each of these is some sort of an arcane image that is placed upon the side that is capturing a moment in time that slowly passes. You assume from either some past performance or some hopeful artistic endeavor. But it is a kinetic sculpture as much as it is a structure. And as you get closer, you can see in the lights there are posters. There is a soft music that emanates from within, a massive double door that is gilded in gold around the edges. It is extravagant. It is, dare I say, gaudy in comparison to everything else around it. You see a neighborhood that consists of earth tones and muted colors, and in the middle of it is this screaming gem of a structure that's saying, "Come and look at me!" This is the Dreamscape Theater. So, you can see at this point in the afternoon, it looks like there isn't a performance happening, but there are people that are beginning to arrive, people that are entering, and you do see within the immediate entrance, there appears to be 2 pedestals and individuals that are having conversations or taking tickets. You're unable to see from this distance, but there is a little bit of business going on within the interior.
Should we just go see if we can talk to the owner?
Sure.
Sure. I'll walk up to the person.
Well, I mean, they might not want to talk about patrons getting kidnapped from their premises.
But if we say, we're not allowed to say who we were sent by.
What if we
Are
just
we
ask
ever allowed to
about
say
the
who we were sent by?
auditions?
Oh.
We could.
Or we could see what's playing tonight.
That was my thought.
Yeah, sure.
Get some tickets. See a show, for work.
Maybe we could just start with rumors with other audience members.
Oh, yeah,
Gossip
yeah,
and
yeah.
scuttlebutt.
Look at that.
Any employee loves to gossip.
That too.
What do the other people look like that are coming in here? Are they dressed up, or are they dressed down, or is it normal?
At a quick glance, you can see it's an array, but the baseline is moderate to some that are a little more well dressed for an evening out at a performance. You do see wandering in the outskirts a couple of what would be considered the lower class folk of Drusar, but some of them are kind of looking hopeful, or others are just kind of maybe waiting for other individuals they're meeting up with. It's kind of a wide spread here, and you get the sense that this isn't like an exclusive space that only caters to like the Mahan houses and the elites, the home. This is definitely a place that has a tiered structure to welcome anyone who has the gold to pay and to see the performances that can be found within.
You know, if you volunteer as an usher, you can see it for free.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Definitely.
Standing room only.
No experience with it.
Wow.
It's too real.
Just a thing I heard.
Should I check on tickets?
Yeah, let's see what's
go
going on.
Okay.
Is there a ticket booth? Ticket window?
As you, not like a window at the exterior. This is not a classic scene.
Just asking a question.
But glancing inside, you can see there are two individuals that are dressed in what looks to be similar attire. That is like long black, almost like drapery-like robes that like fall off the mantle and cover most of their material, almost like most of their form. It looks almost like it's a long dress that essentially obscures most of their body. Beyond their hands, what looks to be a little bit of gold trim around it that matches what you can see inside of the main kind of antechamber that leads deeper into the theater and the actual main performance chamber. Similar kind of black aesthetic with gold trim around it. And you can kind of at a glance see there is a familiar uniformed connection between them. You see to the right of you an engaged in conversation with probably a little more, middle-class couple and kind of a little bit of laughing, passing conversation. A human woman, probably in her early 40s, who is engaged there. And to the right, you see currently unattended, as the individuals they were speaking with move into the main theater proper, a halfling man in probably his late 20s or so is standing on a pedestal to match the height of the other individual. But the cloak they're wearing, that kind of robe aesthetic, moves past and beyond and puts them on a similar stature. If it's only the proportions of the shoulders and the arms and your familiarity with traveling with Orm for so long that immediately lets free the idea that this is a halfling individual. But you see him, he has a very, very well-trimmed beard that is tight to his, somewhat thin face and features. His hair is definitely like combed at a unique kind of swish of an angle. It gives it almost like a thin artistic presentation of what would be considered the general aesthetics of the city around you. And as you kind of make eye contact with him, he glances over to you with arms open.
Oh, yes, hello. Is this where you purchase tickets for the show?
If you have not already purchased a ticket for the afternoon, a matinee performance, you may purchase them here, yes.
Okay, how much are they?
Where do you wish to sit? There are 3 sections which you can purchase. Seats are available. The matinees are not quite as busy this day, but if you would like the front stage seating arrangement, that would run about 10 gold per seat. If you prefer the kind of middle region of it, but a gold per seat. And if you would like the challenged back seats, those will run you about 2 silver a seat.
You might want to rethink the section.
Is there? I know. Are there any seats like box seats that overlook the rest of the audience as well?
There are, but I believe they are currently sold out for the matinee. My apologies.
Could we? Okay.
Do you need any ushers?
No, I think we're fine, thank you.
You volunteer. All right, okay.
We're good, thank you.
All right.
What about for the evening performance?
Oh, ushers?
No, the box seats.
I'd have to look at the current sales schedule, but usually the evenings are busier than the matinees.
Right.
We can wait while you look.
Sold out, and I'm gonna reach.
Wait a minute. How much fucking money do you have? You have 10 fucking platinum?
All right. You pull out 10 platinum, and he looks at you strangely, and then his eyes go wide.
Oh, I'm sorry, there must have been a mistake. There is indeed availability within the left box seating arrangements that, of course, immediately at your disposal.
Big mistake.
Huge. You work on commission?
Thank you so much for your help. And I'm gonna shake his hand with the money.
You're gonna give him you're giving him 10 platinum for that?
Yeah.
You're giving him 10. Okay.
It is
My-
indeed my absolute pleasure. And do not worry, we will handle and take care of everything that you and your compatriots would need for the evening.
Evening or afternoon? Did you get matinee or evening ticket?
Right now.
Right now, matinee.
Is there...
Yeah, we'll say. Look at that. It's sunset.
Even better.
Early sunset.
We had a very nice little lunch.
The night comes
There
on
was a
fast
salad.
here.
It's a
Yeah.
jungle, you're right on the equator.
Well, it's the time of the year where the sun goes down
It's like
earlier.
4 o'clock. What's happening? Yeah, it's a joke for the Americans.
Immediately, like, kind of claps and kind of looks off to somebody you don't notice, and you see like 2 individuals behind a curtain within this main antechamber, kind of like look, and they wander off. What were you gonna say?
Is there, do you have auditions? How does that work?
Not for the show tonight. There is, it is very much a set troupe performing.
Who's playing?
This is, funny. Hold on a second.
Yeah, here we go.
Kendra's Flying Lauders.
Kendra's flying.
What was that last word?
Lauders.
Lauders? Rhymes with otters?
Mm-hmm.
Kendras? Oh, I wish it was otters.
Man, I'd pay money to see otters fly. Fuck.
Yeah.
Flying otter?
Pay 10 platinum?
For a flying otter? Wouldn't you?
I mean, fair.
Before you show us to our seats, we've heard tell that some of the patrons have
Just jumping in.
gone missing.
I've not heard of such a thing. That's that's absurd. Rumors that spread in this city by ill folk. How are you talking? You're.
Well, everybody talks.
Terribly sorry. I believe your machine is malfunctioning.
Insight check. 11.
11. You don't get much, but you get the sense this isn't a line worth in a like. What are you doing? We're in a public space here with people who are paying tickets to be here. What do you? No, of course that never happened. You get the sense this is someone denying something that maybe they're just like, no.
Yeah, it's not like they were gonna. Yeah.
Okay, good to know.
I really love your jacket.
Oh no.
Thank you.
Oh no.
I'm gonna try to take the 10 platinum out of his pocket.
Whoa.
Make a sleight of hand.
My God.
This is dumb.
I love dumb.
God.
Oh, God. Dirty 20.
Oh, dirty.
Roll.
As you lean in and kind of like grab the ropes.
Lovely lapel.
Oh, thank you so much. It's part of the attire for the establishment. But it is not for sale. He takes it and like tugs it back.
Oh,
it is,
of course not.
It is presentational, aesthetic, if you will.
Oh, just so well made.
Thank you. Well, given the fact that you are patrons of the arts to a certain degree, if you wish to find the name of the individual responsible for making these fine garments, I could pass that to you before the end of the show tonight.
Oh, I would love that.
I'll go ahead and ask around.
Oh, thank you so much.
But nevertheless, hello, Siran. Could you please show our guests to the lower right box, as they are our esteemed guests and patrons for the night.
Thank you.
You see as a dragonborn comes from through the curtain. Looks like an older dragonborn, like the scaled brows are droopy on the eyes a bit, and the snout kind of drags a bit. It's kind of like dark blue scales that kind of go to like a lighter blue at the tips of the snout. And yeah, very much like a Dragonborn Basset Hound. It kind of comes through and says, "Okay, I'll show you to your box."
Thank you.
And kind of like shuffles past and leads you on, wearing a similar garb, though shorter, not quite as long as the halfling as you pass by. You do recover 6 platinum.
Okay. I wasn't gonna take all of it. Of course. So this is good. Okay. Great. Go.
Pretty good. Fuck, yeah. The low roll, you might have found something that wasn't the platinum.
I rolled a 19, so. Damn.
Cyril, you like working here?
What's
Oh, it's been fine. I've been here most of my 10 years here at Drusar. Oh, yeah.
21.
Let's say, one of the reasons we came down, we've been hearing like crazy rumors about some of the stuff going down here. Now, like off the record, you wouldn't have any like interesting story. We've heard people disappearing, strange things happening at the theater.
Make a persuasion check.
Fuck. Nope.
Skeleton the hard way.
4.
Oh my god, you're so
I'm terribly sorry, sir. I haven't heard anything like what you're talking about. We are but a humble home for the arts here in Drusar, and I'll show you to your
Sorry I asked. That's good.
As you are all kind of walking through, I guess kind of like what order are you guys heading in?
Ooh, marching order.
I imagine Dorian would have been in the lead.
I'm in the back.
Depends, I don't know how you're feeling.
Yeah, if everybody stick with the act of air of importance. Yeah.
All right.
I'm in the back.
I'll be next to Dorian.
I'll be next to you.
How about the dead lady in the center?
That's fine.
Okay.
I'll be next to FCG, wherever that was.
Okay. All right.
Look like 3 bodyguards walking by.
You all are led to the box. There's like a small door off to the side that leads you to a staircase that leads you into the lower box where you're situated before it passes on to the upper level. And there inside you can see it's only 6 chairs arranged in the space. And the Dragonborn gentleman is,
Oh, my apologies. There must have been a miscount. We only have 6 seats in this
That's all right. I don't need to sit. I'll be fine.
Very well. Enjoy the show.
and kind of closes the curtain behind him as you all stand there. The stage is lit, though empty, with the curtain closed at the moment.
All right. Have you been to shows like this in the past? I mean, do you know what we're gonna see?
No, nothing like it.
Did they give you a playbill or anything?
Oh.
Yeah.
No, I didn't get one.
Oh.
What's that? Check my seat for a playbill. Sitting on the seat for us.
There is no playbill.
No.
What's the biggest place you own?
No, I was just scanning the audience, scanning the room, seeing how good of a view was that.
So, what was the show you saw?
The rest of the crowd.
16.
How high is this seat?
You're not in the upper box. You're in the lower box below it. So you're maybe like 10 feet above the floor.
Okay.
Perfect.
So you're still like you guys are actually really good seats. You're just above stage level on the left hand side.
That's good for anything.
Which one?
16.
16. I mean, people are filtering in. It looks like it's probably not going to be a full house for this matinee, but it's got a decent enough crowd. People from all over coming in. You can see up the front, of course, there are people that are well dressed, that are making a night of this experience. This is like the first step of their evening out. Other folk are filling the space. To the very back, you can see there are a handful of what looks to be kind of soot-covered workers that are in the process of kind of like taking off gloves. So they came here right after work, and some of them look excited, like this is something they've been looking forward to. This is their treat for the week, if you will.
Trying to clock people, trying to clock exits. Just want a kind of general sense of who's where, if anyone's hanging back.
Yeah, totally.
From our angle, can we see into the wings a little bit? From where we're at all?
On the diagonal.
Yeah.
I don't know because the curtains are closed.
Okay. They're closed. Okay.
There was a small pocket there, but it's so darkly lit from this distance. Make a perception check for me.
Good call.
18.
18. You can see some motion back there. Not much beyond that, but as you scan back,
Oh!
Whispers.
So many whispers. We're playing Dr. Whisper.
The Exandria postcard 6-pack set features postcards from Amon, Rexentrum, Roshana, Aor, Ankarel, and Vasselheim.
Roshana.
What did I say?
You said Roshana, but so it should be Roshana.
Happy Rosh Hashanah, everybody. Whitestone joggers exist. And that's it.
They're very comfy.
They are.
Oh, I'm wearing the.
You're wearing the Nick
Jonas
ones.
Buy them. Sorry.
Or rent.
Share. Okay.
I've never even been in a building like this. What's the largest you've ever played?
Nothing like this. Ever. It's amazing. I'm kind of just excited for the show, but I know we have things to do, but I'm excited for the show. Can it be both? Is that all right?
Is this like a Lord C or Lord D? Like how many seats?
Do Lord D's even still exist? What's the equity contract? Is it $768 a week?
Boy, this is the group for this event. I don't know if anybody else can appreciate what's happening as much as this group can.
There's a few of you guys out there.
Yeah.
Oh, all the theater kids are watching.
Oh yeah.
How many seats in the house?
Roughly at a quick glance, you'd say probably in the neighborhood of 200 to 250. It's not massive.
I want to go back to the theater.
Oh, it's tiny.
Yeah.
Well,
By
okay. By comparison.
So
Look up.
They're comfortable. They're not tight, packed modern theater seats. Every seat is somewhat comfortable and spread out a bit in the space. Yeah.
So room at the front for.
Yeah.
All right.
I'd say actually including the very, very back row, which is a little more just scattered stools and stuff, there's probably additional 100 seats beyond that are just uncomfortable wooden stools to sit on. But the actual seats you see are probably about 250.
Old school.
It's
You got
not
rent the
a little more
pillow.
than
Yeah, is it, how are the ceilings, can I see? Is there a grid?
There is.
Is there a catwalk? Can people come in Phantom of the Opera style?
They've been running Phantom, so there's a giant chandelier. Still swaying from the previous performance.
Yeah. And just like Phantom, the cast has done it 600 times, and you can tell it's just not into it. They are just fucking over and ready to jump into a river.
This I swear by the stars.
Anyway, there is no grid, but you do see there are two upper platforms in each far end, a little bit back and above the box above where you are, where you can see there are individuals holding some sort of tubed arcane device that has a faint glow at the tip. You're uncertain what it's used for.
Yeah.
T-shirt cannon for sure.
Roll to attack.
T-shirt's gonna fuck with your AC, man. I can't put that on.
All right.
The dragonborn usher that brought you here comes through the curtains once more. I'm terribly sorry. There is a patron who wishes to speak with you.
Well, a patron. Sure. Where, or?
Just below.
They can come up here.
They're not allowed up here.
But we paid for this, and can't we have anybody up here that we want?
I suppose so.
Bring them up.
Unless you want to go alone.
No.
I'll go ask.
Thank you.
Shuffles back out and heads down.
Patron.
Just felt.
I like the flex.
Yeah, that was a good plan.
It just felt. I didn't want you to go alone. These Whoppers are delicious. I haven't had one in a while.
I do not know who would know me here, but I will say this. As our friend said, we are very conspicuous, and I saw someone from the Corsairs.
What?
Here? Following us.
How do you know?
Oh,
I saw them. We saw them before at the Elder. I can't recall the name.
Elder's place?
Yes. Yes.
Well, we'll see who this is if they come up. And if they don't, if you go down, maybe you should take one of us with you, just as a...
I'd rather not die, yeah.
Happily. I am in the mood to punch something.
A few moments pass, and you can see when people are filtering in, finding their seats. You begin to see a handful of musicians that are beginning to head over towards the front of the stage into a small pit up front, and they all look like they're just coming to punch in for the day.
Too real.
Sad.
Respect. We've all been there. Until eventually the usher returns again.
The patron is wishes to speak with you alone.
Just a moment.
Of course.
Guess you gotta go.
Sending stone?
Oh, that's a good idea.
Or do you want to be a
but
mouse
also,
or something on his
I've got
shoulder?
like a few minutes.
I toss you the sending stone anyway.
All right. Remind me. How does this?
You rub it with your thumb.
Rub, and then say. And then
Yeah, you will say it. But
I've got to think.
I will have mental connection with you for a few minutes at least.
All right.
Would you like me to come with you, or do you want to go alone?
I think you said I have to go alone. Yeah, she can be.
Try and stay within sight, and if you're not in sight of this box, make sure that where you are is in that message. I'll come running at full speed.
All right. See if you can meet him in the house. Okay. Keep it public. All right, I guess I'll go. To use the restroom anyway. And I'll go downstairs.
Okay. You head down the stairs a little bit after the usher's already left, and as you're heading down the stairway, make a perception check for me.
I don't like this at all.
I don't.
What if this is how people get taken?
Oh, 5.
5. As you're about to leave the staircase into the open light of the arrangement, you feel a hand grab your chest from the side, a person who was kind of hiding in the shadow there that you didn't notice, who just kind of holds you there. And the voice goes, "What are you doing?"
We're just here to see a show.
No, what are you doing?
We're searching for. We heard someone was missing here.
You look up and you can see like the gauntleted hand of the leather-clad individual, the hood just barely visible from the light that's creeping through from beyond the curtain from the main chamber itself, holding you there. Pulls the hood back and you can see there's the square jaw and kind of wavy mop of shoulder-length black hair with the gold septum-piercing sea glass green eyes of the burly, familiar visage of Cyrus Wyvernwind.
What was that? What?
Who goes, "What are you doing?"
I'm on my own. Let go of me. And I'm going to push his hand away.
Kind of looks nervously about. "We need to talk."
Here, now?
Soon.
Fine. Just... How are you here? How did you get away?
Same way you did.
No. But Mother... Father, what are they doing without you?
I don't know. I just followed your lead. As he looks down at you, your taller brother. Maybe
Maybe we are meant to wander, I don't know. And his hand reaches out, and this time less aggressively, but just kind of presses it against your chest and says, "We'll talk."
We should.
After.
All right.
Then he just goes to the curtain back into the main room.
I'll take a minute to collect myself and give it a second, however long I think it would take. And then I'll go back upstairs. Shake it off, and I'll pull back the curtain to our booth. Just a lot of nothing. Someone who'd seen me play at a... well, I told you I'm from here. They saw me play and saw me up in the seats, and they were wondering if I was part of the show, if I knew anyone. It's just an old patron.
You're famous.
No. Well, I guess so, if someone's recognized me from that far away. Thanks.
Pretty cool.
Appreciate it. Anyway, I'm so excited for the show.
At this point, you start hearing the different instruments beginning to warm up a bit, begin to play. The interior of the room, the chatter and laughter and whispers and the sounds of an audience growing impatient begins to subside as the music begins to swell. As the lights begin to brighten from those two platforms, an arcane beam of magical sunlight emitted onto the stage from above, onto the curtain, as the room falls into silence, beyond the music playing, as you all adjust to your positions and look out over. Dorian, you just can't help but be lost in thought. As we finish there for the...
I'm just gonna sneak one last little detail in there, and that is that as soon as Dorian gets back, Orem untenses his hand and realizes how hard he's been gripping Sending Stone, and then shoves it back into his back.
You got it. We'll pick up from there next week at the Dreamscape Theater.
so much intrigue.
Oh, I want to go to the theater. You've got a brother?
I do.
And you've got a letter?
Yes, I do. You got 3 of them.
And you're dead?
You got money?
What the fuck's
We
that
learned
about?
so much
What?
Alrighty, we'll pick up from there next week.
Damn it! I want to keep.
I know. Thank you all so much for joining us. We'll see you next week between this adventure. We love you very much, and is it Thursday yet?
Is it Thursday?
All right. Let's see. What do we want to do? I say we go ahead and we start episode 7.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to
then,
tonight's episode of Critical Role, where a bunch of us nerdy-ass voice actors sit around and play Dungeons and Dragons. Before we jump into tonight's session, we do have a parent
sponsor, Quip, the good, all the me quack.
Like the...
They busted their fucking ass.
well, episode of Critical Role.
One by one we climb until we reach the top. 2 by 2 we fall. Will we meet our end or meet our destiny? Hold your breath and roll.
How do you want to do
It's Thursday night. All ye critters, come join us. It's time to continue our flight. There is magic and mystery. Who knows what will happen? He might. But one thing's for sure, we never give up on the fight. From the healer to the renegade, we all share the same goal. Adding more allies, taking more chances. Hold your breath and roll. You can certainly try. It's Thursday night. All ye critters, come join us. It's time to continue our flight. There is magic and mystery. From darkness our friendship will rise. But one thing's for sure, we never give up on the fight. Oh, get ready. It's Thursday night.
Could she use a little bell?
And welcome back. So last we left off, this troop of adventurers having lost a friend, avenged a friend, and really setting off to discover what the next wave of mysteries before them were worth pursuing, decided to follow one thread that was mentioned by Lord Eric's Astaroth to the Dreamscape Theater, where apparently a series of disappearances he had heard rumored were occurring or had occurred in recent weeks around the establishment. Gathering your things, you headed further into the core spire of Drusar to the Dreamscape Theater proper. You acquired tickets, and found yourself a nice box seat on the left-hand upper side of the theater, preparing for a performance of a troupe referred to as Kendra's Flying Lauders. Which, it's great when you make up stuff and afterward go like, oh, I don't know, I'm gonna figure that out.
Bring in the otters.
But as you all have your seats, it seemed that Dorian was pulled aside. Somebody requested a conversation in which an individual named Cyrus made themselves seen. And a brief, intense conversation ensued in the stairwell beneath before you returned to the box seat as the show was about to begin. And so here, within the steadily darkening interior of the Dreamscape Theater, you have a few moments to prepare before the performance of the afternoon. What would you like to do?
And Dorian's rejoined, right?
I think right now Dorian is returning.
Everything okay?
Did you go get refreshments?
Popcorn. No, I forgot. Sorry, just.
Who was it? Who wanted you to come down there?
Oh, that's right. It was a patron.
Yeah, it was just someone who recognized me from a show, and we just chit-chatted for a little bit. I used the restroom, and I'm excited to see the Flying Lauders, was it?
I think it's otters.
Like the...
Yeah, I think that's what I heard.
They just throw them around the stage.
Let's hope.
Quick insight check on that.
It's otters, like French. You just say otters.
Oh. Make a deception check if you'd like.
Oh, yeah.
9.
Oh, cocked.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. 8.
Oh!
Alright.
Okay. At this point, the last bit of light's beginning to vanish, and you can see the small cylindrical devices that are affixed to the far upper right and left of the interior walls of the chamber begin to alight brighter as you see the stage, the curtains begin to steadily open as the music from the pit below begins to pick up a bit. And with that, you can see the audience begins to hush as performers begin to come to the stage. You can see what looks to be a troupe of about 6 acrobats begin to emerge and bow as the music begins to swell a bit. As a few people's eyes like, I thought it was going to be otters! But everyone prepares as they begin to release themselves into a flurry of flips and backhand springs and tosses into the air. A brilliant display of physical prowess. back and forth across the stage. You're waiting for the moment they collide, and they do not, it seems. They do not. It goes pretty damn well. There's a few moments where you find yourself clutching the wood on the edge of your chairs, uncertain if this is safe or going to end poorly. But with extreme speed and a practiced capability, you watch as they finish their first flurry of their gymnastics routine. And what you thought was a resonant kind of chant that was rhythmic from an unseen chorus, you notice at this point is coming from the performers as they undergo their display. As they finish for their bow, you can see their mouths moving in unison as this low chant that's being spoken and sung amongst them is the other half of their performance.
Oh, it's weird. Now this is feels like they're summoning something.
I'm watching the audience if I can.
Make a perception check.
9.
Was it?
9.
It's hard to see. Really low lights now at this point. Attention's kind of at the stage. Then you hear the pushing of wheels as a large seesaw-like device is brought to the center stage. And there you watch as they begin to gather from side to side, where there are now ladders being placed on the sides, the curtains pulled back further, the lights and colors change and shift. And as they all begin to take their places at the side, one by one, they begin to leap from the sides onto one side of the saw and catch the other, and flip and rotate and catch off of bars that you didn't even notice were fixed higher onto the stage. With that, you watch as the energy begins to rise, and as they're doing this, the song changes. Now, they're vocalizing a harmony, and as it progresses, you can't help but feel enraptured by this combination of physical capability and musical prowess. And nothing bad happens. It's going great with that image. The audience is in hushed gasps and whispers and cheering and shh, and just this constant cycling of reactionary sounds and exclamations from the people in the dark shaded space before you. You can see as at one point they seem to have stopped on the seesaw, and then 3 individuals climb up and at once leap off in unison and slam onto one side. The impact of the wood under the stage is so loud that you see people in the front row kind of cover their ears, and you're sure some of the wood may have cracked, as on the opposite side one individual is thrown out of sight, up and beyond the curtains.
He's dead.
Where'd he go?
He died. Oh my gosh.
Off the other side and caught by their friends and placed onto the stage. All their voices begin to come to a close as the one that was caught and landed comes out with this beautiful falsetto. And everyone kind of goes, okay, that was weird, but good on you. And they cheer. And when their third act, they pull away this odd seesaw, and you watch as swings descend from above the stage, what looks to be a set of 3 trapeze. And utilizing these same ladders, you can hear that falsetto voice that ended the last act is now brought up by the other performers into an angelic chorus. It almost feels like some sort of odd worship-adjacent like musicality that fills the chamber, echoing and swelling in this beautiful sound that feels almost like it requires reverie, but the energy of them climbing is palpable as they leap and swing and grasp and spin. Not so great. One of them misses the swing. Onto the wood. There's a pause. The other performers turn and look. They get up. Into a display, arms out. Big cheers, big cheers. And as they're cheering, they bow and quietly exit the stage, holding their back. It is.
Whenever it's quiet, I'm just wrestling with a paper bag of some sort.
Yeah, just that person in the audience.
Hard candies?
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. Just lots of Werthers. Damn you, Werthers.
The performance picks up into this final act for a moment, but you can see there's like a general nervousness amongst them. They seem to almost come to a close of the performance. The musicality of their voices now introducing an element of discomfort and curiosity amongst them. They end it rather abruptly and then leave the stage. There's some clapping.
Bravo! Is that the end? That couldn't have been the end.
That's what my hands sound like.
A few moments pass beyond what would have been roughly a 25 to 30 minute performance. You watch as a half-elf man comes out onto the stage dressed in impeccable tails, with broad shoulders that come to an extravagant point that curve ever so slightly at the edges. This kind of deep blue velvet with what looks to be almost like a leopard pattern interior that just drifts past the back of his outfit. He has these tight, faintly striped, like green and brown pants that go down to these immaculate boots. And you
Striped horizontally or vertically, just for vertical.
horizontally.
Okay.
A large smile. And this toothy grin that he wears. He is long and chiseled of complexion that looks to be maybe in his early 50s or so, but handsome and holds on to it well. You see his dark complexion and amber hair that is slicked back slightly to one side, and this pencil mustache that glides just over the upper lip. He steps out. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for the matinee.
I think you're supposed to.
Hello. We hope you enjoyed this performance of Kendra's Flying Larders. There are no refunds, but have a wonderful night and hope to see you again. A good night. And he exits the stage. There's a few claps and some whispering, hustling.
Something happened. Why did you specify no refunds? Feels like that's very specific.
I think the show ended rather early.
That's a weird way to close a show. It's like maybe that one performer was hurt.
Can we look down in the audience? Are the lights coming up at all?
The lights are beginning to come up. You can see the oil lanterns are now being turned up by the ushers as they move through the audience, and you can make out the details of people now beginning to shift from their seats talking. They look a bit confused. Some folks are leaving. Some folks are excitedly talking about what they had just seen. You can gauge their experience.
Does anyone look especially distressed in the audience?
Not in particular. Okay. Not running off of your. Well, the lights are up now. I'd say roll another perception check.
It's gonna be bad.
Oh! 20!
Oh! You don't see anyone specifically distressed by any means, just a lot of confusion. Okay. These are all, paying patrons of the arts, and there just seems to be, not unlike some of you up there in the box that you paid quite a decent amount for, a bit of frustration at the brevity of the performance for the night. But people are beginning to exit and make their way beyond and out of the theater. What would you like to do?
Is this standard fare for the theater?
I think you said it did feel a little short. Yeah.
I think it would have been better with otters, honestly.
Yes, I do too.
Can you imagine them doing that flippy thing?
So cute.
I mean, they're really. You ever see one of them? They smash open the clamshell.
They can do like juggling.
Yeah.
They
I
hold
did like when the
hands.
person
What
fell
if-
though.
Oh.
Exciting.
It's specifically and was caught or fell and was not caught.
Just fell. Anyway, what were you gonna say?
What if we could say, having spent so much money on these particular seats, we could say that, we were enamored with the performance and wanted to congratulate the performers in person. A lot of times when people, spend a lot of money on something, they're granted extra perks, right?
Backstage pass or something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
I'm sure we could ask.
We need to go backstage. I smell money.
Worst that could happen is they say no, right? Let's give it a shot.
Yeah. Can we just do it without permission?
How do we do it? Do we go up and we're like, ooh, we paid money?
I feel like
Demands.
Corinne should probably say something just
Yeah.
because he's the one that asked for the seats after all.
I suppose we try to flag down the attendant. All right. I'm gonna peek my head out the curtain and look down the hallway. Do we see anybody around, or?
It's a little staircase leads down just beyond the box where you are, because you guys are elevated. But even looking over the side, you can see there are 3 ushers that are kind of working their way through. One of which is Siren, the Dragonborn that had previously both brought you to your seats and retrieved you for your encounter before the performance.
We could just say we were offered a backstage tour with the box seats.
Oh, a little fib.
You're gonna lead with a lie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty harmless.
Why don't we all go at once? Like,
Yeah,
gonna lie, like a little bit of
Give a little pressure.
pressure. That's it. I like that. Who's the most convincing liar?
I could try.
Yeah.
You look respectable.
Yeah, I think you do. You look respectable.
Yeah. I took a quick peek over the balcony's edge. Is it cleared out some? Is it?
It's cleared out some, but people are taking their time. Some individuals are almost hoping that there's going to be an encore performance. Others probably just have back issues and are taking their, I speak from experience, taking their time, to exit, and then exactly.
Sure. We head down?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right.
Walk up to that usher.
Okay, you see her in the process of like picking up elements of ticket scraps and other bits of looks to be almost like now empty discardable bottles, people that had snuck in. He just kind of shakes his head for a minute before looking up. Hi.
Hello. We were just wondering what entrance it is we were supposed to use.
Oh, the exit is...
Oh, not the exit, no, the entrance to the backstage.
Oh, there isn't... You're not allowed to go.
Oh, we got special permission on account of being such esteemed patrons.
He said, go to the proscenium, walk down the Vom, and you'll be right there, something like that. Yeah.
Who said this?
What was that? The littler one.
When we first met.
Yeah, I can't remember his name.
Yeah, me either.
Describe them. Maybe I know.
Smallish.
Oh, a halfling.
Stefan?
Yep.
Maybe.
That's the one.
Stuvan.
Oh no, Stuvan's the.
Oh.
No.
Oh, you know what? It might have been him after all. Yeah.
Make a deception check. I would have given you advantage, but a few people chimed in there as opposed to just the two of you.
Yeah.
So.
It was the two faces of the group.
Well.
And suddenly it was the group.
Fair. Well, that's not 13. 13.
13.
I apologize, but I
You need
should.
to check with someone.
I think I do.
All
Just
right.
wait here. I'm gonna go ahead and make sure. Was it Stuvan you said?
You know, I
I
can't
don't
be sure
think
that's his
that's what it
actual
was,
name. No,
actually.
he was smaller. You know, she has a bad memory.
I forget. I jumble letters together, and it
Maybe
could have
it
been
sounded
like
like
halfling
you know.
ticket taker.
Oh, gotcha.
Yes,
All
there
right.
is.
I'll go ahead and check.
He kind of exits past you and begins shuffling off to
If
the
you could
front.
hurry, because we're on a tight schedule.
And he exits through the exit into the main area there.
Well, that could have gone better.
Just sneak in.
Yeah, that's what I was hoping.
Yeah, let's just sneak in. I'm very sorry. I thought that the name popped in my head, and then I realized
great.
it wasn't it.
You did great.
Who's Stuvan?
I don't remember.
Stuvan's the fellow who just made the speech at the end of the show.
Yes. Oh, okay. Well, that could have worked.
That could have worked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what are you doing?
Is there a entrance backstage?
Stage entrance. Is there a stage door?
From this point, you don't see an immediate entrance to the stage.
Just go on the stage and go.
Yeah,
You can.
Yeah, you know how it works.
Is there anybody in the room?
Yes, there's probably about 40 other patrons that haven't exited yet.
Should we make
We
them
can
leave?
create a distraction.
Oh,
I'm sure we can come up with something.
I got it.
Oh,
And I cast Thaumaturgy.
Sure.
And then from backstage, you hear, fire! Fire! Everybody leave! Fire!
oh God.
In a literal look.
Living the dream.
And then Thaumaturgy again, you start to smell smoke. You start to smell smoke. Yeah.
Okay.
Thaumaturgy one more time. Looks like smoke.
Jesus, thaumaturgy is the greatest spell ever.
Stretching the limits a little bit of thaumaturgy here with this. It's a cantrip, but it's enough to get a few people's attention. I take it this is the instantaneous sound.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not a phrase instead, so fire is about as much as you can get out with it. So fire. From backstage? from backstage? All right. People immediately begin to get up and grab their things and usher up fire. Did you hear fire? There's a fire. They begin to exit with haste.
We should move. Let's move.
Onto the stage and backstage? Okay.
I would like you all to make a stealth check if you're doing this quietly.
Oh God, what are we doing?
Oh boy.
Try help with this?
Is it?
Nah.
20.
18. Whoops.
18?
21.
Okay.
7.
Okay.
Squeaky wheel.
We have to lift him up.
This is a don't use that dice again because I can't tell what.
3.
No, it's not a. It can't be a 3. It's backwards.
Why would you use this die ever?
Because sometimes it rolls amazing,
I
and
respect
other
that.
times there's
You
no in
can't tell
between
what
with it.
number.
I didn't do it well. It's a 5.
Okay, fine. What'd you get, Imogen?
23.
I rolled a 20.
A 20?
23.
23?
7.
Okay. Thankfully, there was some distraction in there. And overall, more successes than failures. Even though a few people probably watched you go on stage, they don't necessarily give a shit. Because they're either worried about the fire or like, how uncouth, and just keep moving. But you do scoot up into the wings of the stage, past the curtains, and immediately back there you can see there is a stagehand there. It looks to be some of the performers are in the process of kneeling and helping kind of get cushions under the one that fell during the performance, who looks like they're injured, but it's not like grievous by any means. They're just like, they don't notice you. Except for the half-elf man who finished the performance, who, as you come through the curtain, is literally standing right there in front of you as you push through. Who would have been at the front of the pack, leading the charge into the backstage?
I'll go first. Maybe they lifted me on the stage first, let's say.
Okay, so as you cruise by, and to the side, you almost run straight into the sternum of this man. He stops, puts a hand on your shoulder. I'm sorry. What are you?
Oh, I'm a... Hi, I'm Fresh Cut Grass.
You're not supposed to be here.
Oh, I was very concerned about your performer who had an injury and wanted to come back and offer my services. I'm a bit of a medicine bot.
Our dress for a medicinally trained individual. Costumes are always welcome, but I believe me when I say that we have it under control. And you hear, "Ugh!" And you see them like helping the performer up and kind of like stretching a bit. You can see someone has administered some kind of numbing agent to the space, where they kind of impacted on their butt.
Oh, I don't want to disagree with you. It seems like you do have everything in hand, but I think I could help that performer feel better much quicker.
He is quite a talented medical practitioner.
Make a persuasion check.
Sure. 13.
13. The person that you've sussed out at this point is Stuvan. He gives you a look. Well, I'm certain it wouldn't hurt at the very least. Make way, we have a curious self-professed healer who's arrived and kind of like guides you past, and then looks over you. I'm sorry, this is not an exit. You have to go the other way.
Oh, of course, we're just with him. We just had to accompany our associate.
Self-professed healer.
We really enjoyed the show.
Yeah,
too,
you're
by the
lucky
way.
we had such esteemed boxes where we were seating that we could
is that
see
where you were sitting?
the view.
Oh, I'm so glad you enjoyed it. And you like has forgotten entirely about you and the harmed individual and is now engaged in this like, well, really any time. There is a membership that you could actually acquire that will allow cheaper seats throughout the seasons.
What else do you have airing the rest of the season?
Oh, well, I have to go ahead and get my repertoire out of my office here in a bit, but
We'd love to accompany you.
make a persuasion check.
Come on. Just get one
I believe in you.
Come on.
Oh, okay. 22.
Hey.
and kind of looks at you, looks at Dorian in particular over the dress, and goes, "Certainly, that can be arranged. Just a moment, please." In the meantime,
I'm rolling over and I'll just assess the situation. Is this performer hurt badly?
Make a medicine check.
15 plus 5, 20.
Taking a glance at how they're holding themselves, the physicality of how they're adjusting their weight to compensate, you get the sense that probably this might be a fractured tailbone.
End the game.
Not okay.
So not serious, but definitely not enjoyable by any means.
Oh, I couldn't help but notice that you're injured. Do you mind if I touch you and
what are you?
I can only help you. I promise. I'm designed to help you.
Kind of looks to the other members, and this up close, you get a glance. You can see that there is a familial thread between everybody here. There definitely is. This is like a family of performers.
Stuvan said that I was welcome back here.
All right, I guess if you can help.
This will only take a second, but I'll have to touch your backside if that's all right with you.
That is fine.
Okay. Just turn over a little bit.
The nerves begin to definitely creep up into their expression.
You'll be fine.
No.
I will gently lay my hand on their back and cast Cure Wounds.
Alrighty. Go ahead and roll.
Let's see, D8. Not great. 5 hit points.
That's not bad. There is a sound. And they go, ah! And you watch everyone else all of a sudden reach forward and grab for you, like, what the fuck are you doing? Before they go, huh. Oh my goodness, that's amazing.
Well, there was just a little alignment issue that we had.
Apparently. Oh, wow. Thank you, small metal thing. You have been very helpful.
Oh, it was a fantastic show, and I'm sorry you took a spill there, but before, you were just incredible. Flying through the air like that?
Just remarkable.
Well, it is a family affair here. We are only as good as we are as a whole.
You're all related to each other?
More or less.
Wow.
I take it there was more to the show?
There was, but, have to take care of ourselves first.
So great. How long have you been in the business?
Well, and looks over, and you can see there's the older woman of the troupe. Just kind of steps forward. You can see she's in her probably early 50s, but fitter than anyone you've seen in their 20s for the most part. Kind of comes forward with a discerning glance, and this kind of, at this point now, you can see the protectiveness, kind of the matronly protectiveness kick in as they begin to look through you and take in both of you with as much of an instant read as they can. He goes, "My name is Kendra, and this is my family. We have been doing this for about 15 years together, and we will continue to do it until I drop or the rest of us do."
Wow, so you're the head honcho.
They all kind of like look at her, look at you.
Cool.
I thank you very much for helping my son.
It's my absolute pleasure. And I can't wait to see your next show.
And she looks over, and the younger performer that you helped goes, "It may be sooner than we were discussing." She goes, "Well, you need to rest regardless, just to make sure."
I know you guys might be wondering why
Anyway,
I rebought the soul
it
stones.
is appreciated.
The soul
We
coins
could
I
actually,
stole, or I sold
maybe
two
use
earlier.
your help for
And
something.
The reason for that is
since we're
that
back here.
thing
I'm not sure we could be helpful for, but tell me.
We do need a little information.
once I get down into
There've been some rumors
the-
flying around about people disappearing from the theater. We're just kind of looking into that a little bit.
They all kind of glance at each other, and Kendra goes, "I cannot say I've heard of such rumors. We've only been in town for about a week."
So you're a traveling show?
We are, yes.
Oh, how long are you in residence at this theater?
Only for 2 more weeks.
And you've only been here a week?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
On that note, Orm's going to fade back while everyone's talking to them, and just out of curiosity, check out the house again and see if anyone's lingering.
You got it. Roll perception.
Can I also ask where Stuvan is in relation to all of this? Because I
Well, Stuvan, while this conversation and healing is happening, Stuvan was kind of talking with you guys up until the point where you wanted to re-engage, in which case he would have followed. He wants to stay nearby. He definitely seems invested in these sudden arrivals that are going to possibly drop more money onto the performances.
I'll kind of fade back with Orem, just be a second set of eyes with him as well.
Okay, so perception here?
22.
22? Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
assistance.
I'm always at advantage.
That's a secret. He's always at advantage.
No, yeah.
Perception in the game and life.
You see most patrons leave but one.
Sorry.
Who in the far back, kind of to the side of the exit, you see one. It's kind of hard to see this distance, but they're wearing a hood indoors, which is
no, I want to go see
really cool. Remarkable.
Super cool.
It's awesome.
I wear my sunglasses at night.
It's every online role-playing character from the late 90s.
Look off in the corner there.
Ooh, spooky creeper.
It's right about then that they exit, after the other patrons.
What do you think?
Probably nothing.
Shall we follow?
When you put it like that. Let's go.
All right.
Kendra.
As we leave, I just go send a message. Imogen, be right back.
And I'll send back, starting a connection. All right, let me know for 4 minutes what's going on.
Just hamster dance plays in the background of her messages.
all of Imogen's messages are accompanied by banjo playing.
I'll talk to production, see if we can make it happen.
No.
Apparently not even funny.
While that's transpiring and Stuvan is beginning to approach the group, Kendra's kind of talking to us. Your best bet in asking about any sort of recent things would be the owner, and points over to Stuvan, who steps and goes, what about me? Kendra goes, they're asking about, there have been disappearances. And Stuvan goes, that's preposterous. I mean, there are those people that leave the performances early because whether they're unappreciative of the art we present or drunkards, there have been no disappearances.
Is there a particular section where people often leave? Maybe that seat in the house doesn't get the best view or something. And I'm going to cast Detect Thoughts as I ask that.
That is going to be a 16. What's your DC?
Fuck, 14.
You still catch surface thoughts, right?
Or
is it only the
Yeah, I
deep
think
dive?
you only have to roll.
Yeah,
if
you
want
only
deeper.
roll if I'm prying. Yeah,
Right.
I'll catch surface thoughts. Yes, regardless.
Surface thoughts you catch is an immediate beat of recognition to fear to curiosity. And a thought of like, what? Huh. And it goes, Kendra, take your family to rest. You've had a very intense past hour. But well done. Well done, everyone. Have a good night. We should talk.
Oh, all right. We'll follow. And your offices?
If you don't mind, just follow me, please.
Do you want me to take care of the other kids, or do you want some muscle here?
I don't think we'll need muscle, but it's up to you.
We should all stick together.
Well,
You having two not here, but all
Orm
right.
and Laudna are off. Orm's pretty capable.
All right.
Laudna's got things covered.
Off to where? Where'd they go?
They followed someone. And I'll just ask Laudna, where exactly were you going?
I saw a creepy guy in the corner.
They saw a creepy guy in the corner.
Just giving him a look-see.
What did he look like? Can you ask her what?
What did he look like exactly? Laudna? What did he look like exactly?
Oh, he had a really cool cloak.
Cloak? What color was it?
What color was it?
It was hard to see in the kind of the low house lights that weren't super bright at this distance, but you did roll pretty high, so you would know. It would have been like a dull gray. In fact, now that the question comes up again, when you think about it, it's not unlike an individual that you saw when you had a run-in with the Corsairs.
Oh, interesting. Oh, it was something that they saw at the Corsairs.
So, well, I asked when I perceived in the wings the Corsair, was he cloaked? Did he have a hood?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Pulled the hood back before revealing himself.
Okay.
I think we got a friend ahead. Not a friend.
I don't know. We could be friends.
Could be.
So
Ron
you both.
thinks they might be friends. I'm not sure.
Unlikely. I saw someone earlier, sort of lurking in the wings.
Oh. You saw lurkers?
I didn't know what to think of it at the beginning. I thought maybe it was part of the act, or I saw it and it just sort of, I don't know, it's distracted. And anyway, yeah, I think it was from someone from the Corsairs.
Keep us posted, Lana.
Will do.
Man, talking to her just always makes me feel so warm and fuzzy.
In the interim, while you two are, I would like you both, one, to make a stealth check as you are pursuing this individual.
Fail me? All right. 17.
16.
16. Okay, got it. While you guys begin to pursue carefully out of the chamber, the rest of you follow Stuvan out of the wings of the theater into a hallway, into a switchback staircase that leads to a second floor on the level of where the rafters would have been. And a little further back, you can see there is a nice kind of dark mahogany door that has these intricate carvings of the comedy and tragedy masks that are kind of mingled in with tree leaves and what looks to be almost like a relief composition of Drusar's spires in a simplistic way. Following into the interior, it's not a massive office by any means. It's quite cluttered with the furniture that's there, and it has, you'd see a lot of collected antique furniture that has been used to fill most of the space here, almost to ensure that anybody that's entering and stepping at the edge of the desk to greet him is uncomfortably pressed into proximity. So the five of you pushing in there is very much kind of shoulder to shoulder as Stuvan steps around to the other side of his desk and sits down, crosses one knee over the other, places his hands on the edge. If you wouldn't mind closing the door for me, please. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, you're asking about disappearances. Where did you hear about this?
All over. Everybody's talking about it.
Make a deception check.
Just everybody.
12.
Really? Everyone?
I mean, I don't know everyone in this city. Just, I mean, I think that was more of a general statement. Where did we hear about it? I can't.
It's come up a lot. I mean, honestly, the fact that we're even here should have you a little worried.
Oh, I'm quite curious as to what your intent is asking these questions.
Only to help you out.
Really, just a few deep-pocketed strangers come and see one of our matinee performances and decide out of the goodness in their heart that they're going to look into some disappearances that apparently have been rumored by everyone.
Isn't it?
Wouldn't you?
Much.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't you be more suspicious if penniless, desperate people appeared at your door wanting to know about this stuff?
So smart.
It is possible there are good people in the world.
Sits back and thinks for a second, and you kind of take in the garish office. You can see all sorts of baubles and posters of performances past that are like plastered along the walls. You can see Esmer and the Child of Light across the Osmit, under a ruddy night, the Calamity, an interpretive dance history of Exandria's greatest tragedy.
I want to see that.
To Kill a God, the Scanlan Short-Halt one-man show. Like, it's all manner of various performance posters from throughout the years have been collected and are on display. Some seem to have maybe caught a bit of like moldy corners at the edges, but nevertheless, it is definitely a collection of keepsakes for one man who is desperately trying to keep this theater what he wants it to be.
You've been in business for a long time.
Oh, I've been in business for not enough time, but we're working on it. Look, I love it with you. If you are indeed here to help, it's not like you're going to do any more than the Wilders, wardens have not done, than to just pressure me with questions. Yes, we've had some disappearances. Don't know why, and I'm a bit frustrated that anyone I've spoken with has turned up with no answers, and a lot of eyes seem to be on me.
How long have they been going on?
About 3 weeks ago was the first disappearance of our previous janitor. His name is Usha Breck.
Say that again one more time.
Our previous janitor, Usha Breck, a very nice, older halfling gentleman who'd been working here for over 10 years. Quiet, kept to himself, but was a good worker, I didn't interact with him too much, but he just sort of vanished. We thought maybe he just quit. Maybe he decided to move on. So we didn't think anything of it. I replaced the position. It was fine. 2 weeks ago, we had a performance troupe come through known as the Diamond Mask. One of the performers, a half-giant actor who played not the lead, but one of the supporting roles, named Sino, then vanished. The troupe began to ask questions. I, of course, have no answers, but, performers, they can be flaky.
Were these happening during the shows, or...?
To my knowledge, these disappearances were not noticed until either intermission or some point after the night's festivities. But 2 performances is a little odd. Or 2 disappearances. Within that same week, we had 2 patrons vanish. Mrs. Eden Codswell and Mr. Emir Lioto. Both, well, often at the same box that you currently took up seats in this night.
Oh. Wow.
But they disappeared. No one noticed until their family came around asking the next day. They're separate families.
What was the second gentleman's name?
Mr. Emir Lioto. They, apparently were last seen here for a performance for the night.
And this was that same troupe, the Diamond Masks, were performing during that time?
They did bring the understudy, believing that Sino, the performer, may have just absconded. So they were finishing out their run, and that's when these patrons apparently disappeared the night they were seeing the show. 1 week ago, we had an occasional patron named Yaden. I do not know his last name. Not very well off. Occasionally scrounge up the money for one of our backseat tickets. Younger gentleman. He apparently vanished as well. And friends of his began to ask similar questions. So that's when I really began to take notice. My nerves began to fray a bit and began to do my own internal investigations. But it's very hard to maintain focus while also trying to run a business. And it's about this time that word got to the wardens, and they began to poke around, to no avail other than well, begin to make very presumptuous statements in and at my presence. And then 3 days ago, a young woman who was one of our rotating bartenders here at the theater, named Lidni Osadala, she vanished, and she's the most recent. So we're now looking at a total of 6 people who have disappeared in the period of 3 weeks, and I'm growing anxious and worried. So if you're looking to help, what do you have?
Well, first of all, can I just say that sounds tragic and horrible, and I'm sorry that you had to go through all this, shouldering this burden of guilt and all by yourself. But we can help. We've been pretty good about finding people who either don't want to be found or have been lost themselves so far. We're 1 for 1, right?
Are you investigators? What is your trade, if I might ask? You look a bit, and I mean this with nothing but the utmost respect. In this light, you look a bit patchwork.
We are intentionally as such. We're kind of a jack of all trades troupe. Everyone brings something.
So what are you looking for? The adoration of the innocence of Drusar? Are you looking to make a name for yourself? Or are you just wanting a payday?
Maybe
like many performers, we also have a patron, and he wants he just wants to do some good in the world, so we're here to please him.
Leans forward, getting a little darker in the face. So you were sent here by someone. Who sent you, if I might ask?
We're not really at liberty to discuss that. I, for one, can say I'm excited to be a patron of the local arts in any way I can.
We're not fully under his wing as of yet, so we only take jobs that appeal to our nature.
So, just out of the goodness of your own heart.
That hard to believe, huh?
Sometimes. But we are purveyors of stories of hope here. And even in this old, long-dragged gut of mine, I would like to think there are individuals out here that wish to make a difference. But you also want money, yes?
If it happens, it happens. All of these people that went missing, what type of show was it? A matinee, an evening? Was it all sorts?
They all seem to be evening performances, if I recall.
All right.
Or at least the disappearances
And
were
was it-
noticed by the next morning.
All right. Any particular nights in general?
There wasn't a pattern, if that's what you're asking. It's a bit scattershot on which days it happened.
All right.
And just to make sure that we have all of our geese in a row, you didn't have anything to do with it?
Absolutely not. I'm too busy to commit anything as foul.
Did you build this structure yourself, or do you buy it already after it was built?
It's a little bit of both. I purchased it in a simpler state and expanded it, unleashing its potential.
And do you have an underground storage in this theater?
We do.
Would you mind if we took a look around there?
Kind of glances back at the 5 of you again. You've been rather quiet. What's your specialty in this strange troupe?
Humble bard. You know, a few jokes.
You're a performer. Are you a performance troupe? Are you trying to use this to get yourself an audition?
No. We all come from various backgrounds and found our way
Because
together.
I respect the hustle.
Well, maybe once we've found...
I want nothing less than to be on a stage. No offense.
Nope.
Okay, that clarifies something.
I wouldn't mind.
Oh, really?
Oh, it just sounds fun. It looked fun. They were all up there getting clapped at and stuff.
Well, maybe after all this is done, we can look at Dorian and FCG and Fern, too.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I would love to perform as well.
Ashton?
Oh boy. Nope. Oh no.
We'll watch from the wings.
Very well. Yes, I will notify the staff that you are here under my business to ask questions. And the staff would probably have better answers to your questions than I would, since I don't really directly deal with most of these individuals of interest.
2 quick ones then. 3 quick ones then.
Throw in a 4th while you're at it. What do you want?
4 then. Well, first, do you know about any secret entrances, weird trapdoors that may exist in the building, connecting to the center of the core spire, etc.?
No, the only trapdoors we have are to the stage, and those are specifically just to go under the stage.
We'll keep an eye on Ashton, for sure.
2, is there anyone working here who worked here before you got here?
No, I am the oldest one.
Yes, I'm a cheater.
3?
I did not.
It's possible.
Not to point out, but a lot of our employees are also very young.
All goddamn
So,
day.
Sometimes there's someone who remembers something that's way back there. These buildings are weird. And is it possible to get an address for that janitor that disappeared at some point? That would be where I'd want to start looking once we've scavenged the theater.
if I'm going to be entirely honest, I have no idea where he lives.
That's fair.
Maybe some of the people in front, the staff might know.
Yeah, I might.
Also, you might want to let your staff know that we are A-okay to be here.
Finn Wolfmorn.
I will do so. I'll do it now, actually. Please exit my quarters.
Before we go, just one quick question for me, just based on what we were talking about before.
That isn't a costume, is it?
What are you? And you can see now he leans in real close and starts inspecting me, kind of looking over the lens-like eyes and pardon me, poking the metallic face.
You know what? I don't honestly know, but I think I was built to be helpful. But I was really curious about what you said before. How do you get into acting? Do you take a class, or do I need an agent of some sort? I'm sure you get this question a lot.
I do, please.
Particularly with the voice. People say I sound really cool. And I think that's all I really need.
Get out!
You slowly grab fresh cut grass and drag them out of the room.
Out! No. This is actually important. We have a couple of companions who are out right now on an errand, but they will be joining us here shortly, I assume. A small man named Orm, he's a halfling, very agile, brown hair, and a wonderful friend, her name is Laudna. She is
walking cadaver.
Dead, yeah.
She can be intimidating in her presence.
Dark hair, beautiful.
Fine,
gorgeous.
great.
Rotting.
Has a rat.
I will notify the staff. Just leave.
Thank you. Orm, Laudna. They're joining.
Very well.
Wait,
Lorman got
one more just for clarification. You said that people wouldn't notice that they were missing until the next morning?
Or sometimes intermission.
Or sometimes intermission.
Or sometimes intermission. Most of the individuals that disappeared, I actually don't know the specifics. You might need to ask around.
The half-giant, the performer, was that in the middle of a show that he went missing, or at the end of it?
That was afterward.
Okay.
Do you have you run the whole ship. Do you have a stage manager or someone who oversees what's going on?
I have 2 individuals that help me manage the length and breadth of the establishment that are my right-hand helpers. There's Tefta, She handles most of the business and financials with me. And there is Ocampo,
Ocampo?
previously a performer, but has now become one of my stage managers and helps run the ship.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Of course. Reaches over and you can see kind of off to the side there is an odd conical device that is affixed to the left-hand wall and kind of leans into it. There is an odd trope, and you hear it echoing through, and you now notice this is like a strange connecting series of audio tubes. A strange troop of 7 odd individuals that have my permission to wander the premises. Help them if you can. 2 of them are apparently scattered about. There is a small childlike one named Borum.
Borum.
And a creepy lady one. I don't remember.
Ladna.
Please answer. Doors
I leave my headshot on the way out.
Slide it under the door.
Just 17 more questions. Just 17 more questions. Is your resume stable to the back?
Of course.
Good.
In the interim,
I put it in an envelope full of confetti. He'll love it.
Yeah, oh my.
Pushback ready is a special skill. Thank you.
I have my own roller skates.
I can twist
it hurts. Orman Ladna.
Pursue your dreams, everyone watching.
Suffer with the rest of us.
No, that's the
worst.
biggest sin.
No, don't do that.
Don't do it. Everything else, give it a shot.
The 2 of you have pursued into the entryway of the theater. The holding entrance where we could see the ticket holders are no longer present, and there are a few people that are lingering and just having conversations. Maybe a half dozen or so that are left in here, but the doors are partially open and people are exiting, and you can see the Dragonborn usher is kind of just making sure that everyone leaves. You catch just kind of fading past into the night air at this time, of which it is a night.
Oh boy, buckle up.
Oh shit. You see what looks to be a similar figure heading off into the night air.
Want to get a little air?
Sounds good. As we're walking through the lobby, too, I just want to kind of keep my ears open to see if I catch any chatter from the audience. If anyone's like, where's George? I don't know.
George? No talk of George, strangely.
Okay.
But a little bit of chatter you catch up on seems to be people going, it was a good show. I just wish maybe it was a bit longer. And somebody else is, oh, I remember when I had a body like that. Many years ago, I could climb and leap with the rest of them, but then I married you. You step out into the night air and
Take care of yourself. And it's the city at night, right?
It is the city at night. You can see the temperature is
I want
dropped.
to know more about that.
How did it come to this?
The next hour and a half. The temperature has dropped significantly for the night. It is a bit chilly, and there is a faint mist that is starting to kind of apparate along certain elements of the city around you. Make a perception check for me.
The little ones. What is that? That's a 1. That's not much better. That's 19.
That's real good, though.
Sure.
It's pretty good.
The better one.
Yeah.
I rolled 2 of them. 3 of them.
Unfortunately, you lost sight of him.
Wow. 19.
Can I roll?
Oh boy.
You know what? Yeah. Yeah, because that's true, because you have advantage automatically, so yeah, go ahead and roll separately.
And I get dark vision.
Let's go, dark girl.
Come on! No, 12.
I think you went. I think
No, you went that way.
No, I was
What?
watching him. He was.
Achoo.
I jump 6 feet in the air and try to look over the crowd and then land back down. Shit.
There's a child about your height who was holding hands with the mom who's in mid-conversation on the outside, who was just staring at you and goes, cool.
Well.
And just like buries his face into his mom's skirt.
Stay away from the theater, kid. You want to go back inside?
I guess. Well, that was so short-lived. Fuck.
Sorry. Rolled really high.
Entire time wandering around the theater, wondering where the fuck we went.
All right, I'm gonna try the lower men's room.
I'll try the upper women's room, I guess.
And then we'll just cross ways again.
Right.
Okay.
Quickly discover the bathrooms here are unisex, but yeah.
It's impressive. It's good. Good for them.
You wander a bit trying to... are you looking for the rest of the troop, or are you doing your own investigations here?
I guess we're touring the theater.
Yeah,
at this
I guess
point.
we'll
Until we find them,
Okay.
Yeah. Well, should we go search?
Come with me.
All right.
I lead us to the spot where I first spotted the person. And I'm just gonna, on the off chance that they dropped their parking ticket.
Sure, roll an investigation check for me.
17.
17, not bad. They didn't drop anything. You feel confident that you're not missing anything, but they were only... You get the sense that they were only there briefly.
That's a big fat dud.
Yeah, I'm stumped.
You wanna talk to Imogen? See where they're at?
Yes, I'll check in with Imogen. Oh, well, we lost him.
Right as you guys
Whoever
are
they were.
pushed out from the chamber of your conversation, you hear the terrifying whispers of Laudna into your mind.
Oh, perfect timing.
Bong, bong, bong.
Don't do it. Don't start that.
Yeah, we don't want to decide that you like smelled bad or something.
Hey, I'm not the one that's covered in dirt.
Yeah, you introduced yourself as being covered in shit, Liam. It's true.
Cross campaign wounds.
Go back to episode 1.
We are about to tour their underground storage facility if you would like to join us.
Ooh. They're about to tour the underground storage facility.
Meet you by the... Where are we going?
Underground storage facility?
I don't know where to tell you, but we'll meet you on the ground level.
Should we do, should we come with you, or should we inspect other areas while you're distracted?
No, we've got the run of the place now. So come with us. We could use all the eyes we could get.
All right. Let's meet them downstairs.
As you gather up in the main theater chamber, is that where you're meeting at?
Sure. Yeah. Ground in the main theater chamber. That's where we're gonna go.
Sure.
The donor seats.
As you convene there, you see stepping off the stage a kind of human man in his 30s, reddish brown skin, wavy black hair that covers over one eye and goes just past kind of the chin. You can see he has all manner of jewelry that are visible peeking through from underneath the jet black baggier outfit that he's currently wearing over his body. You can see it has like a hood that's placed over the shoulder. Make a history check for me.
10.
10? Yeah. You don't pick up anything noteworthy or memorable of this, but the figure kind of steps off the stage. All right, so we're supposed to be showing you around, I guess. I'm Ocampo. I'm the stage manager.
Oh, yeah.
What are you looking for?
We're looking for clues.
About?
We know there's been some disappearances around here. We're trying to get a bead on maybe some entrances that we don't know about or exits.
You know about the disappearances, right?
I'm not aware. Yes.
How aware?
Well, I've worked with a couple of them. Three of them, if we include the performer, but that was a temporary time. Yeah, why?
I was just trying to figure out if you had something to do with it.
No.
Excuse my friend. I think what she means is, do you have an opinion about perhaps what's been happening? We always ask such specific questions. We never ask the person's feelings. What do you feel happened here?
Very smart. Thank you for asking. Look, Usha was a very sweet man. Just kind of kept to himself. Make a persuasion check.
Mm-hmm. Oh. That'd be 24.
24. Okay. Yeah, he kind of opens up to you immediately. He's like, Usha was a very, very nice man. Was worked here before I started. I've only been here for about 3-4 years as a stage manager. I was a performer beforehand. Just kind of stuck around. He was very nice. He was emphatic in keeping everything clean in and outside of the theater. He kept the surrounding streets clean. He's just very into his work.
Nice like, genuinely nice, or nice like, boy, I always thought he was such a nice guy. Too bad he ate the neighbors, you know?
Did he eat the neighbors?
No, never mind.
It was very nice, very nice.
No weird vibes.
No, just kept to himself. The guy was kind of sad vibes, if that makes sense. Seemed a little lonely.
God damn it.
Yeah,
I me all the fucking
didn't know too much about Mrs. Caldwell and the other one.
Dad.
You might want to ask Tefta. I know that she had kind of more of a rapport with them. Tefta in general had a little more face time with a lot of the patrons here. I just kind of ran things from behind the stage. I feel bad about Livni, though. She was very sweet. She'd only been here for a few months. Bright-eyed young woman, you could see she wanted to be an actor herself, and this was kind of, what she thought was her shoe-in. She mentioned it a few times, and I passed it up the chain, and, maybe there was an opportunity down the road to have her in for an audition, and then...
So if you wanted an audition, you are the person to talk to about that?
No. I mean, I can pass it along, but all of that goes through Stuvan. He's the one with the eye for talent.
We're in basement storage, right? That's what we
You guys are kind of like walking and talking as you go.
Okay.
You're getting to that space, is like pulling out keys and the key ring and starting to situate. And
Did you see Usha or Lidney the night they went missing? Do you have any memory of it?
I did. Yeah, I think I did. Yes.
Do you remember where they were when you last saw them?
Usha was just doing his usual rounds, cleaning the inside, cleaning the outside. It's kind of his business.
And Lidney was at the bar?
Lidney was at the bar. She was very nice. She's a very quiet girl. Kind of kept to herself on her breaks.
Where did she go on her breaks?
I don't know specifically. I think maybe outside I don't know for certain, but you could smell on her clothes sometimes. I think she enjoyed partaking in the burning of various tobaccos.
All right.
Usha, the first to disappear. As janitor, did he have keys, a master key? Did he have access to all of the theater?
Yeah, who all had keys to the theater?
I would be, between me, Stuvan, and Tefta would be the only three with access to the entire theater. Usha would have had access to the front door and all of the central chambers, but the offices and the storage basement he would not have had keys to.
What type of performer did you used to? What did you do?
Oh, well, I was a actor.
Oh.
And a poet, depending on what was required of me at the time.
Wow. Very cool.
Impromptu poetry or rehearsed?
Oh, I was reading other people's poetry. I guess orator should be the specific term. I did not write my poetry, but I was very good at speaking other people's words.
Like forensics.
Sure.
Cool.
Anyway, and opens the door, and you can see the staircase descends into a lightless expanse below.
This is always the creepiest part of a theater.
Goes ahead and reaches up and grabs a lantern and kind of like turns, and you can see the wick kind of light a bit and pulls the oil lantern down. You're coming?
Yeah. Before we plunge, I would like to hang back as everyone's going down and just take one last scan of the house and anything I can see from the stage and see if I can clock Cyrus.
Yeah, make a perception check.
17.
Not bad. You do a thorough scan in a short period of time, feeling confident that looking within the inside, no sign of Cyrus.
I get unnaturally close to him. What are you looking
Oh,
for?
Jesus. To make.
Did you see something?
No, I was just making sure everyone made it out safely from the fire.
We lost that creepy guy really quick.
Oh, good. Yes.
Well,
Oh, no, not. Oh,
I mean,
he lost us. You lost him?
well, it's a fascinating way. I guess it depends on how you phrase it, I guess.
I suppose if he was a threat, we lost him, but if you were after him, he lost you.
Makes you think.
Are you coming?
Yes.
Right.
I trail behind everyone in the dark say,
Macbeth.
I attack.
You're doomed. I whistle a jaunty tune.
Don't think I didn't think about there being some sort of a curse laid on this theater. So you descend, following into the basement area here, and with the light that you can see curling from the lantern, there are large cases, like luggage compartments and locked boots that have bits of costumes like spilling out on the side of where they were closed. You can see there is cobwebs everywhere. This is the graveyard of performances past, where props and portions of stage decor and flats are kind of just left and forgotten in the far end. It is truly nightmarish without context, and still creepy with context, to see just this odd arrangement of nonsensically fit together colors and shapes and furniture and masks and, you know, partial creature bodies and crowns and weird human faces that are painted over, and all lit by the singular lantern as he passes through and over it.
Never been so comfortable anywhere in my entire life.
Orm is specifically looking for anything that is not looks like it's been moved, disturbed, not covered in dust, and sitting there for 10 years.
Is it alright if I
Prince,
help out with that?
of course.
Okay. Your crackling lights begin to disperse throughout the room, and you watch as Okemvo turns. Oh.
Keep yours lit as well, by all means.
Mm-hmm. So, here is where we store the things when they're not being used. We generally keep a central pathway here, and he kind of begins to describe He tries to describe how well organized it is, but the more he describes it, you can see he's beginning to admit that it's not very well organized. And he's like, I was meaning to change that out. That needs to be moved. There was a space here, but that fell off the top, and we just never got around to it. It's not usually like this.
It's clearly always like this.
No insight check.
But make a perception check for me. Perception or investigation, your choice.
In general, is everything pushed
I'll
up
let her
against the walls, or is there openings around where the walls are for fire
No,
lighting?
no, this is very much not fire safe. Everything is pushed up against the walls.
21.
21.
Code.
One expected way.
Oh no.
Yeah, you can see where certain pieces of equipment have been shifted and moved. It's not like this room is left abandoned the entire time. A lot of things that are put into storage and then brought out for other performances are dragged in and out. You can see certain regions of the room are left to far more dust and decay comparatively, and the areas that are closer to the door have a lot less dust, and you can see are placed in specifically there because they get the most use, and those involve like chairs and tables, you know, kind of generalized furniture that can be utilized for multiple different types of performances, as well as general costumes. You can see one space where it looks like it has outfits that have almost a Isilra design to them, colder and furred based. You can see some that look almost, they might lean a little bit towards the Dundalian Empire. You can see the reds and golds. There are all these different, like, kind of cheap versions of different cultural locations from around Exandria that have all been kind of just left off to die in the shaded corners of the chamber.
There's a 2-person bear costume here. What the fuck is that? Hate to be the back.
But no signs of rock scatter from shade creeper holes anywhere along the edges.
Do you want to do a thorough inspection of it?
I want to like start tapping the walls with the hammer just to see if anything gives a sound, things like that.
Okay.
Where the crate has been.
Yeah.
Okay. Going throughout the room, you do not see any sign of such holes or exits or anything that would be akin to what you had previously encountered dealing with the shade creepers.
I try on a hat.
It's a little big on you. It kind of like falls past your eyes, but it still is kind of good. You guys see this wide, like brimmed dark hat, not unlike what, commonly see Robbie wearing. It just kind of, it drifts past his eyes like a child trying on his dad's Woody costume.
Guys, look how handsome I am.
You look great.
I'm going to try and gently injure one of the tables or chairs just to see if it reacts. It's not like it wouldn't have helped before.
You were really traumatized.
That's my world upside down.
It like scrapes across the ground. The table that you smack on the side, you can see it leans to one way, and where the table is kind of nailed in, or the leg is nailed in, it's now bent slightly to one side, but it doesn't seem to react otherwise.
Is there like a prop chest or a
There are a handful of prop chests around here, yeah?
I want something.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a d6 for me.
Let's go, Klepto.
Laudna mends the table that was just injured by Ashton.
Snaps back into place.
5.
If you was freaked out, you'd have been really happy.
Okay. You open up a chest, and immediately glancing down inside, you can see what looks to be just piles and piles of white lace dresses.
What'd you find?
It's Ashley's closet.
They appear white, and then you get a little closer and look at it, and they've kind of yellowed with time, slightly, but they look to be, designed in a way to exhibit nobility, not of Marquesian nature or history, but from some further offland in Exandria. Definitely theater decadent, where it looks beautiful, and the closer you get, you're like, oh, this is meant to function as a costume, just seen from a distance.
This is the most beautiful dress I've ever seen. I'm gonna take it.
Roll a sleight of hand, yeah.
It's got Velcro.
Oh.
Probably not.
9.
You notice Ocampo has the lantern facing the other way and is like, I'm not entirely certain what you're looking for, but, take your time. Doesn't notice anything.
Looking in a mirror?
Does not notice at all.
Wow. He is not very good
He
at
rolled
seeing.
very low.
Wow, I'm gonna go up to fresh cut grass. What? Did you learn anything on what's gone? Any info?
We learned that. Oh, that's right. You weren't with us. We learned there's been a series of disappearances, and there's about 6 people missing.
6.
They have no obvious relation to each other.
No obvious relation.
Other than the fact that they all disappeared here, either during or after a show. Also, just learned that there's a whole stack of cat costumes back there. Yeah, they look very jellical.
I grab one.
Why do they all have little buttholes sewn onto it?
They look added later, but then some of them look like they were taken off.
That was not my artistic vision. That was specifically Stuvan's interest to try and rebrand the show. It's not great. I do not recommend it.
Look, this one wears Converse.
Oh.
So weird. Interesting choice.
Well, have you found what you're looking for?
No, not at all. We were looking for some sort of entrances or exits down here, but there are none.
No, I mean, that's where we came in.
Does this cover everything? This is the only chamber down here. There's no other levels, no other chambers?
No,
okay.
This is not like a quorum fortress. We're a theater troupe.
Are there any other rarely used areas? Fly space, other areas?
Yeah, sometimes I'm told in the theater two performers might become amorous with each other and maybe sneak off to somewhere unseen so they can canoodle.
FCG?
Oh, this is my first day rolling around, is it?
To go off your question, you're in that room. Which, by the way, don't touch that table.
That's why it was so wobbly.
It looks suspicious.
But as far as other spaces, like there are rafters above the stage. There is, Tefta's in her office probably for the next hour or so.
Should go talk to Tefta.
No, we did want to do a full investigation.
Of course, yeah.
Start with Tefta and then fan out through the whole theater.
Yeah. Is there like a staff break room at all, or?
Green room?
Kind of. It's in the backstage. Sure. I'll take you there. Leads you back up, closes and locks the door behind, and leads you to the a pathway, a hallway that you didn't see that is kind of like to the back side of the theater that leads to the backstage. And you can see there is a green room that is literally just the back part of the stage. And there, Kendra's flying ladders are all there with like it looks like a glass bottle of some sort of brandy in the middle that is like half drinking, and they're all kind of laughing a bit and telling stories and having drinks, and they're kind of just winding down. You get the sense that most of the space in this dreamscape theater is for the patrons, and everyone else backstage just kind of figures it out with what space they got. It's not bad, but as you approach, you see like some raise their glasses over towards you, kind of on the opposite side of the chamber, and keep talking amongst themselves. So this is our backstage. This is where the ladders go up to the rafters this way. This is where we control the curtains and any sorts of, for their performance. And he points over, you can see like where the trapeze, hanging swings and all the various elements there. You can see where the ropes attach and let them down. I handle these along with Tina and Evan, who, after taking tickets, come and help me with everything backstage. What else can I show you?
Is there an area that the staff would be able to access to get to like a back alley or anything?
There is, yes. Yeah, that is kind of walks to the back hallway that led you into the backstage, and you can see there is a door that exits out into the back alley. This leads into, there's an alley that runs entirely around the building upstairs in the front here, and you recall like there's the large wall of the spire, not immediately butted against the alley. There are some buildings in between, but there's a lot of dense buildings in the vicinity, and the theater just kind of stands out in the middle of it all, like it's carved its own little kingly space in this neighborhood.
Can I look around the alley and around the door and see if I can find any areas that, like I see little cigarette butts or anything drop to the ground?
You can, yeah.
God. Oh, thank you.
Make a perception or investigation check, your choice.
Okay. Why do I suck? That would be guidance. Well, it's not going to make any difference. That's a 4. But we'll try it anyway. 5 plus 4. 9.
You got it.
Isn't that a 9?
No, that's a 2.
That's a 9!
That's a 9.
Hey, that's 9 plus 3 is 12. Plus 4 is 16.
Whoa, that's an emotional roller coaster there. Yeah. Okay. Stepping out.
Don't suck. Thanks, Ashley.
The heavy door has a few locks on it, and Kempo opens it, and it leads you out into the alleyway behind. You can see there's like a bit of a street divot in the center, so that any sort of rain can run itself off into the main road. Kind of brick side elements of the alley. It smells a bit musty, but like any other alley here in the city. You can see there's some kind of discarded bits of refuse and some construction materials that have been left abandoned from unseen projects there. It looks like any alley. Kind of looking around the space, you don't see anything directly around the door that would resemble any sort of paraphernalia or leftover materials from a person who is smoking.
Okay.
Let's go talk to Tefta.
All right, I'll show you to our office. And Kempo brings you up on the opposite side, what you can sense as far as the structure is for the main theater itself, the opposite end of where Stuvan's office is, there is a secondary office. So kind of knocks on it. Tefta, I have those visitors that Stuvan said are to ask questions about. And the voice from inside goes, all right, let them in. Door opens. Immediately as the door opens, you smell this strong, flowery perfume that just like a punch of Sephora just hits you as a wave. The door opens up, and on the inside there is an office that is decorated in garish pinks and yellows. And you can see on this, not even a desk, but like a curved table, an older gnomish woman. Who looks to be what would be the human equivalents of her 50s or so, later 50s, in this like curled, almost beehive hair that looks like it's bright, vibrant red, but you can see it's graying at the edges that you can't tell if that's natural or the dye is fading. She has these elongated glasses that come to horned edges, and just the makeup is glorious in the extravagant use of blush and reds to match the hair tone. The dress is almost flapper-tastic in the tassels that hang from it. And you can see there's a bunch of books and pages and ledgers and other things around, and what looks to be a collection box of coins. And you can see gold and silver that immediately kind of shifts underneath something before turning. How can I help y'all?
Evening.
Oh, hello. Handsome little boy. Come here. I'm Tefta.
We don't have a name. We're doing...
We need a name. We really do need a name.
That's a side issue.
That is a Brandon 101 mistake, I say. But go on.
Well, we're patrons of the arts and also concerned citizens, and we understand that there's been some, and I'm sorry if this is a sensitive subject, but disappearances around the theater.
Indeed. Very sad, very mysterious.
Can I detect thoughts?
Certainly.
I didn't.
Actually, no.
You catch waves of curiosity upon the first bit, then sadness, then an aroused curiosity. And she leans forward and says, well, we're very lucky to have a bunch of handsome helpers coming through here to discover what mysteries might unfold.
See, the theater. It's full of randy people.
It's true. I apologize. I imagine that everyone who works here has answered these questions tenfold, but we're really trying to uncover every last stone in the place.
Of course, honey, of course.
You got
You
this.
got this.
You got this.
It's all in your head. I'm just gonna say, keep it going. Like, wow.
There's so many.
Yep. Can you take us back to the beginning of all this? Does anything stick out in your mind? Does the owner here or anyone have any enemies?
Make a persuasion check.
Not great. 10 even.
10. She goes, well, I mean, Stuvan has made a number of enemies through the years, usually performers that made promises they couldn't keep and were paid accordingly. And, you know, no matter how nice some folks try and present their skill, maybe they hold grudges. But anyway.
Is it possible to try to probe a little bit deeper as she's...
She's thinking the same thing.
You probe deeper, and the thoughts within her mind go to, this is a strange-looking crew, but if I can pry a little companionship out of it, I'll say whatever they want me to.
save you? Why does it save me right here?
Plenty of enemies.
But it doesn't sound like enough to push to violence.
I certainly hope not. I mean, something like that for this long takes talent, and honey, let me tell you, none of them had any.
What did you
Punch
do?
Imogen in the thigh.
Did you? I mean, you have such a performer essence.
Oh, me? No, I am not a girl for the stage. I got a man for business and coin, honey.
Oh.
Look,
She's so theatrical.
one does not have to be, and I mean this without offense, but...
Looking at you.
Oh, I can see a performer when they walk before me, honey. But you don't have to be pushing for talent to be talented. And that does not mean you have to push yourself upon other people with your persona to be effective. I'm a shrewd businesswoman. I look past the lies of others, and I know how to get contracts situated and set. I make this place money, and I keep it afloat.
I'm so intimidated by her. She's amazing.
And now you know why I work how I do.
I don't know what to do.
You're flustered. It's
Yeah,
okay.
it's weird.
2 missing patrons, that's gotta be a problem.
Yeah? Well, more than 2.
3.
More than 2.
Yeah.
3 missing patrons.
Yeah, well, he's a curious fella, but if you ask me, it's not entirely unknown that Miss Eden Caldwell and Mr. Amir were carrying on an affair.
Eden and Amir. Is it possible they went off to have a rendezvous in the middle of the show?
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time. This is where they came to meet up. In fact, often during intermission is when they would go ahead and go someplace no one will find them.
Have sexy time somewhere?
No, I assumed it was going to get a drink and talk about their day.
Would that be...
Sexy.
Oh, okay. So sexy time usually happens in the storage, not...
Oh, they can't get to the stores. They don't have a key.
Oh, well then where would they go?
I don't know, someplace where no one will find them.
On the premises, you think, though?
I imagine. I'm not far from it.
So we gotta find the place that even the actors didn't know to go to bone.
All right, so we got to think about, we got to get in the headspace of people that need to.
You feel
So we
like
all just have to
somebody.
think Randy thoughts for
Please don't. Like, I don't want to know.
Around Imogen.
We have to find the bozo, for sure.
Well, and you mentioned this, Yarden. What was their deal?
Eden?
No, there was another one.
There's an Eden.
His young man.
Eden, is that what his name was?
Yeah, I put
He generally picked up whatever the cheapest tickets were and negotiated his way to a dirt poor seat, but popped in every here and there. At first, we weren't sure if he was just an enjoyer of the arts, and I think part of it was, but also he got in trouble twice, because I caught him selling some Kepper dust to some of our patrons.
Kepper dust?
Kepper?
Kepper dust, yeah.
Kepper dust.
For those not from the streets, what is Kepper dust?
I mean, I never had the stuff myself, but from what I heard, it's just something that it's like a snuff that takes you on a trip for a while.
And what does it look like?
I don't know, I never seen it.
All right, so that Yadin was here buying or selling Kepper dust?
Selling Kepper dust, but he got in trouble. We told him he had to take it off the premises, so...
And where would he go to? Sell.
I don't know. He wasn't selling it in here.
So three of the vanished were into sort of illicit, sneaky things. What about the others, the performers and the janitor?
Yeah, what do
The
you know about
bartender.
Sino who came through?
Sino, look, I don't mean to be a receptacle for so much hearsay, but it does keep me interested amongst business. Sino was a bit of a drunkard, if you ask me. Showed up to a few performances a bit high on the sauce and caused a few arguments when they first set up their performances. There was a bit of a scuffle, I won't say a scuffle, but a loud confrontation the night that they finished his final performance before he drunkenly wandered off. Last anyone ever saw him.
Confrontation with who?
the rest of his performers.
The theater that night.
Possible.
The Diamond Mask. What was the name of the crew?
The Diamond Masks.
Diamond Mask, yeah.
So they were in residence when these disappearances, when Usha left. They were here?
They were.
And did they move on to another theater, or?
They did. They packed up their things and left. They figured that he probably left, and after the argument, maybe went and found his fortunes elsewhere. They had an understudy who, to be perfectly honest, was far more talented than that Sino fellow. Fit the costumes better, too. But once he was gone, they seemed to move on quickly, and I don't know where they found themselves here in Marquette ever since.
And Lidney?
Yeah, Libney. Sweet girl. Didn't make friends often, kind of just did her thing. She was a good employee. You could tell she was still kind of coming out of her shell before she disappeared. Sad.
Gotta find that secret spot. Sounds like everyone was loners. Right. Everyone.
Sounds like people leaving the theater.
Yeah.
Got
something.
Well, you got a lover's tryst. An entrepreneurial spirit. Someone going out to smoke. And an actor left in a huff.
Is there a rooftop or a balcony? Or
There's
a...
gotta be.
At least there's an alley. But the access to that is backstage, so it would...
Yeah.
When the alley itself runs around the building, people can access it. You can exit from that point. We do have a rooftop, but that's inaccessible to anyone who doesn't work here either.
Empty rooms, offices that aren't used.
And everything here that's not in use is just the open space for the patrons. It's my office, backstage, Stuban's office, and the storage facility. Everything else is just meant for the performance area.
And the restrooms?
Oh, and the restrooms too, but...
Where did Amir and Eden sit, traditionally?
Didn't Stuban say that they sat in our box?
Our box.
Oh, you're some box spending patrons. Thank you.
Well, I feel like we should just look around.
Look around. I think we should check out that alley more. I didn't really get a good look.
We should look near the box.
Yeah, near the restrooms.
Is it okay if we give like a thorough look around, really put this to bed?
Anything you want, honey. Anything.
Where would you go in here if you wanted to, you know, engage in a little hanky-panky with someone? Where would you
You mean
go?
where have I gone?
Oh, yes, but you can't say the basement. Because that's a given.
Oh, honey, how do I narrow it down? I've left my mark up and down this theater.
Oh.
Cast black light.
Yeah.
Do not do that!
Where would you go? Or where would it make sense to?
Well, I have access to everywhere, so I go everywhere.
All right, but meaning if you were, you know, Amir Eden, where would you go?
I mean, likely out of the restrooms or elsewhere. There's not a whole lot of places of privacy around these parts.
In the restroom.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's a good place to look.
So Yadin or Yad, what is it?
Yadin.
Yadin. I heard that he came here a lot. Was there a specific place that he would sit?
Yadin, he would just take whatever seats were available and he would negotiate it down. Take the leftovers, if you will. It wasn't a young boy of much means.
Going outside and buy or sell product, though, is not insane.
Right.
Selling in the restroom, also not insane.
Also not insane.
Should we split up and go scour the theater before the next show starts?
How long do we have before the next show starts?
She kind of glances over and you can see there's a glass sphere on the edge of her table that you can see it turning to like a darker tint to it. Say got about an hour and a half before we start opening the doors.
Good enough.
One more question.
Mm-hmm.
One word. First word that pops into your head when you look at us.
Lucky.
Lucky. That's a good word. It just feels like we're getting further and further from a name.
You're right. You're right.
Just getting steered in every
Lucky
direction.
in trouble.
Lucky trouble. Truckle.
Anything else I can help you all with?
No, we'll get out of your hair. Let's just go.
Tucky levels.
Well, good luck, and if you're ever curious about some of our special memberships, there are arrangeable pricing on certain seats.
We'll be sure to keep that in mind. Thank you so much. You've been very helpful.
I know I am. Well, good luck. Hope you figure it out.
As we leave, I'm just gonna go. Turns out you don't need to cast detect thoughts to understand what the fuck she's thinking.
It's very thinly veiled innuendo.
But if you do cast it, you get a far more detailed explanation.
Oh, really?
And
Were there membership tiers? Is that sort of thing available?
There's tiers.
Really confident.
yes, she was. You know, that's admirable.
Yeah.
Honestly.
It's very healthy.
Absolutely.
Bathroom? Anybody
Some
bathroom?
things I've never seen.
Really?
You know, really
What's one?
heard.
One specific.
It was like a general idea of a position. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh,
Feel like you can
limbs
get
and
more
places.
specific.
I'll tell you later on.
Okay.
Gnomish compatibility gets real creative.
Limbs in places.
Yeah, I thought the acrobats were doing some leaps earlier. All right, where to first?
Are we sticking together? Are we splitting up? I feel like we only have 90 minutes now.
I'm gonna check out the rafters.
I'll go near the box.
Bathroom?
Check the upstairs restroom.
All right.
Check the other one.
How many restrooms are there in this
There's two.
place? All right. I guess I'll go with you to the box, or I could check out the alley. Maybe get a better idea of the alley.
Okay, sure, yeah, whatever you want.
Let's do both. I feel like a stiff wind will knock you over. It worries me.
Oh, thank you.
Is there a pit? Is there an orchestra pit?
There is an orchestra pit. Yeah.
I'll go down the orchestra pit.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll help. I'll help him check with the different boxes.
Who's going to the bathrooms? Sorry.
So, all right. So you're going to which bathroom first?
Upstairs first.
Okay. You head into the restroom?
I'll cast enhance ability on you.
All right.
For let's see here, intelligence.
Oh, so I get.
You have advantage on all intelligence checks.
Including, I assume, like investigation.
Yeah, investigation
Okay,
would be an intelligence check. Yeah. Alrighty. You feel this sudden surge of energy within you, and for a moment, your already fairly clever mind is crisp and picking out details that you didn't initially see.
All right.
Not entirely on wrong. Are you heading to the top or the bottom restroom first?
Top first.
Okay, you head to the top restroom, which is kind of off in the corner on the secondary floor. And like a lot of the restrooms here, you enter and there is a seating arrangement, but it is largely just a hole in a tube with a seat built around it. Effective, and polished, and there are some flowers in here. But if you would like to inspect it, you can make an investigation check with advantage if you'd like.
Poop with advantage.
It's been a while. Okay. Oh, thank God I had advantage. 10.
10.
Ew, what? No.
Glancing
I admonish your rolls.
It's a small roll, or it's a small roll. It's a small chamber as well. Nothing catches your eye as out of the ordinary. It's fairly well kept. This one, for a restroom, looks like this one's probably utilized by more of the upper crust patrons, as the direct line from here is the upper boxes.
And it's just a single chamber, like a single room?
Correct.
Nowhere to hide.
No.
No way to block the
4
door.
walls, a door, and the pot.
No vent?
Vents, yeah.
No vent above, which is unfortunate.
Yeah. I look down the hole.
What do you see?
What do I see?
What do you think you see?
Shit.
Never Never forget. Never forget.
I think I can get it. Lost forever.
Sorry, Laura.
That's all good.
Like throwing the sword back at the lady in the lake.
Okay.
Nothing. Oh. Just a shithole.
Yes!
All right.
Cool.
Downstairs.
Downstairs. This one is not as well cleaned. Well, this is kind of the general public area. This one does have a vent. It does have a, there's like 2 different slits in the wall that just open up to the outside. They're about 1 inch wide. The paint here is cracking a bit. But similar structure, similar, general interior of the two, of the second room is the first.
Oh, that's a little better. 13.
13? Climbing the ranks.
I know.
Oh, my investigation shit.
Okay.
And it seems to, have been recently repaired to a certain degree, but beyond that, it is a bathroom.
Recently repaired in which ways?
Meaning it looks like you can see there's like fresher sealant in the bottom of where the seat hits the ground.
How fresh would I know?
Make an intelligence check.
All right.
It's tasty.
Just straight intelligence. Oh. I should have been doing this the whole time. 20 total.
Whoa. Wow. It's maybe a couple months old. Looking around, everything else around here has like a layer of kind of just age to it and growdiness, but the sealed base around where it is, whatever substance was used to kind of seal the hole to whatever the seat is there, is a bit lighter than the rest, and you can see it's a bit fresher.
I know.
And tap the walls, see if anything sounds weird.
Check the vent.
Yeah. Nothing catches your eye. Nothing catches your ear.
I'm gonna look in the hole. It's my turn.
Yeah. Of course.
I'm asleep.
You find what you expect.
A tiny assassin.
No.
Do it!
Worst Ghoulies remake.
Next up.
Well,
it is just a hole. Like most of the restrooms here, they are just
this is actually a
holes that
perfect place to
progress
stop.
deep into the rock and vanish.
Literally shit out of the way.
That's while you guys are doing that. Who's going to the box?
I'm going to the box. Oh,
All right.
you're coming?
Yeah.
You step back
10
up to the box.
52.
You stayed. What are you
Holy
looking for?
Shit.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
so I'm gonna look in the curtains. I'm gonna look under chairs. I'm gonna look just every possible place.
I'm gonna look for false panels in the wall, or curtain pulls that open secret doors, or even if you tilt a chair back, it opens like a secret door.
Alrighty.
Up above, even, or
Tony, make either perception or investigation check. Your choice.
I'll go for perception.
Time is left on this. Even
Step out into the space. It's about 20 feet across. Where is bench?
Nice in her life, so she gets.
Okay. So, I will be live streaming tomorrow to continue on this storyline, this early access storyline. I don't know how much longer I have of the early access, to be honest, but we'll find out soon. So thank you guys for coming out and watching and listening to Critical Role. I appreciate it, and I will see you guys